Hey champs of Examsnet, welcome to the question series of Examsnet. I hope this series of detailed explanation is helping you a lot. Let's start this session here. In this session, we are going to solve the paper for JEE Mains 26th July Shift 2. Let's begin with the first question. The minimum value of the sum of squares of the roots of x square plus 3 minus a into x plus 1 is equal to 2a is. So, an equation is given here and this is a quadratic equation. Okay, so firstly let us understand some basic concepts related to the quadratic equation and roots of a quadratic equation. We know that the standard quadratic equation is of the form ax square plus bx plus c is equal to 0. Okay, this is the form for standard quadratic equation. We have a equation which is x square plus 3 minus a into x plus 1 is equal to 2a. This is not in the standard form, okay, because in the right hand side we need 0. So let us do one thing. Let us take this 2a to the left hand side. So here we will have x square plus 3 minus a into x plus 1 minus of 2a is equal to 0. Now this equation is a quadratic equation of standard form. So when we compare the given equation and the standard quadratic equation, then we can see that here a is the coefficient of x square, b is the coefficient of x, and c is the remaining term. Okay. Similarly, here the coefficient of x square is 1. So a will be 1. And what is coefficient? Coefficient is something that is present with the variable. If we are talking about x square here, with x square, there is 1. Similarly, we can see that with x, there is 3 minus a. So the coefficient of x is 3 minus a. And we know that in the standard quadratic equation, the coefficient of x is b. So when we compare it with this equation, here the coefficient of x is 3 minus a. So we can say that the value of b is 3 minus a. And what is c? C is the remaining constants or remaining terms. So the remaining terms are 1 minus 2a. So c is equals to 1 minus 2a. Okay. Now let's talk about the roots of a quadratic equation. For a standard quadratic equation, we consider two roots, alpha and beta. All right. If alpha and beta are the roots of a quadratic equation, then sum of roots is given by alpha plus beta and it is always equals to minus b upon a. And product of roots is given by alpha into beta and it is always equals to c upon a. Okay. So let us first find the sum of roots and product of roots for this given quadratic equation. Okay. So here sum of the roots will be equals to alpha plus beta and it is given by minus b upon a. So what is the value of b here? 3 minus a. And since the sum of the roots is minus b upon a, so minus of b is 3 minus a divided by a is 1. Okay. So when we open this brackets, it will be minus of 3 plus a. All right. Or we can also write it as a minus 3. Okay. We have just swapped the values, nothing else. Okay. Now, similarly, product of roots will be equals to alpha into beta and it is always given by c upon a. So what is c here? C is 1 minus 2a divided by a is 1. So this value is 1 minus 2a. Okay, so now we have two values. We have the value for alpha plus beta, which is the sum of the roots. It is equals to a minus 3 and alpha into beta, which is the product of the roots. It is equals to 1 minus 2a. Okay. In the question, we have to find the minimum value of sum of the squares of the roots. Okay. So what is the sum? Sum is alpha plus beta. Sum of the square means the square of this value. Okay. So it will be alpha square plus beta square. Okay. This is the sum of the square of the roots of the given quadratic equation. Now we know that this can be written as alpha plus beta whole square minus 2 alpha beta. This is the basic form that you need to remember, that alpha square plus beta square will be equals to alpha plus beta whole square minus 2 alpha beta. Okay. This can be written as this form also. Now we have the value for alpha plus beta, right? What is alpha plus beta? A minus 3 and its square minus 2 into alpha beta. What is alpha into beta? 1 minus 2a. Okay. If you know this form, then all you have to do is you simply have to substitute the values for alpha plus beta and alpha into beta. So now a minus 3 whole square. See, here we have to use a very, very basic formula, which is a minus b whole square. It is equals to a square plus b square minus 2ab. Okay. Similarly, here we have a minus 3 whole square. So it will be equals to a square plus 3 square is 9 minus 2 into a into b means 2 into a into 3. So it will be minus of 6a. Okay. Then minus 2 into 1 will be minus 2. Minus 2 into minus 2a plus 4a. All right. So here we will have a square minus 6a plus 4a is minus 2a, and 9 minus of 7 will be plus 7. Okay. Now, since we need to find the minimum value of the sum of the squares, means we need to make a perfect square quantity here. Okay. So let's do one thing. Let us write 7 as 6 plus 1. We can write 7 as 6 plus 1, right? Because 6 plus 1 is equals to 7. So this will be equals to a square minus 2a. Now, remember we are writing 7 as 6 plus 1. Okay. Because 1 plus 6 eventually gives 7 only. Okay. Now you can see that this first three terms, a square minus 2a plus 1. This is basically the expansion of a minus 1 whole square. And what is remaining? Plus 6 is remaining. See, why we have written 7 as 1 plus 6? Because we have to make a perfect square quantity here just to get the minimum value. Okay. So you can see that these three terms are the expansion of a minus 1 whole square, which is actually the perfect square quantity. Because when we open this expansion a minus 1 whole square, then it will be equals to a square plus 1 minus 2a, right? By using this identity. So we can say that these three terms are equal to a minus 1 whole square. Now, since we want the minimum value here, okay, so when this perfect square quantity will be equals to 0, then the minimum value which is remaining here is 6. Okay, for the minimum value, the perfect square quantity will be equal to 0. Then the minimum value here is 6. Okay, so for this question, the correct answer is 6, which is option number C here. I hope the question is clear to you. In this kind of question, all we have to do is we have to understand the quadratic equation, and we have to also understand the concepts related to quadratic equation. In this question, we have also learned how to find the sum and product of the roots of a quadratic equation. So I hope the basics are clear to you and the question too. Next question. If z is equal to x plus iota y satisfies mod of z minus 2 is equal to 0 and modulus of z minus iota minus modulus of z plus 5 iota is equal to 0, then this is again a very interesting question. And by looking at this question, we can easily identify that this is a question from complex numbers. A value is given here, which is z is equals to x plus iota y. And we have two different equations. The first equation is modulus of z minus 2 is equal to 0. And the second equation is modulus of z minus iota minus modulus of z plus 5 iota is equal to 0. Okay. What we have to do is we have to put the value of z in both these equations. Okay. But before putting the value of z in both these equations, firstly, let us do one thing. Let us take the negative terms to other side. You can see that in first equation, we have modulus of z minus 2 is equal to 0. Okay, so it can be written as modulus of z is equals to 2. We have taken this minus 2 to the right hand side. Okay, now let us put the value of z here. Okay, so modulus of z is x plus iota y is equals to 2. Now, whenever we have to take this modulus, we have to square on both the sides. Okay, so when we square on both the sides, it will be x square plus y square is equals to 2. Okay, why x square plus y square? See, here if we do the square of I, then it will be I square. And we know that in complex number, the value of I square is minus 1. But since it is modulus, so it will be plus. Okay, because modulus always gives the positive values. Okay, and here we will have 2 square because we have to square on both the sides. So the equation which is formed here is x square plus y square is equal to 4. Consider it as equation number 1. Now, we have to repeat the same process for the second equation that is given in the question. Firstly, we can write this as modulus of z minus iota is equals to modulus of z plus 5 iota. We have taken this value to the right hand side. Now we have to put the value of z here. Here we have modulus of z. Z is x plus iota y, and then we have minus of iota. This is equals to modulus of z. Z is x plus iota y, and then we have 5 iota. Okay. So this will be modulus of x plus iota is common in both these terms, right? So what is remaining? Y minus 1. And this will be equals to modulus of x plus, again iota is common in both these terms. What is remaining? Y plus 5. Okay. Now again, to take the modulus, we have to square on both the sides. So again, it will be x square plus y minus 1 square is equal to x square plus y plus 5 whole square. Okay. In this step also, the value of I square will be minus 1, and since there is a modulus, so it will be positive. Okay. Now, here we have to use two basic identities. So let's understand the identities first. The identities are a minus b whole square and a plus b whole square. What is a minus b whole square? It is a square plus b square minus 2ab. And what is a plus b whole square? It is a square plus b square plus 2ab. All right. So here we have x square plus y minus 1 whole square. Y minus 1 whole square is in the same form as a minus b whole square. Here a is y and b is 1. Okay. So it will be y square plus 1 minus 2 into y into 1. So minus of 2y. We have used this identity here, which is a minus b whole square. It is equal to a square plus b square minus 2ab. Here a is y and b is 1. Okay. So a square means y square, b square means 1 square, and minus 2ab means minus 2 into y into 1. Okay. Similarly, on the right hand side, x square plus. Now we have y plus 5 whole square. It is in the same form as a plus b whole square. So we have to use this identity now, which is a plus b whole square. Here a is y and b is 5. Okay. So a square means y square plus b square means 5 square, which is 25, plus 2 into a into b means 2 into y into 5, because y is a and 5 is b. Okay. So 2 into y into 5 will be 10y. All right. Now let us do one thing. Let us take all the terms to right hand side. Okay. So in the right hand side, we already have x square plus y square plus 25 plus 10y. Now we have to take this 4 terms on the right hand side. Okay. Whenever we transform any terms from left hand side to right hand side, then their sign is changed. For example, here there is x square. So when it will go to the right hand side, it will be minus x square. Similarly, y square will be minus y square. Then minus 1 and plus 2y. And all the terms will be equals to 0 because we have taken all the terms on one side. Okay. Now x square minus x square will be 0. Y square minus y square will be 0. What is remaining? 25 minus 1. So 24. Then 10y plus 2y, 12y. This is equals to 0. We can take 12 common. So what is remaining? 2 plus y. Okay. This is equals to 0. Again, this 12 will go to the right hand side. So it will be 0. So we have 2 plus y is equal to 0. So from here we can say that y is equals to minus 2. Okay. Since we have the value of y, we can substitute this value of y in equation number 1. What is equation number 1? X square plus y square is equal to 4. So let us do one thing. Let us put y is equals to minus 2 here just to get the value of x. Okay. So it will be x square plus. We have to put the value of y. Okay. Here there is y square means minus 2 whole square because the value of y is minus 2. This should be equal to 4. So x square plus. Here there is minus 2 square. Minus 2 square means minus 2 into minus 2, which is plus 4. So x square plus 4 is equal to 4. So x square will be equals to 4 minus 4. So x square will be equals to 0. Since we can say that x square is equal to 0. So x will be also equals to 0. So now we have the value of x and y. X is 0 and y is minus of 2. Okay. What we have to do is we have to hit and try this values in all the given options, and we have to look for the option that will satisfy the equation. Okay. Means we have to put x is equal to 0 and y is equals to minus 2 in all the options, and we have to check that which of the option is satisfied. Okay. So let's start with the first equation. First equation is x plus 2y minus 4 is equal to 0. Remember, we have to put x is equal to 0 and y is equals to minus 2, and we have to get both the sides equal, which is left hand side should be equal to the right hand side. Okay. So x is 0 means 0 plus 2 into y means 2 into minus 2. Minus of 4 is equal to 0. Okay. So 0, then 2 into minus 2 will be minus 4. Again, we have minus 4. Minus 4 is minus 8. And we know that minus 8 is not equals to 0. It means that first option is not correct. Okay. Similarly, let us check for the second option. Second option is x square plus y minus 4 is equal to 0. So x square plus y minus 4 is equal to 0. We have to put x is equal to 0 and y is equals to minus 2. So 0 square will be 0 plus y is minus 2 and minus 4. Okay. So minus 2 and minus 4 will be minus 6, which is again not equals to 0. So here second option is also not satisfying. Okay. Now let us look at the third option. Third option is x plus 2y plus 4 is equal to 0. We have to put x is equal to 0 and y is equals to minus 2. So it will be 2 into minus 2 plus 4 is equal to 0. So it will be minus 4 plus 4. We know that minus 4 plus 4 is 0. Okay. So here left hand side and right hand side is equal. It means option C is absolutely correct. So I hope the question is clear. Next question is a question that comes from matrix. In this question, we have two different matrices, A and B. We have to find the value of A dash into B into A. It means that firstly, we need to find the value of A dash. Okay. What do you understand by the term A dash here? A dash means A transpose or transpose of matrix A. So firstly, we need to understand how to find the transpose of any given matrix. It is very simple. Whenever we need to find the transpose of any matrix, the rows are changed into columns and the columns are changed into rows. Here we have matrix A, which consists of a single column. You can see here, right? We need to find its transpose. We need to find A transpose. It means that this column will be changed to row. Okay, so it will be 1, 1 and 1. You can clearly see that the column for matrix A is changed into a row. Okay, because we need to find A transpose. And as I told you that in a transpose, the columns are changed into rows and the rows are changed into columns. All right. Now, we need to find the value of A dash into B into A. Okay. So let's write it A dash into B into A. Now, all we have to do is we have to substitute the value of all these three terms. Okay. All these three matrices are in the product form. Okay. So firstly, A dash. A dash is 1, 1 and 1. Then multiplied by B. Matrix B is 9 square, minus of 10 square, 11 square, 12 square, 13 square and minus of 14 square. Then minus of 15 square, 16 square and 17 square, right? Then again multiplied by A. Matrix A is 1, 1 and 1. All right. You can see that here this is A dash, this is B and this is A. Now all we have to do is we have to find the product of this three different matrices. Okay. So here we have 1, 1 and 1. Let us further simplify matrix B. 9 square is 81. Minus of 10 square is 100. 11 square is 121. 12 square is 144. Then 13 square is 169. Minus of 14 square. 14 square is 196. Then minus of 15 square. 15 square is 225. 16 square is 256 and 17 square is 289. Multiplied with 1, 1 and 1. Okay. Firstly, let us solve this part. Okay. Here we have to do the product of both these matrices. Okay. So firstly, we have A dash, which will be as it is 1, 1 and 1. Now we are solving this part. Okay. So How to find the product of two given matrices? It is very simple. All you have to do is you have to multiply the first row with first column, then first row with second column, and so on. Here you can see that we have a single column in this matrix. Okay, it means firstly the first row will be multiplied with this column, then second row will be multiplied with this column, and then third row will be multiplied with this column. Okay, so firstly we are multiplying the first row with first column. What is the first row? 81 minus of 100 and 121. Okay, so 81 into 1 is 81. Then minus of 100 into 1 is minus of 100. Then 121 into 1 is plus 121. Okay. Now we will multiply the second row with the column here. Okay. There is a single column. So we will multiply second row with this column. 144 into 1 is 144 plus 169 into 1 is 169. Then minus 196 into 1 is minus 196. Then multiplying the third row with this first column. Okay. So minus of 225 into 1 is minus of 225. Then 256 into 1 is plus 256. Then 289 into 1 is plus 289. Okay. Now we have solved this part. Now further this will be 1, 1 and 1 again. Now let us add and subtract here. 81 minus of 100 plus of 121 is 102. Then 144 plus 169 minus 196 is 117. Then minus 225 plus 256 plus 289 gives 320. Okay, now again we have to find the product of this matrices. And as I told you that in order to find the product of the matrices, we multiply the first row with first column, second row with second column, and so on. Okay, here you can see that we have a single row in first matrix and a single column in second matrix. Okay, see, this is column in any given matrix. Consider this is a matrix A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. Okay, this is considered as a row and this is considered as a column. So here you can see that in the first matrix, we have a single row and in the second matrix, we have a single column. It means this row will be multiplied with this column. Okay. So 1 into 102 is 102. Then 1 into 117 is 117. So plus 117. Then 1 into 320 is 320. So when we add all this value, 102 plus 117 plus 320, it gives 539. So this is the final answer for this question. I hope this question is clear to you. In this question, the main thing that we have learned is how to find a transpose of a matrix and how to find or how to solve the multiplication of two given matrices. Okay, or in simple words, how to do the product of two matrices. It is a very simple rule. You just have to multiply the first row with first column, first row with second column, and so on. Means one by one, you have to take all the rows and you have to multiply each row with each column. Okay. So I hope now the concept and the question is clear to you. And for this question, the correct option is option D, which is 539. Next question is summation of ij is equal to 0 to n, where I is not equal to j, NCI, NCJ is equal to. So here we have to find the summation under one condition, that I should not be equals to j. Okay. Firstly, let us understand this summation. Okay. Here we have summation of I and j is equal to 0 up to n, where NCI into NCJ is given. Okay. So first of all, let us understand this value. Okay. Here we have summation of NCI into NCJ. And the values of I and j starts from 0 and goes up to n. So firstly, let us put I is equal to 0 here. When we put I is equal to 0, then the values of j will go from 0 to n, right? So it will be NC0, NC0 plus NC0, NC1 plus NC0, NC2 and so on up to NC0, NCn. Here you can see that the value of I is 0 and the value of j is going from 0 to n. Similarly, let us put I is equal to 1. Then we have NC1, NC0 plus NC1, NC1 plus NC1, NC2 plus so on up to NC1, NCn. In this step also, you can see that when I is equal to 1, J have the values from 0 to n. Okay. Similarly, let us put I is equal to n. So we will have NCn, NC0 plus NCn, NC1 plus NCn, NC2 plus so on up to NCn, NCn. Okay. So whatever the value of I we keep, the values of J goes from 0 to n. In the first case, you can see that I is 0, but the values of J goes from 0 to n. Similarly, when I is 1, the values of J goes from 0 to n. And when the value of I is n, okay, means when we put I is equal to n, in this case also the values of J goes from 0 to n. Okay. Now, if we talk about the first terms, see, these are the first terms. If we add all these terms, then you can see that NC0 is common here. Okay. So let's take NC0 common. Then what is remaining? NC0 plus NC1 plus so on up to NCn. Okay. Then similarly, if we talk about the second terms in each case, here NC1 is common. Okay. So let's take NC1 common. What is remaining? NC0 plus NC1 plus NC2 plus so on up to NCn. Okay. Then if we talk about the last terms here, okay, here you can see that NCn is common. Okay. So let's take NCn common. What is remaining? NC0 plus NC1 plus so on up to NCn. Now we need to understand one thing, that the summation of this kind of series is always equals to 2 power n. It means that NC0 plus NC1 plus NC2 plus so on up to NCn is equals to 2 power n. This is a very, very basic concept to remember here. Okay. So here we have NC0. Again, this summation will be 2 power n, right? Then plus NC1. Again, this summation will be equals to 2 power n. And then at last we have NCn, and this summation will be equal to 2 power n. Again, we can see that here in each term 2 power n is common. So let's take 2 power n common. After taking 2 power n common, what is remaining? NC0 plus NC1 plus so on up to NCn, right? So again, this summation will be equals to 2 power n. So we will have 2 power n into 2 power n. Okay. So since the base is same here, so the power will be added. So it will be 2 power n plus n, which is equals to 2 power 2n, right? Whenever we have a form which is x power a into x power b, in this case, the base is same, so the power is added. Okay. Similarly, here 2 power n into 2 power n will be equals to 2 power n plus n. So it gives 2 power 2n. But remember that we have to exclude the parts where I and j are equal. Okay. So here you can see that in this term I and j is equal 0, 0. In this term I and j is equal 1 and 1. And similarly, there will be so many terms where I and j will be equal up to the last term. Okay. It means we have to subtract these terms from this whole expression. Means 2 power 2n minus, now we have to remove the terms where I and j is equal, right? And the terms are, you can see the first term is NC0 into NC0. Okay. So it is basically NC0 square. Then next term is NC1 square, so on up to NCn square. Okay. You can see that from the first term to last term, this is the last term, which is NCn into NCn. So it will be NCn square, right? So there are many terms where I and j is equal. Okay. Again, the series is in summation here. Okay. So it will be 2 power 2n minus this value for summation will be 2n cn. Okay. This is the another concept that you have to remember. Okay. So according to this concept where I and j is equal, if we remove those parts, then this will be the answer. But here in this question, we have to find I is not equal to j. Okay. So I is not equal to j in this terms. C0 plus C1 plus C2 plus so on up to Cn whole square. This is the very important part of this question. Listen very carefully. The value of this expression is always equals to summation of C0 square plus 2 into summation of Ci into Cj. This is the very important concept to remember. Okay. Now, what is the summation of this value? We know that summation of this value is 2 power n. Okay. This is equals to, we know that summation of C0 square. You can see that here, this is the summation of C0 square. Okay. It is equal to 2n Cn. Okay. So these are some basic formulas that you should remember. Okay. Then we have 2 into summation of Ci into Cj. So let's take this summation as S now. Okay. We are just assuming this summation Ci into Cj as S just to simplify the expression. Okay. Because at last we have to find the summation where I is not equal to J. So from here we will have 2 power n minus 2 power n Cn is equal to 2S. Okay. So S will be equals to 2 power n minus 2 power n Cn divided by 2, right? What we have done is we have simply taken this 2 to the other side. So we have the value of S. Okay. So this expression will be 2 power n minus 1 minus 2n Cn divided by 2, right? Now this term 2 power n Cn can be written as 2 power n divided by n, okay, multiplied by 2 power n minus 1 Cn minus 1. This n and n will be cancelled and this 2 and 2 will be cancelled. So at last we will have 2 power n minus 1 minus, what is remaining? 2n minus 1 Cn minus 1. This is the final answer for this question. But remember that in this question, there are many basic concepts that you should remember. Then only you can solve this question. Okay, otherwise it will be a little bit difficult for you. But if you know the basics very well, then it is a very simple question. Okay, so here we have the final answer, which is 2 power n minus 1 minus 2n minus 1 Cn minus 1, which is option number B here. I hope the question is clear to you. Next question is, let P and Q be any points on the curves x minus 1 whole square plus y plus 1 whole square is equal to 1 and y is equal to x square respectively. The distance between P and Q is minimum for some value of the abscissa of P in the interval. In this question, we have equation of two different curves. If we notice carefully, we find that the curves are circle and parabola. So the first equation is the equation of circle. Okay, this is the equation of circle here. And from here, we can get the center of the circle. The center of the circle will be 1 and minus 1. And this is the radius, right? Then another equation is for the parabola, which is y is equal to x square. Okay, so firstly, let us understand the diagram for this equation. First of all, we are making the coordinate axis. You can see that this is the coordinate axis. Now, the first curve is a circle. Okay, so let's draw a circle. You can see that this circle is touching the x-axis and the y-axis. Okay, means the circle is touching both the axes. Then there is a parabola. So this is the parabola. Now, further, it is given that the distance between P and Q is minimum for some value of abscissa of P. Okay, since the distance is minimum, it means the distance is the shortest distance. And we know that the shortest distance is always along the common normal. And the condition for common normal is tangent should be parallel. Okay, it means that the tangent for the parabola and the tangent for the circle should be parallel. Okay, so let's draw both the tangents. This is the tangent for the parabola. And now we have to draw a tangent of the circle, which should be parallel to the tangent of the parabola. Okay, so this is the tangent of the circle. Now, considering this is the center of the circle, let us draw some imaginary lines too. And let us make a line from the center of the circle to this tangent. Okay, now two different angles are formed here. Okay, we can see that here there is an angle and here there is another angle. Let us do one thing. Let us name them as P and Q. Okay. So this is the diagram. I hope the diagram is clear to you. And you can see that for common normal, the tangents are parallel here. Okay. The tangent of parabola and the tangent of circle. Both the tangents are parallel. Okay. Since The center of the circle is 1 and -1 and the radius is 1. Okay. So we can take the coordinates of point P as 1 plus cos theta and -1 plus sine theta. These are the coordinates in parametric form since the radius is 1. Okay. Similarly, the coordinates of Q will be t comma t square. Okay. These are some basic concepts that you should remember. Okay. Now, firstly, let us find the slope for the center and the point P. Let us name it as C. So let us firstly find the slope of CP. Okay. How to find the slope? There is a formula which is y2 minus y1 divided by x2 minus x1. Okay. So let us consider this as x1 and y1 and let us consider this as x2 and y2. Okay. So now putting the values y2 minus y1. What is y2? Minus 1 plus sine theta minus of y1. So what is y1? Y1 is minus 1 divided by x2 minus x1. x2 is 1 plus cos theta minus x1. x1 is 1, right? So on further solving, this will be minus 1 plus sine theta and minus minus will be plus. So plus 1 divided by 1 plus cos theta minus 1. Minus 1 plus 1 will be 0. Here also minus 1 plus 1 will be 0. So we have the remaining terms as sine theta upon cos theta. And we know that in trigonometry, sine theta upon cos theta is always equals to tan theta. Okay, it means that the slope of CP is tan theta. Now, we have an equation for parabola here. Let us differentiate this equation. The equation for parabola is y is equal to x square. Let us differentiate on both the sides. So in the left hand side, we will have d by dx of y is equals to d by dx of x square. Now, in order to differentiate this, firstly, we need to know a formula of differentiation. And the formula is d by dx of x power n. It is always equals to n into x power n minus 1. Okay. Here in the left hand side, we will have dy by dx. And it will be equals to d by dx of x square. You can see that it is in the same form as d by dx of x power n. Only the difference is here n is 2. So its differentiation will be 2 into x power 2 minus 1. Okay. So we have dy by dx is equals to 2 into x power 1 because 2 minus 1 is 1. Okay. So this is the differentiation of the equation of parabola. Now, if we put x is equals to t here, then it becomes 2t, right? And 2t is the slope of tangent. This value is the slope of tangent. If 2t is the slope of tangent, then slope of normal will be minus 1 upon 2t. Again, this is a very basic concept that if we have a slope of tangent, then slope of normal will be minus 1 upon 2t. If 2t is the slope of tangent, then slope of normal will be minus 1 upon 2t. Okay. Since slope of normal will be equal to the slope of CP here. You can see that what is slope of CP? Slope of CP is tan theta. It means tan theta will be equals to minus 1 upon 2t. All right. It is very obvious. Both are the slopes. Okay. So tan theta will be equals to minus 1 upon 2t. You can see that tan theta here is negative. And when we talk about tan theta, considering a right angle triangle, then it is basically perpendicular upon base. Okay. So consider a right angle triangle here. This is the perpendicular. It is 1 and base is 2. By using the Pythagoras theorem, which is hypotenuse square is equal to perpendicular square plus base square, we can find the hypotenuse here. Okay. Hypotenuse will be under root of perpendicular square plus base square. So hypotenuse will be under root of perpendicular square. Means 1 square is 1 plus base square. Base is 2t. So 2t square. So it will be under root of 1 plus 4t square. So the hypotenuse is under root of 1 plus 4t square. Okay. Since we have the hypotenuse, we can easily find cos theta. And why we are finding cos theta here? Because you can see that the abscissa means the x coordinate is in the terms of cos theta here. Okay. So from here, cos theta will be equals to minus of 2t divided by under root of 1 plus 4t square. Okay, because we know that cos theta is based upon hypotenuse, and since tan theta is negative, it means cos theta will be also negative. Okay, so now we have the x point. What is the x point? For point P, the x coordinate is 1 plus cos theta. Okay, so we can write the coordinate here, which is abscissa. Okay, whenever we have two points x comma y, then x is considered as abscissa and y is considered as ordinate. Okay, so in this question we have to deal with abscissa. Okay, so we have the abscissa here. For point P, what is the abscissa? 1 plus cos theta. Since we have the value of cos theta, we can put here 1 plus cos theta. So plus of what is cos theta? Minus 2t divided by under root of 1 plus 4t square. Okay, so it will be 1 minus 2t divided by under root of 1 plus 4t square. This is the x coordinate. Okay, means this is the abscissa. So here x will be equals to 1 minus 2t divided by under root of 1 plus 4t square. Now let us do one thing. Let us consider this value of x as a function. Okay, so let x is equal to a function which is f of t. So we have f of t is equal to 1 minus 2t divided by under root of 1 plus 4t square. Okay, now let us do one thing. Let us differentiate this function. Okay, so first term is a constant. Its differentiation will be 0. For the second term, we have to use the formula here, which is d by dx of u upon v. It is equals to v into d by dx of u minus u into d by dx of v divided by v square. Okay, so when we use this formula and when we differentiate this term, here this will be u and this will be v. Then when we differentiate this function, then f dash t will be less than 0. Okay, it means it will be negative. So from here, one thing is clear, that since the differentiation of the function f of t is less than 0, it means that the function f of t is decreasing a function. Okay, we only have to find the interval in which the function is decreasing. Okay, so let's have a look towards the options. Now all we have to do is we have to check all the options and we have to find that in which of these intervals. See, this all options are basically some intervals, and one thing is clear, that the function f of t is a decreasing function. Now all we have to do is we have to hit and trial all these given options and we have to find the options or the intervals in which this function is decreasing. Okay, so one by one, when we keep the values, we find that option C is the correct option. From interval 1 by 4 to 1 by 2, this function is a decreasing function. Okay, so I hope this question is clear to you. The correct option for this question is option C here. Next question is a bonus question. Firstly, let us solve this question. Then we will come to know how this question is a bonus question. If the maximum value of a for which the function fa of x is equal to tan inverse 2x minus 3ax plus 7 is non-decreasing in the interval minus pi by 6 to plus pi by 6 is a bar, then if a bar of pi by 8 is equal to, you can see that the function f a of x is non-decreasing in this interval. Whenever we have any information regarding a function about whether it is decreasing, increasing or non-increasing, non-decreasing, then the first thing we do is we differentiate both the sides of the function. Okay, so first let us write the function f ax is equal to tan inverse of 2x minus 3ax plus 7. Now let us differentiate both the sides. So differentiation of this function will be f dash ax. Now on the right hand side, we have to do d by dx of tan inverse 2x minus d by dx of 3ax plus d by dx of 7. Okay, d by dx means the differentiation. But before moving on further, we need to understand some basic formulas related to differentiation. So let's see the formulas. D by dx of tan inverse x is equals to 1 upon 1 plus x square. And here also we have to differentiate x. Okay. Then d by dx of any constant is always equals to 0. And d by dx of x power n is always equals to n into x power n minus 1. And d by dx of x is always equals to 1. So these are some basic formulas that we will use here. Firstly, we have d by dx of tan inverse 2x. Okay, here in the place of x, we have 2x. So its differentiation will be 1 upon 1 plus 2x square, right? And again, we have to differentiate 2x also. So when we differentiate 2x, 2 is a constant, so it will come out, right? So multiplied by 2. Now what is remaining? X. Okay. So d by dx of x is 1. We can also solve it. See, d by dx of 2x means 2 is a constant, so it will come out. Now what is remaining? D by dx of x. We know that d by dx of x is 1. So the differentiation of 2x is 2. Okay. And here we have used the formula for tan inverse x. D by dx of tan inverse x is 1 upon 1 plus x square. Okay. Here in the place of x, we have 2x. So d by dx of tan inverse 2x will be 1 upon 1 plus 2x square. Then minus d by dx of 3ax. Again, 3a is constant here, so it will come out. And d by dx of x will be 1. Then plus d by dx of 7. You can see that 7 is a constant. And we know that differentiation of constant is always equals to 0. So it will be 0. So here we will have 2 divided by 1 plus 2x square. 2 square is 4 and x square will be x square. Okay, and this 2 is multiplied here. That is why it is in the numerator. Then minus 3a is the differentiation. Okay, so we can write that f dash ax is equals to 2 divided by 1 plus 4x square minus 3a. Okay, now let us have a look towards the question. In the question, it is given that this function is non-decreasing in this interval. Since this function is non-decreasing, it means it is greater than or equal to 0. So from here, we can write that 3a is less than or equals to 2 upon 4x square plus 1. And if we talk about a will be less than or equals to 2 upon 3 into 4x square plus 1. All right. So one thing is clear that the value of a is less than this term. Okay. And if the value of a is less than 2 upon 3 into 4x square plus 1, it means that the value of a will be also less than the minimum value of this term. Okay. And how we will reach the minimum value of this term? When this particular term will be maximum, and when this term can be maximum at x is equal to maximum. Okay, means when we put the maximum value of x here, then 4x square plus 1 will be maximum. Okay, and here what is the maximum value for x? You can see that it is non-decreasing in this interval from minus pi by 6 to plus pi by 6. So the maximum value for x is pi by 6. It means all we have to do is we have to put the value of x here. Okay, it means we have to put x is equal to pi by 6. So let us put it. We have 2 divided by 3 into 4x square. Okay, x square means the square of x. So pi by 6 whole square. Remember, we have to put x is equal to pi by 6 here. Then we have plus 1. Okay, so here a is less than this value. Okay, and the value is 2 divided by 3 into 4x square plus 1. Okay, now we have to further solve this. So this will be 2 divided by 3 into 4 multiplied by pi square divided by 6 square is 36 and plus 1. Okay, so this will be cancelled. So here we have 2 divided by 3 into pi square by 9 plus 1. Again, we have to take the LCM. So it will be 2 divided by 3 into, the LCM will be 9 and the numerator will be pi square plus 9. Okay, now this will be cancelled. 3 multiplied by 3 gives 9. This 3 will go to the numerator. So 2 into 3 divided by pi square plus 9. What is 2 into 3? 6. 6 divided by pi square plus 9. Okay, this is the value, and this is actually the value for a max, or we can say this is the maximum value for a. And in the question, it is given that the maximum value of a is denoted as a bar. Okay, so from here we have the value of a bar. A bar is 6 divided by pi square plus 9. Okay, so this is the way to find the maximum value of a. You can see that how easily by differentiating this function and understanding the nature of the function, we have found the maximum value of a, which is a bar. Now, all we have to do is we have to find the value of f a bar pi by 8. Okay, it means that in the function, in the given function, all we have to do is we have to put pi by 8 in the place of x here. Okay, and we have to do this at the maximum value of a. Here you can see that only a is present and here a bar is present. Okay, so firstly let us write the function. What is the function? The function that is given in the question is f(a)x is equal to tan inverse of 2x minus 3ax plus 7. It is non-decreasing function. Okay, now we have to find f a bar pi by 8. It means in the place of a, there is a bar, and in the place of x, there is pi by 8. When we compare, this thing is very clear that a bar is replaced by a and x is replaced by pi by 8 here. Okay, it means in the place of a, we have to put a bar, and in the place of x, we have to put pi by 8. So we have tan inverse 2x. So 2x means 2 into pi by 8 minus 3 into, here there is a, but remember we have to replace this a by a bar. So a bar into x. What is x? Pi by 8 plus 7. So this will be tan inverse. Again, this will be cancelled. 2 multiplied by 1 gives 2 and 2 into 4 gives 8. So 10 pi by 4 minus 3 into a bar. What is a bar? 6 divided by pi square plus 9. Again multiplied by pi by 8 and plus 7. Okay. Now, this is the part where you have to focus very carefully. Okay. According to the correct option that is given for this question, the mistake that is being done here is tan inverse pi by 4 is considered as 1. But we know that tan pi by 4 is 1. Okay. Tan inverse pi by 4 is not equals to 1. So this is the mistake that is done here. And what is done here is this term is considered as 1. Okay. Then further when it is solved, then the option comes to be correct. But we know the concept that tan inverse pi by 4 cannot be equal to 1. Okay. So this is the mistake here. And that is why this question is a bonus question. So I hope the concept related to this question is clear to you. And once again, this question is a bonus question, but you need to clear all the concepts here. Don't get confused with tan inverse pi by 4 is 1. It is never 1. Okay. Tan pi by 4 is equal to 1. Okay. So I hope now the concepts are clear to you related to this question. Next question is, let beta is equal to limit x tending to 0 alpha x minus e power 3x minus 1 divided by alpha x into e power 3x minus 1 for some alpha belongs to R, then the value of alpha plus beta is. In this question, we need to find the value for alpha plus beta, and it is given that alpha belongs to R and the value of beta is given in terms of limits. So let's first find the value for beta here. Beta is equals to limit x tending to 0 alpha x minus e power 3x minus 1 divided by alpha x multiplied by e power 3x minus 1. Now let us do one thing. Let us suppose this value of the denominator as 3x. So this changes to limit x tending to 0 alpha x minus e power 3x minus 1 divided by alpha x into 3x. Remember that we are supposing this value for denominator only. Okay, we are supposing e power 3x minus 1 as 3x, but only for the denominator. Okay, so now this expression will be limit x tending to 0 alpha x minus e power 3x minus 1 divided by alpha x into 3x will be 3 alpha x square, because alpha into 3 is 3 alpha and x into x is x square. Okay. Now when we apply the limits here, which is x is equal to 0, then it will be 0 by 0 form. And whenever we get a 0 by 0 form, we use L'Hospital's rule. So what is the rule? If we are using L'Hospital's rule, we simply have to differentiate the numerator and denominator. Okay. So here we have limit extending to 0. Firstly, we have to differentiate the numerator. What is the numerator? Alpha x minus e power 3x minus 1. Okay. If we are differentiating it, it will be d by dx of alpha x minus d by dx of e power 3x minus 1. Okay. So for the first part, which is d by dx of alpha is a constant, so it will come out, and d by dx of x is always 1. So it will be alpha into 1. Okay. Minus. Now d by dx of e power 3x. We have to use a very, very basic formula here, and the formula is d by dx of e power x is always equals to e power x. And we also have to differentiate this x. Okay. So firstly, d by dx of e power 3x will be e power 3x. But again, we have to differentiate this 3x. So 3 is a constant, so it will come out, and d by dx of x will be 1. Okay. And again, d by dx of minus 1. Minus 1 is a constant, so differentiation will be 0 here. Okay. So it will be 0. So this value will be equals to alpha minus 3 into e power 3x and minus 0. So it is alpha minus 3 into e power 3x. Okay. So the differentiation for the numerator is alpha minus 3 into e power 3x. Now we have to differentiate the denominator. What is the denominator? Denominator is 3 alpha x square. Okay. Its differentiation means d by dx. Okay. Here 3 alpha is a constant, so it will come out. So 3 alpha is out. Now we have d by dx of x square. Here we have to use the formula, which is d by dx of x power n. It is always equals to n into x power n minus 1. This is a very, very basic formula that we are using here. Okay, here we have d by dx of x square. Firstly, we have 3 alpha, which is a constant, multiplied by d by dx of x square. It is in the same form as d by dx of x power n, right? So its differentiation will be 2 into x power 2 minus 1, which will be 3 alpha into 2 into x power 2 minus 1 is 1. So x. Okay. So 3 alpha into 2x is basically equals to 6 alpha x. So the differentiation for the denominator, which is 3 alpha x square, is 6 alpha x. Okay. Now, since here this was a 0 by 0 form, so now we have to think a value of alpha, which will be substituted here to satisfy the condition, which is 0 by 0. Okay. So when we keep alpha is equal to 3 here, then it will be again 0 by 0 form. Okay. Here, this is the part where we need to do some brainstorming. Okay. So let us put alpha is equal to 3 here. So it will be limit extending to 0. Alpha is 3. So 3 minus 3 into e power 3x divided by 6 into alpha into x. Alpha is 3. So 6 into 3 into x. Okay. Now in the numerator, you can see that 3 is common. So let's take 3 common from the numerator. So we have limit extending to 0. Taking 3 common from numerator, remaining terms will be 1 minus e power 3x divided by 6 into 3 into x. So let us write it as 3x. Okay. Now this whole limit will be equals to minus 1. Okay. The value of this whole limit will be minus 1. So here we will have 3 by 6 multiplied by minus 1. What is 3 by 6? 1 by 2. So 1 by 2 multiplied by minus 1 will be minus 1 by 2. And remember, this is the value for beta. We are eventually solving the value for beta. So we have beta is equals to minus 1 by 2. And we know that here alpha is 3. Okay. So now we have both the values. Alpha is equals to 3 and beta is equals to minus 1 by 2. We have to find alpha plus beta. So let's add both these values. 3 plus minus of 1 by 2. So it will be 3 minus 1 by 2. Taking the LCM, LCM will be 2 and the numerator will be 3 into 2 is 6 minus 1. So it will be equals to 5 upon 2. This is the value for alpha plus beta. So for this question, the correct option will be option C here, which is 5 upon 2. In this question, we have used so many basic formulas which are used for differentiation. So I hope the formulas and the question both are clear to you. Next question is the value of log 2 d by dx of log base cos x into cosec x at x is equal to pi by 4 is. This is a question of differentiation. Here we have to differentiate this expression and we have to find its value at x is equal to pi by 4. So first of all, this expression can be written as log 2 d by dx of. Now, this log base cos x into cosec x can be written as log of cosec x divided by log of cos x. All right. Now we have to differentiate this expression. Okay. So in order to differentiate this expression, firstly, we need to understand some basic formulas of differentiation. Okay. So let's have a look towards all the formulas. So here you can see that we have d by dx in a fraction form, right? So here we have to use the quotient rule, which is d by dx of u by v. It is equals to v into d by dx of u minus u into d by dx of v divided by v square. All right. Here this numerator is considered as u and denominator is considered as v. Okay. Further, this step will be log 2. Now, d by dx of u upon v is v into d by dx of u. What is v here? Log of cos x. So, log of cos x into d by dx of u. What is u? Log of cosec x. Then minus u into u is log of cosec x into d by dx of v. V is log of cos x, right? Now divided by v square. What is v? V is log of cos x. V square means its square, right? Now, further we need to understand some more basic formulas of differentiation. Okay. So first let us look towards all the formulas. So the first formula that we have to use here is d by dx of log x. It is always equals to 1 upon x. Then d by dx of cosec x or differentiation of cosec x is always equals to minus of cosec x into cot x. All right. Further, d by dx of cos x is equals to minus of sin x. Okay. Now, here we have log 2 multiplied by log of cos x into d by dx of log cosec x. You can see that first of all, it is in the form of log x. Okay. So d by dx of log x is 1 upon x. Therefore, d by dx of log cosec x will be 1 upon cosec x. And further, we need to differentiate cosec x also, right? Now, d by dx of cosec x is minus of cosec x into cot x. All right. Then, minus of, we have log of cosec x into d by dx of log cos x. Again, it is in the form of d by dx of log x. This is x now. So, d by dx of log x is 1 by x. Therefore, d by dx of log cos x will be 1 by cos x. Then again we have to differentiate cos x too. Then d by dx of cos x is minus of sin x. All right. And in the denominator, we have log of cos x whole square. Okay. This is the formula part. Don't get confused here. Now you can see that here cosec x and cosec x will be cancelled. So we have log 2 into log cos x, then minus of cot x, okay, minus of cot x, we can clearly see here, and it is in multiplication, so multiplied by minus of cot x, then minus of log cosec x multiplied by minus sin x upon cos x. We know that sin x upon cos x is equals to tan x. It is another very basic formula in the trigonometry. Okay, so sin x upon cos x will be tan x, but here there is a negative sign, so it will be minus of tan x and divided by log of cos x whole square. Okay, Now this is the differentiation. All we have to do is we have to put the value of x is equal to pi by 4. Because do you remember, we have to find its value at x is equal to pi by 4. It means we have to put x is equal to pi by 4 here. Okay. So it will be log of 2 multiplied by log of cos x, means cos pi by 4. Okay. In the place of x, we are putting pi by 4 multiplied by minus of cot x, means minus of cot pi by 4 minus log of cosec x. Cosec x means cosec pi by 4 multiplied by minus of tan x. Tan x means 10 pi by 4. Okay. Divided by log of cos x whole square. So log of cos x means cos pi by 4 and its whole square. Okay. Now we need the values. So we will use the trigonometric table to get all the values. Okay. First of all, let us write all the values. We know that cos pi by 4 is equals to 1 by root 2. Cot pi by 4 is equal to 1 and cosec pi by 4 is equals to root 2. So here we have log 2, then log of cos pi by 4. Cos pi by 4 is 1 upon root 2 multiplied by minus of cot pi by 4. What is cot pi by 4? 1. So minus of 1. Okay, because here there is a negative sign. Then minus log of cosec pi by 4. Cosec pi by 4 is root 2 multiplied by minus of 10 pi by 4. What is 10 pi by 4? 10 pi by 4 is equals to 1. All right. And in the denominator, we will have log of cos pi by 4 whole square. What is cos pi by 4? 1 by root 2. So log 1 by root 2 whole square. All right. So this will be log 2 multiplied by minus of log 1 by root 2. Okay, see, this is the first part. So log into 1 by root 2 into minus 1. So it will be minus of log 1 by root 2. Then this minus and this minus will be plus. So plus log root 2 divided by log of 1 by root 2 whole square. All right. Now here this expression will be equals to log 2, then log root 2 plus log root 2 divided by minus of 1 by 2 log 2 whole square. All right. Now when we solve this, then we get the final answer. But before solving, firstly we need some formulas. Okay. And the formulas are log A plus log B is equals to log A into B. All right. Here you can see that in the numerator we have log root 2 plus log root 2. So it will be log root 2 into root 2, right? And divided by, here we have minus 1 by 2 log 2 whole square. So what is the square of minus 1 by 2? 1 by 4. And square of log 2 means log 2 into log 2. All right. On further solving, this will be log 2 multiplied by log. Root 2 into root 2 is 2. Divided by 1 by 4 into log 2 into log 2. This log 2 and log 2 will be cancelled. Again, log 2 and log 2 will be cancelled. So we have 1 divided by 1 by 4. So this 4 will go to the numerator. So we will have 4. This is the final answer for this expression. In this question, we have used so many basic formulas of differentiation and trigonometry in order to find the solution. So for this question, the correct answer is option D here, which is 4. I hope all the formulas are clear to you and all the concepts are also clear to you. Next question is integral of 0 to 20 pi mod of sin x plus mod of cos x whole square dx is equal to. First of all, let us open this values. Okay, so when we open this values, it will be integral of 0 to 20 pi 1 plus mod of sine 2x and dx. All right. Now, let us separate this integral. So firstly, let us take the integral of 0 to 20 pi 1 dx plus integral of 0 to 20 pi mod of sine 2x dx. All right. So when we integrate 1 dx, it will be x, right? Integral of 1 dx is always equals to x. So it will be x, and the limits are 0 to 20 pi plus. Now here we have to concentrate very carefully. We know that for sine, the period is pi. Period of sine is pi, but when mode is applied, the period of sine becomes pi by 2. Okay. So one thing is clear, that when mode is applied, the period of sine is pi by 2. And here we have to use Jack rule. Understand very carefully what is Jack rule. Okay. So according to Jack rule, if we have integral of 0 to nt f of x dx, then it is equals to n into integral of 0 to t f of x dx. Here t is considered as the period of the function, and in functional equation it is written as f of x plus t is equals to f of x. Okay. Similarly, when we apply the Jack rule here in this particular term, then we get 40 outside, right? And integral of 0 to pi by 2 mod of sine 2x and dx. Okay, we have used Jack rule here. Now, here we have x and the limits are from 0 to 20 pi. So when we apply the limits here, it will be 20 pi, because when we put 0 in the place of x, it will be 0. So this expression becomes 20 pi. Then we have plus 40 into integral of 0 to pi by 2 mod of sine 2x and dx. Okay. Now we have to listen very carefully. From 0 to pi by 2, if we talk about this 2x, then 2x is positive from 0 to pi. Okay. It means that from this mode, positive sine 2x will come out. Okay. And when we integrate sine 2x, then let's see what we get. First of all, we need to know the formula for integration of sine x. We know that integration of sine x is always equals to minus of cos x. Okay. So here we have 20 pi plus 40 into integral of sine 2x. This mod is open now. As I told you that from 0 to pi by 2, 2x is positive from 0 to pi. Okay. So there will be a positive value. Now, when we integrate sine 2x, it will be minus of cos 2x, and again we have to integrate 2x. Okay. So it will be divided by 2. Okay. And what are the limits? The limits are 0 to pi by 2. Now here minus 1 by 2 is a constant term. So let us take it outside. So 20 pi plus 40 multiplied by minus 1 by 2. If we take minus 1 by 2 outside from this bracket, then what is remaining here? Cos 2x, and the limits are 0 to pi by 2. Okay. This will be cancelled here. 2 multiplied by 20 gives 40. So here we have 20 pi plus 20 into minus 1 is minus 20, and again cos 2x, and the limits are 0 to pi by 2. Now we have to apply the limits here. Okay. So here we will have 20 pi minus 20 into. Firstly, we apply pi by 2. So it will be cos 2 into pi by 2. Applying the limits means in the place of x, you have to put the value of the limits. Okay. So firstly, we have substituted x is equal to pi by 2. Then minus cos of 2 into x. Now we have 0, which is the lower limit. So 2 into 0. So this will be 20 pi minus 20 into. This 2 and 2 will be cancelled. So here we have cos pi minus cos 2 into 0 is cos 0. Again, we need to know two different values. The values for cos pi and cos 0. So from the trigonometric table, cos pi is equals to minus 1 and cos 0 is equals to 1. Let us substitute the values here. So we have 20 pi minus 20 into cos pi. What is cos pi? Minus of 1. Minus cos 0. Cos 0 is 1. Okay. So it will be 20 pi minus 20 into minus 1 minus 1. Minus 1 minus 1 is minus 2. So 20 pi minus 20 into minus 2 will be plus 40. Right? Because minus into minus gives plus, and minus 20 into minus 2 will be plus 40. Now you can see that in both these terms, what is common? 20 is common. So let us take 20 common. After taking 20 common, what is remaining here? Pi, and in the second term, 22 will remain. Okay, because 20 into 2 gives 40. See, this is the way to check again. 20 into pi gives 20 pi and 20 into 2 gives 40. So after taking 20 common from this expression, the remaining terms are pi plus 2. This is the required answer. So we can say that it is 20 multiplied by pi plus 2. Now let's have a look towards the options. From all the given options, the correct option is option D here. I hope this question is clear to you. In this question, we have learned so many basic concepts. Firstly, we need to understand the period for sine, that normally the period of sine is pi, but when mode is applied, the period changes to pi by 2. Then we have also learned about jack rule. We have applied jack rule here, and after that simply we have performed the integration, and we have also learned some basic formulas related to integration, and then we can easily reach to the solution, and hence the correct answer for this question is option D. I hope all the concepts and all the formulas are clear to you. Next question is, let the solution curve y is equal to f of x of the differential equation dy by dx plus xy divided by x square minus 1 is equal to x power 4 plus 2x divided by under root of 1 minus x square, where x belongs to minus 1 comma 1, pass through the origin. Then integral of minus root 3 upon 2 to root 3 upon 2 f of x dx is equal to. First of all, we have a solution curve which is y is equal to f of x, and this is the solution curve for the given differential equation. If we look at the differential equation very carefully, we find that it is a linear differential equation. Do you know what is the standard form of a linear differential equation? The standard form of a linear differential equation is dy by dx plus py is equal to q. In the question, the given differential equation is dy by dx plus x divided by x square minus 1 into y is equal to x power 4 plus 2x divided by under root of 1 minus x square. If we compare both these equations, we can easily find the value of p and q, right? What is p? P is the coefficient of y here. Then in the given equation, what is the coefficient of y? This is the coefficient of y. It means that the value of p is x divided by x square minus 1. And what is q? Q is present on the right hand side. So this term is q. So we can say that q is equals to x power 4 plus 2x divided by under root of 1 minus x square. Now you need to note two basic steps. Whenever we have a linear differential equation, then the first step is we have to find the integrating factor. And the second step is we have to find the solution for that differential equation. Okay. So firstly, let us understand how to find the integrating factor. Integrating factor is denoted as IF, and it is always equals to e power integral of p dx. So let us find the integrating factor for the given differential equation. So here, what is the differential equation? This is the differential equation. So integrating factor will be e power integral of p dx. What is p? X divided by x square minus 1 and dx. Now let us do one thing. Let us take the minus sign common from the denominator. So we will have e power minus of integral x divided by 1 minus x square and dx. Now let us multiply and divide by 2. So here we have multiplied by 2 and here we have divided by 2. Okay, we have taken this 2 outside because it will be a constant. Now we have to put 1 minus x square is equal to t. Okay, these are some basics of integration. So let us put 1 minus x square is equal to t. Whenever we are substituting any value equal to a variable, then we have to differentiate on both the sides. Okay, so let us differentiate on both the sides. So here we will have d by dx of 1 minus x square is equal to d by dx of t. All right. Now, in order to differentiate this term, we need to understand a very basic formula of differentiation. And the formula is d by dx of x power n. It is always equals to n into x power n minus 1. Okay. So first of all, we have d by dx of 1 minus d by dx of x square. And this is equal to dt upon dx. All right. Now, here 1 is a constant And we know that differentiation of any constant is 0. So 0 minus d by dx of x square. It is in the same form as d by dx of x power n. Okay. Here the value of n is 2. So its differentiation will be 2 into x power 2 minus 1. And this is equals to dt upon dx. So minus of 2x is equal to dt upon dx. All right. Here the power of x will be 1 because what is the power? 2 minus 1. It means the power of x is 1. So minus 2x dx is equals to dt. From here we can get the value for 2x dx. This negative sign will go to the right hand side. So 2x dx will be equals to minus of dt. Okay. Now let us focus on the integrating factor here. Okay. Here we have e power minus 1 by 2. Then integral of 2x dx. In the numerator, you can see we have 2x dx. What is 2x dx? It is equals to minus of dt. So minus dt divided by 1 minus x square. Remember that we have substituted the value 1 minus x square is equal to t. So it will be integral of minus dt upon t. Now this minus and this minus will be plus. So we will have e power 1 by 2 integral of dt upon t. Again, there is a very basic formula. Integral of dt upon t is always equals to log t. So we have to use this formula here. So we will have e power 1 by 2. What is integral of dt upon t? It is log t. All right. Now let us substitute the value of t here. So e power 1 by 2 log t. What is t? T is 1 minus x square. Okay. Now again we have to use a very basic form, which is if we have n log m, then it is always equals to log m power n. Here we have 1 by 2 log 1 minus x square. Okay, this is n and this is m. So it will be log m power n. Means log 1 minus x square whole power 1 by 2. Since the power is 1 by 2, it means it is under root. So we can write it as log under root 1 minus x square. All right. So here the power of e will be e power log of under root of 1 minus x square. On further solving, it will be under root of 1 minus x square, right? This is the integrating factor. Now the first part is clear. We have to move forward to the second part. As I told you that whenever we have a linear differential equation, we have to perform two different steps. The first step is to find the integrating factor and the second step is to find the solution. So let's understand what is the basic form to find the solution. So if we need to find the solution, then we have to apply a form which is y into integrating factor is equals to integral of q into integrating factor and dx. All right. So let's put all the values here. We have the value for integrating factor. We have the value for q. So let's put it. So here we will have y into integrating factor. What is integrating factor? Under root of 1 minus x square is equal to integral of q. What is q? This is the value of q. So let's write it. X power 4 plus 2x divided by under root of 1 minus x square into integrating factor. What is integrating factor? Under root of 1 minus x square and dx. So this under root of 1 minus x square and under root of 1 minus x square will be cancelled. So in the left hand side, we have y into under root of 1 minus x square is equals to integral of x power 4 plus 2x and dx. All right. Again, we will use the same formula, which is d by dx of x power n. It is always equals to n into x power n minus 1. Okay. So here, first of all, we have y into under root of 1 minus x square. Now, here there is the sign for integration. Okay. Don't get confused with differentiation and integration. For integration, we have some another formulas. Okay. So let's understand what are the formulas for integration. Integral of x power n is always equals to x power n plus 1 divided by n plus 1. All right. So here firstly we have integral of x power 4 dx plus integral of 2x dx. We have separated both these terms, right? So y into under root of 1 minus x square will be equals to integral of x power 4 dx. See, here we have integral of x power 4 and dx means In the place of n, we have 4. So it will be x power 4 plus 1 divided by 4 plus 1. We have to use this formula. So this will be equals to x power 5 divided by 5. So the integral of this term is x power 5 divided by 5 plus. You can see that 2 is a constant here. So it will come out. Now we have integral of x dx. Okay. Integral of x dx means here we have the power of x as 1. So it will be x power 1 plus 1 divided by 1 plus 1. What is x power 1 plus 1? X power 2 divided by 2. So it will be x power 2 divided by 2 and plus c, where c is a constant. This 2 and 2 will be cancelled. So we have y into under root of 1 minus x square is equal to x power 5 divided by 5 plus x square plus c. Okay. Now we have to find the value of c here. Okay. So let's do one thing. Let's put x is equal to 0 and y is equal to 0 in this equation. Consider it as equation number 1. So when we put x and y 0 here, then all these terms will be 0. It means that the value of c will be also 0. Now let us do one thing. Let us again substitute the value of c in equation number 1. So we will have y into under root of 1 minus x square is equal to. Now let's take the LCM here. LCM will be 5 and numerator will be x power 5 plus 5 into x square is 5x square plus c. C is 0. Okay. So here we have y into under root of 1 minus x square is equal to x power 5 plus 5x square divided by 5. If we want the value of y, then this term will go to the right hand side, and here this term is in multiplication. So when this term will go to the right hand side, it will be in division. So y is equals to x power 5 plus 5x square divided by 5 into under root of 1 minus x square. Okay. You can see that this term comes in division. Okay. When it is transferred to the right hand side. Okay. Now let us do one thing. Let us separate the values. So how we can separate the values? First value is x power 5. X power 5 divided by 5 into under root of 1 minus x square. Then plus 5x square divided by 5 into under root of 1 minus x square. So this 5 and 5 will be cancelled. Okay. Now this is the value of y. Okay. Remember that in the question, it is given that y is equal to f of x. All right. So we can say that here y will be equals to f of x, and therefore f of x becomes x power 5 divided by 5 into under root of 1 minus x square plus x square divided by under root of 1 minus x square. Since y is equals to f of x, so the value of y will be also equal to f of x. Now, at last we have to find the integral of the function. Means we have to find integral of minus root 3 by 2 to plus root 3 by 2 f of x dx. All right. Here you can see that the limits are minus root 3 by 2 to plus root 3 by 2. Okay. So we can break these limits. The limits will be broken into minus root 3 by 2 to 0 and from 0 to root 3 by 2. You can see that we have splitted the limits in two parts. What are the parts? Minus root 3 by 2 to 0 and 0 to root 3 by 2. Okay. So let's split it. The first integral will be from minus root 3 by 2 to 0. Then we have x power 5 divided by 5 into under root of 1 minus x square plus. Second part will have the second integral value or the second limits, which is from 0 to root 3 by 2. And what is the second term? X square divided by under root of 1 minus x square. Okay, I hope this step is clear to you. Here in the function f of x, we have two different parts, and that is why we have splitted the limits in two parts. So the first limit will be for the first part and the second limit will be for the second part. Now here you can see that eventually the limit is from minus a to plus a. Okay, so the odd terms will be 0. Here what is the odd term? This whole term is the odd term. You can see that here the power of x is also odd. Okay, and all the numbers are odd here. So integration of this term will be 0, because whenever we have the integral from minus a to a, then integration of odd terms is always equals to 0. So the first quantity will be 0. Then here we have 2 multiplied by integral of 0 to root 3 by 2 and x square divided by under root of 1 minus x square and dx. Okay. Since there is integral, so we also have to apply dx here. All right. So one thing is clear that the integration of this odd part will be 0. Now we have to only integrate the second part, which is equal to 2 into integral of 0 to root 3 by 2 x square upon under root of 1 minus x square dx. Now let's see how we will integrate it. Okay. There is very simple trick that let us put x is equal to sine theta. Again, we have to differentiate on both the sides. Okay. So here we will have dx is equal to cos theta d theta, because differentiation of sine theta is equals to cos theta. All right. That is why here dx will be equals to cos theta d theta. Now let us put the values. Here we have 2 into integral of 0 to root 3 by 2. What is numerator? X square. If x is sine theta, then x square will be sine square theta. Right? Now, what is dx? Dx is cos theta d theta divided by under root of 1 minus x square. See, if x is sine theta, then under root of 1 minus x square will be cos theta, because we know a relation which is sine square theta plus cos square theta is equals to 1. Okay. So from here, cos square theta will be equals to 1 minus sine square theta and cos theta will be equals to under root of 1 minus sine square theta. And here what is sine theta? It is x. So we can say that cos theta is equals to under root of 1 minus x square. Okay. That is why under root of 1 minus x square becomes cos theta here. So the denominator will be cos theta. Okay. Now again, this term will be changed by using an identity. And what is the identity? Identity is sine 2 theta can be written as 1 minus cos 2 theta. When this 2 will be multiplied here, and when we will split these terms, then we will get sine 2 theta. Okay. Again, sine 2 theta is also equals to 2 sine theta cos theta. Okay. So this term will be integral of 0 to pi by 3. See, now these terms will be also changed from 0 to pi by 3. Okay. So here we know that we will have sine 2 theta, and sine 2 theta will be equals to 1 minus cos 2 theta, and we have d theta. Okay. This is d theta. All right. The limits are changed here. Before, the limits were 0 to root 3 by 2. Okay. After putting the value of x, the limits will also change from 0 to pi by 3. These are very, very basic concepts. Now, all we have to do is we have to integrate this term. Okay. So here we have integral of 0 to pi by 3, 1 d theta minus integral of 0 to pi by 3 cos 2 theta d theta. Okay. Integral of 1 d theta will be theta. Okay. So here we will have theta minus integral of cos 2 theta. What is integral of cos theta? Integral of cos theta is always equals to sine theta. All right. So integral of cos 2 theta will be sine 2 theta. Again, we have to integrate 2 theta. So it will be divided by 2. And both have common limits. So from 0 to pi by 3. Now all we have to do is we have to apply the limits here. Okay. So let's apply the limits. See, when we will apply 0, then whole term will be 0. So let's apply pi by 3. We have to put theta is equal to pi by 3. So pi by 3 minus sine 2 theta means 2 into pi by 3 divided by 2. All right. So this will be equals to pi by 3, right? Minus sine 2 pi by 3 divided by 2. Again, we have to put 0 also. So when we put 0, it will be 0 minus sine 2 into 0 means 0 divided by 2. Okay. So further, this will be equals to pi by 3 minus 1 by 2 into root 3 by 2. Okay. So on further solving this, it will be equals to pi by 3 minus root 3 by 4. 2 into 2 is 4. So this is the final answer for this question. Now let's have a look towards the options. So if we look at the options, the correct option is pi by 3 minus root 3 by 4, which is option number B here. It was a very interesting question. In this question, we have learned so many basic concepts, and all the concepts are very, very important. First of all, we have learned how to identify a linear differential equation. Then, if we have a linear differential equation, we have to perform two steps. First is we have to find the integrating factor, and then we have to find the solution of the given curve or differential equation. Okay. So in this way, we can easily find the integral of any values. So I hope the question and all the concepts and formulas are clear to you. Moving on to the next question. The acute angle between the pair of tangents drawn to the ellipse 2x square plus 3y square is equal to 5 from the point 1, 3 is. In this question, we have an equation of ellipse which is 2x square plus 3y square is equal to 5. And we need to find the acute angle between the pair of tangents that are drawn to this ellipse. So first of all, consider this is the required ellipse that is given in the question. Now we need to draw two different tangents because we need to find the acute angle between the pair of tangents. So firstly, consider this as the first tangent to this ellipse, and similarly consider this as the second tangent to this ellipse. Now this is the angle which is the acute angle that is present between this pair of tangents, and for now let us consider it as theta. This is the angle that we need to find. You can see that this angle is present between the pair of tangents. So now I hope the concept is clear to you. If this both are the tangents of this ellipse, then there will be the slope of the tangents. So consider m1 is the slope of this tangent and consider m2 as the slope of this tangent. Now let us move to the equation of ellipse that is given in the question. Do you know what is the standard equation of ellipse? The standard equation of ellipse is x square upon a square plus y square upon b square is equal to 1. Firstly, we need to convert the given equation of ellipse into the standard form. Okay. So the first thing that we notice in the standard form is on the right hand side, we have 1. So first of all, let us take this 5 to the left hand side. So we will have 2x square divided by 5 plus 3y square divided by 5 is equal to 1. Okay. But again, the left hand side should be in the form x square upon a square plus y square upon b square. Okay. Means in the numerator, we need x square and y square. So let us take this 2 and 3 to the denominator. So we will have x square divided by 5 by 2 plus y square divided by 5 by 3 is equal to 1. Now you can see that this equation is transformed in the form of standard equation. Okay. Now when we compare this equation with the standard equation, we have the values for a square and b square. Here a square is 5 by 2 and b square is 5 by 3. Now let us focus on the diagram again. Okay. Here we have two different tangents and two different slopes for both the tangents. So firstly, let us write the slope form. Slope form is y is equals to mx plus minus c. And in this case, c is always equals to under root of a square into m square plus b square. So the slope form changes to y is equal to mx plus minus c. What is c? Under root of a square into m square plus b square. This is a very important concept that you should remember. This is the slope form. Okay. Now, what we have to do is we have to substitute the value for a square and b square in this form. So we have y is equals to mx plus minus under root of a square into m square. What is a square? 5 by 2 into m square plus b square. What is b square? 5 by 3. Now let us take this mx to the left hand side. So we will have y minus mx is equals to plus minus under root of 5 by 2 m square plus 5 by 3. You can see that on the right hand side, there is an under root. So just to remove this under root, let us do one thing. Let us square on both the sides. So when we square on both the sides, in the left hand side, we have y minus mx whole square is equals to 5 by 2 m square plus 5 by 3. Okay. When we square on the right hand side, this square root will be removed. Okay. Now let us focus on the question that a point is given here, which is 1, 3. It means x is 1 and y is 3. So let us do one thing. Let us put the values of x and y here. Consider it as equation number 1. And now let us put the points x is equal to 1 and y is equal to 3 in this equation. Okay, we have to substitute these values in equation number 1. So y is 3, so we have 3 minus m into x. What is x? X is 1. So m into 1 is m and whole square. This is equals to 5 by 2 m square plus 5 by 3. All right. Now again we have to use a very basic identity here, and the identity is a minus b whole square is equals to a square plus b square minus 2 into a into b. Here you can see that the left hand side is in the same form as a minus b whole square. So we have 3 minus m whole square. One thing is clear that here a is 3 and b is m. So its expansion will be a square means 3 square, so 9, plus b square means m square, so m square, minus 2 into a into b means 2 into 3 into m. So it will be minus of 6m. All right. So in the place of 3 minus m whole square, we can write 9 plus m square minus 6m. Then on the right hand side, let us take the LCM. LCM will be 6 here. 2 into 3 is 6. And the numerator will be 5m square into 3 is 15m square plus 5 into 2 is 10. Okay. Again, let us take this 6 to the left hand side. Here you can see that 6 is in division. When it will go to the left hand side, it will be multiplied. So we will have 6 multiplied by 9 plus m square minus 6m is equals to what is remaining on the right hand side? 15m square plus 10. All right. Now, multiplying the 6 inside the bracket, 6 into 9 is 54 plus 6 into m square is 6m square minus 6 into 6m is 36m. This is equals to 15m square plus 10. Now let us do one thing. Let us take all the terms on right hand side. So 15m square plus 10 is already present on the right hand side. Now we have to take these 3 terms to the right hand side. Remember one thing, that whenever we transfer the numbers or any terms from one side to another, then their sign is changed. For example, here there is plus 54. So when it will come to the right hand side, it will be minus 54. Similarly, minus 6m square and plus 36m. And this whole equation will be equals to 0 because we have taken all the terms on one side. Okay. Now we have to further solve this. 15m square minus 6m square is 9m square. Then we have 36m. So plus 36m. Then 10 minus 54 is minus 44. You can see that a quadratic equation is formed here. Since it is a quadratic equation, means it will have 2 different roots. So for now, let us consider the roots as m1 and m2. All right. Remember that in this question, we need to find the angle between the pair of tangents. So one thing is clear, that we need to find theta here. So we will use the formula for tan theta when we have 2 different slope of tangent. Do you know what is the formula for tan theta? Tan theta is equals to mod of m1 minus m2 divided by 1 plus m1 into m2. All right. Now, this m1 minus m2 can be also written as mod of under root of m1 plus m2 whole square, right? Then minus 4 into m1 into m2 and divided by what is the denominator? 1 plus m1 into m2. Okay, we have a quadratic equation here whose roots are m1 and m2. Means from here we will get 2 different values and the values will be m1 and m2. Okay, and when we further solve this, we will get again 2 different values. We will get m1 plus m2 and m1 into m2. m1 plus m2 is 4 and m1 into m2 is minus of 44 divided by 9. Okay, now let us substitute both these values in the formula for tan theta. So here we have mod of under root of m1 plus m2 whole square. What is m1 plus m2? 4. So 4 square minus 4 into m1 into m2. m1 into m2 is minus 44 divided by 9 and whole divided by 1 plus m1 into m2. What is m1 into m2? Minus 44 divided by 9. Okay, and this whole value is in modulus. So this will be equals to modulus of under root of 4 square is 16 minus 4 into minus of 44 divided by 9 and whole divided by 1 plus minus will be minus. So 1 minus 44 divided by 9.
Again, in the numerator, we can see that there are two negative signs. So this minus minus will be plus. So we will have mod of under root of 16 plus 4 into 44 divided by 9 and whole divided by 1 minus 44 divided by 9. All right. In the numerator part, we can take 4 common. Okay. So we will have mod of 4 is common. Okay. Here you can see that this is 4 square. Okay. So from here we can take 4 common. Okay. So when we take 4 common, what is the remaining terms inside here? The remaining terms will be under root of 1 plus 11 by 9. Okay. Now again, see here when root 16 comes out, so we get 4 because we know that under root 16 is 4. Okay. So from here 1 4 is out. Now what is remaining? 1 plus 1 into 11 by 9. Okay. So 1 into 11 is 11. So we have 1 plus 11 by 9. And in the denominator, we have to take the LCM. LCM will be 9 here, right? And the numerator will be 9 minus 44. So here we will have 4 multiplied by under root of 1 plus 11 by 9 and divided by, since this is mod, so positive values will come out. So 9 minus 44 is minus of 35. But since mod is present here, so it will be plus of 35 divided by 9. This 9 will go to the numerator, so it will be multiplied. So we will have 9 multiplied by 4 into under root of 1 plus 11 by 9 and whole divided by 35. Okay, remember that this is the value for tan theta. Okay, now let us further solve it. So we have tan theta is equals to, okay, now what is 9 into 4? It is 36. So it will be 36 multiplied by, here we have to take the LCM. Okay. So here we will have the LCM as 9 and the numerator will be 9 plus 11. 9 plus 11 is 20, right? Divided by 35. Again, we know that under root 9 is equals to 3. So we can take this root 9 outside. So we will have tan theta is equals to 36 multiplied by 1 by 3 and in under root 20 will remain here. Okay. And whole divided by 35. Now this 3 and 36 will be cancelled. 12 times 3 into 12 gives 36. Okay. See, remember that here we have under root 1 by 9. Okay. If we ignore this 20 for a second, then we see under root 1 by 9. And under root 1 by 9 is equals to 1 by 3. Okay. So I hope now this step is clear to you. So now we have tan theta is equals to 12 into root 20 divided by 35. But we need the value for theta only. Okay. So here theta will be equals to tan inverse of 24 into root 5 divided by 35. Okay, this 20 can be written as 2 root 5. Okay, and 12 into 2 is 24 and then root 5 is remaining here. Now let us do one thing. Let us multiply and divide by root 5 here. So theta will be equals to tan inverse. We have to multiply and divide by root 5. Firstly, we have 24 into root 5 divided by 35. We have to multiply and divide by root 5. Okay. So let's see what happens. Theta will be equals to tan inverse of 24 into, we know that root 5 into root 5 is 5 divided by 35 into root 5. 5 into 1 is 5 and 5 into 7 is 35. So we have theta is equals to tan inverse of 24 into 1 is 24 divided by 7 into root 5 is 7 root 5. So this is the value of theta, which is basically the acute angle that is present between the pair of tangents. So from here we can say that theta is equals to tan inverse of 24 upon 7 root 5. Okay. Now let's have a look towards the options. If we look at the options carefully, we find that the correct option is tan inverse of 24 upon 7 root 5, which is option number B here. I hope this question is clear to you. It was a very basic and very simple question if you know all the concepts.
Next question is the equation of a common tangent to the parabolas y is equal to x square and y is equal to minus of x minus 2 whole square is. Here we have two different equations for parabolas. But firstly, we need to understand the standard equations for parabolas. There are two types of parabolas, which are y square is equal to 4ax and x square is equal to 4ay. If We look at this question carefully. Here we have the parabolas in the form x square is equal to 4ay. See, the first equation of parabola is y is equal to x square. It can be also written as x square is equal to y, right? Both are same only. Now, if we compare both these equations, in the left hand side we have x square and in the right hand side we have 4ay. Okay, it means that 4ay is also equals to y because the left hand side is equal. Okay, this y and y will be cancelled. So here we have 4a is equal to 1. So a will be 1 by 4. Okay, we can also check it by substituting the value of a here. If we put the value of a here, we will get back the equation of parabola, which is y is equal to x square. So let us check it. X square is equal to 4 into a. A is 1 by 4 into y. This 4 and 4 will be cancelled. So eventually, we get back x square is equal to y. So one thing is clear that the value of a is 1 by 4. Okay. So in this way, we can find the value of a. Now what we have to do is we have to find the equation of a common tangent for both the parabolas. Okay. So firstly, let us find the equation of tangent for the parabola which is in the form of x square is equal to 4ay. You can see that even this parabola is in the form of x square is equal to 4ay. Here this is x. Okay. So it is in the form of x square is equal to y. Okay. Now, we need to understand very carefully that whenever we have a parabola of the form x square is equal to 4ay, then the line y is equals to mx plus c is a tangent to the parabola. And here c is always equals to minus of am square. This is the very important concept that is used for this question. Okay. That whenever we have a parabola of the type x square is equal to 4ay, then the equation of tangent for that parabola is always equals to y is equals to mx plus c, and where the value of c is always equals to minus of am square. It means that the equation of tangent will be y is equals to mx plus c. C is minus of am square. Okay, so this will be the equation of tangent for the parabolas. Okay, but we have to find the equation of tangent which is common for both the parabola. Okay, so let us do one thing. Firstly, let us put a is equal to 1 by 4 here. So we will have y is equals to mx minus a is 1 by 4 into m square. So from here, y will be equals to mx minus m square by 4. Consider it as equation number 1. Now we have another parabola which is y is equals to minus of x minus 2 whole square. Okay. Now on the right hand side, you can see that we have a form which is a minus b whole square. Okay, but firstly, we need to understand what is the form. So it is basically identity. Identity is a minus b whole square. It is always equals to a square plus b square minus 2ab. Here on the right hand side, we have x minus 2 whole square. It means a is x and b is 2. So its expansion will be a square means x square plus b square means 2 square. So 4 minus 2 into a into b. So 2 into x into 2 is 4x. Okay. It means that the value of x minus 2 whole square is x square plus 4 minus 4x. So we can substitute it, right? Y will be equals to x square plus 4 minus 4x. And here there is a negative sign outside the bracket. Okay. Now let us do one thing. Let us put the value of y from equation number 1 to this equation. Okay, means we have to substitute the value of y also. What is y? Mx minus m square upon 4 is equals to, what is the right hand side? Minus of x square plus 4 minus 4x. See, what we have done is we have simply substituted the value of y here. From equation 1, the value of y is mx minus m square by 4. Okay. Now let us take the LCM on the left hand side. LCM will be 4 and the numerator will be 4mx minus m square, and this is equals to minus of x square plus 4 minus 4x. When we will solve this, then we will get a quadratic equation. Okay. So here we will have 4mx minus m square is equals to minus of 4 into x square plus 4 minus 4x. Here you can see that in the denominator we have 4. So when this 4 will go to the right hand side, it will be multiplied. Okay, these are the very, very simple basics. Now, let us further solve this. 4mx minus m square is equal to minus 4 into x square is minus 4x square. Then minus 4 into plus 4 is minus 16. And minus 4 into minus 4x will be plus 16x. Now let us take all the terms on the left hand side. So here already we have 4mx minus m square. Now we have to take these three terms on the left hand side. So remember that their sign will be changed, because whenever we transfer the elements from left hand side to right hand side or right hand side to left hand side, then the sign is changed. Okay, so here before it was minus 4x square, but when it will come to the left hand side, it will be plus 4x square. Then plus 16 minus 16x, and this is equals to 0. Okay, so here we have 4x square. Then let us look at the terms for x. We have 4mx minus 16x. Okay, so from both these terms, we can take one thing common. We can take 4x common, because you can see that in these terms plus 4mx minus 16x, 4x is common. And what is remaining? Minus m square and plus 16 is remaining. Okay, so 4x square. Now from both these terms, we can take 4x common. So what will remain here? M minus 4. Okay, then again, let us do one thing. This is 4x square plus 4x into m minus 4, right? And now what is remaining? 16 minus m square. What we have done is we have written 16 first and then m square. Okay, nothing is changed. Now you can see that quadratic equation is formed here. What is the standard quadratic equation? It is in the form of ax square plus bx plus c is equal to 0. Okay, this is also equation which is a quadratic equation. Okay, if we compare both these equations, here what is the value of a? A is 4, because a is the coefficient of x square. Similarly, b is the coefficient of x. So here what is the coefficient of x? 4 into m minus 4. So b is 4 into m minus 4. Okay, coefficient is something that is present with the variable. So here you can see that with x we have 4 into m minus 4. It means this is the value of b, because in a standard quadratic equation, b is the coefficient of x. And what is c? C is the remaining term or remaining constant. So c is 16 minus m square. Okay, now what we have to do is here we have to find the discriminant. Discriminant is equals to b square minus 4ac. Okay, and whenever we have this kind of questions, then we have to equate discriminant with 0. Okay, for this kind of question, discriminant will be equals to 0. It means b square minus 4ac will be equals to 0. We have the value for a, b and c. All we have to do is we have to put the value of a, b and c here. Okay, b square means 4 into m minus 4 whole square minus 4 into a into c. What is a? 4. And what is c? 16 minus m square. This will be equals to 0, right? Now, let us square the values here. 4 square will be 16, all right? And then we will have m minus 4 whole square. Then minus 4 into 4 is 16 multiplied by 16 minus m square. This will be 0, right? Now you can see that in both the terms, 16 is common. So let us take 16 common. What is remaining? M minus 4 whole square minus 16 minus m square is equal to 0. Again, when this 16 will go to the right hand side, it will be 0. So we have m minus 4 whole square minus 16 minus m square is equal to 0. Again, here we have to use the formula or the identity, which is a minus b whole square. It is equals to a square plus b square minus 2ab. The first term is m minus 4 whole square. It means a is m and b is 4. So it will be m square plus b square means 4 square, which is 16 minus 2 into a into b. So 2 into m into 4. So minus 8m. Okay, it means m minus 4 whole square is equals to m square plus 16 minus 8m. Now, when we open the brackets here, minus 16 and minus minus will be plus. So plus m square. This will be equals to 0. Now 16 minus 16 is 0. m square plus m square is 2m square. And what is remaining? Minus of 8m. This is equals to 0. Okay. So from here, 2m square will be equal to 8m. We have taken this 8m to the right hand side. Okay. So from here, m square will be equals to 8m upon 2. 1m and 1m will be cancelled. So m is basically equals to 8 upon 2. What is 8 upon 2? 4. So now we have the value of m. What is m? M is 4. Okay. Now all we have to do is we have to put m is equal to 4 in equation number 1. Okay. What is equation number 1? This is equation number 1. Let us write it again. So equation 1 is y is equals to mx minus m square upon 4. We have to put the value of m in this equation. Okay, so we will have y is equal to 4x minus m square means 4 square. So 16 upon 4. What is 16 upon 4? It is 4. So from here y is equals to 4x minus 4. Again 4 is common here. Okay, so we can take 4 common from both these terms. What will remain after taking 4 common? X minus 1. So this is the equation of tangent that is common for both the parabolas. Now let's check the options. If we look at the options, the correct option is option B, which is y is equal to 4 into x minus 1. I hope this question is clear to you. First of all, in this kind of questions, all we need to understand is the type of parabola. Okay, after understanding the form of the parabola, we can easily solve this question, because if we know the type of parabola, then we can easily identify the equation of tangent. Like in this equation, the form of parabola is x square is equal to 4ay. Okay, or we can say that the parabolas are in the form of x square is equal to 4ay. And we know that whenever we have a parabola in the form x square is equal to 4ay, then the equation of tangent is always equals to y is equal to mx plus c, where c is equal to minus of am square. Okay, then after that we have easily solved this equation. That is why understanding the type of parabola is very, very important in this kind of questions. So I hope the question is clear to you. Next question is, let the abscissa of the 2 points P and Q on a circle be the roots of x square minus 4x minus 6 is equal to 0, and the ordinates of P and Q be the roots of y square plus 2y minus 7 is equal to 0. If PQ is a diameter of the circle, x square plus y square plus 2ax plus 2by plus c is equal to 0, then the value of a plus b minus c is. This question is a very interesting question. We have two different quadratic equations and we have a circle whose diameter is PQ. So first of all, let us draw a circle. Consider this is the required circle and consider the endpoints of the diameter. Firstly, drawing the diameter, this is the diameter and the endpoints of the diameters are PQ. It is given that PQ is a diameter of this circle. Okay, let us write the equation of the circle that is given here. X square plus y square plus 2ax plus 2by plus c is equal to 0. Okay, now both these endpoints P and Q have some coordinates. Okay, the coordinates are x1, y1 and x2, y2. In coordinate geometry, the value for x or the value in the first place is known as the abscissa and the value in the second place is known as ordinate. Okay, it is given in the question that the abscissa of the 2 points are the roots of this equation. Okay, so what is the equation? X square minus 4x minus 6 is equal to 0. Okay, means the roots of these equations are the values of abscissa. What is abscissa here? X1 and x2. Okay, so x1 and x2 are basically the roots of this equation. And it is also given that the ordinates of P and Q are the roots of another equation. What is ordinates? Ordinates are the value which are in the second place, or we can say that y1 and y2. Okay, these are some basics in coordinate geometry. Whenever we have a pair x comma y, then the first value x is always the abscissa and the second value y is always the ordinate. Okay, so here we have another equation which is y square plus 2y minus 7 is equal to 0.
the roots of this equation are the ordinates. Here, what are the ordinates? Y1 and Y2. You can see that the points for P and Q are x1, y1 and x2, y2. In these points, the abscissa, which is x1 and x2, are the roots of this equation. And the ordinates, which are y1 and y2, are the roots of this equation. Okay. Now, we only have to use a very basic formula and we will easily solve this question. We have to use the diametrical form here. Do you know what is the diametrical form? The diametrical form is x minus x1 multiplied by x minus x2 plus y minus y1 multiplied by y minus y2 is equal to 0. Let's understand this. It is basically the sum of quadratics. See, this is the first quadratic and this is the second quadratic. So we can say that it is basically the sum of two quadratics. Quadratic means two quadratic equations, and two quadratic equations are already given in the question. So all we have to do is we have to add both these quadratic equations that are given in this question. So the first equation is x square minus 4x minus 6 plus, what is the second equation? Y square plus 2y minus 7 is equal to 0. Let us rearrange this. X square plus y square minus 4x plus 2y minus 6 minus 7 is minus 13. And this is equals to 0. Okay. So this is the equation that is formed using the diametrical form. Okay. Now you can see that we have two different equations. First is the equation for circle. Consider it as equation number 1. And this is the second equation. Now we have to compare both these equations. And after comparing both this equation, we will get a value for A, B, and C. Okay. See, here we have x square, then y square. Okay, then we have minus 4x and plus 2ax. Both are the terms of x, and here the coefficients of x will be equal. Here, what is the coefficient of x? 2a. And here, what is the coefficient of x? Minus of 4. So 2a will be equals to minus of 4. So from here, a will be equals to minus 4 by 2, which is equals to minus 2. So we have the value of a. What is a? A is minus 2. Similarly, next is we have to compare the coefficients of y. Here, what is the coefficient of y? 2b. So 2b will be equal to the coefficient of y that is present in equation number 2. Here, what is the coefficient of y? 2. So 2b is equals to 2. Therefore, b will be equals to 2 by 2, which is equals to 1. And similarly, let us compare the last value. Here, the last term is c. And here, what is the last term? Minus 13. So we can say that c is equals to minus 13. Now you can see that we have all the values. We have a is equals to minus 2, b is equal to 1, and c is equal to minus 13. Okay. What we have to find is we have to find a plus b minus c. So let's find it. A plus b minus c. All we have to do is we have to substitute this value. What is a? Minus 2. Plus b. B is 1. Okay. Plus minus c. Okay. So minus of c. What is c? Minus 13. All right. So minus 2 plus 1. Minus will be plus here. So it will be plus 13. Now minus 2 plus 1 is minus 1. Okay. Minus 1 plus 13 is 12. So we can say that the value for a plus b minus c is 12. See, this was a very, very simple question. How easily we have found out the values for a, b, and c, and at last we have substituted it here. Okay, in a plus b minus c. The value of a is minus 2, then the value of b is 1, and the value of c is minus 13. Okay, here there was minus c. That is why it is minus of minus 13. So it becomes plus 13. And when we further simplify it, we get 12 as the final answer. So we can say that for this question, the final answer is 12, and hence the correct option is option A here. I hope this question is clear to you. The main formula that we have used here is the diametric form. This is the most important form that you should remember. After using this form, you will obtain an equation, and then you have to simply compare that equation with the equation that is given in the question. Okay. So I hope this question is clear to you. Next question is, if the line x minus 1 is equal to 0 is the directrix of the hyperbola kx square minus y square is equal to 6, then the hyperbola passes through the point. This question is a very, very simple question of this paper. It is given that we have an equation of hyperbola, which is kx square minus y square is equal to 6. But this equation is not the standard equation for hyperbola. Do you know what is the standard equation of a hyperbola? The standard equation is x square upon a square minus y square upon b square is equal to 1. Firstly, we need to transform this equation into the standard form. The first thing that we notice is in the right hand side, we need 1. Okay. So let us do one thing. Let us take this 6 to the left hand side. So we will have kx square divided by 6 minus y square divided by 6 is equal to 1. Okay. But again, we need the form which is x square upon a square minus y square upon b square in the left hand side. But here there is kx square. So let us do one thing. Let us take this k to the denominator, because in the numerator we need x square only to make it in the form of a standard equation. So if we take this k to the denominator, we will have x square divided by 6 by k minus y square divided by 6 is equal to 1. Okay, here x square divided by 6 by k will be ultimately equals to kx square upon 6 only, because this k will go to the numerator. Okay, but for now, just to make this equation in the standard form, we are writing it as x square upon 6 upon k minus y square upon 6 is equal to 1. Now you can see that this equation is transformed into the standard form. When we compare both these equations, we get the value for a square and b square. Here this is a square and this is b square. Okay, the term that is present in the denominator here is a square, and the term that is present here is b square. Similarly, this is a square and this is b square. So the value of a square is 6 by k and the value for b square is 6. Okay, now we have to use the formula for eccentricity. So when we have a hyperbola, then the formula for eccentricity is e square is equal to 1 plus b square upon a square. This is a very important formula that you should remember. This is the formula for eccentricity, okay, in case of a hyperbola. Okay, so now we have the values for a square and b square. All we have to do is we have to substitute the value here to find eccentricity. So from here, e square will be equals to 1 plus b square. What is b square? 6 divided by a square. A square is 6 by k. So this will be e square is equal to 1 plus. Again, this k will go to the numerator. So it will be 6k divided by 6. This 6 and 6 will be cancelled. Okay. So from here, we will have e square is equal to 1 plus k. This is the value for eccentricity. Okay. Now let us focus on the question again. One more thing is given here, that if the line x minus 1 is equal to 0 is a directrix of the hyperbola. What is the line? X minus 1 is equal to 0. So from here we will have x is equal to 1, and this is the directrix of the hyperbola. Do you know what is the standard equation of a directrix? The standard equation of directrix is x is equal to plus minus a upon e. What is x? 1. So we can write 1 is equals to plus minus a upon e. Here again, this is the basic formula for equation of a directrix that you should remember, which is plus minus a upon e. Okay. Since it is equals to x, so here 1 is equal to plus minus a upon e. So if 1 is equals to plus minus a upon e, then a square will be equals to e square, right? Now, we have to substitute the value for a square and e square here, okay? So, what is the value for a square? A square is 6 upon k. So, 6 upon k is equal to e square. What is e square? 1 plus k, okay? Now, we have to solve this, and after solving this, a quadratic equation will be formed. Let's see how. In the left-hand side, we have 6 by k. Okay, let us take this k to the right-hand side. So, this k will be multiplied. So, we will have 6 is equal to k into 1 plus k. So, 6 will be equals to k into 1 is k plus k into k is k square. Now, let us take all the terms to the right-hand side. So, we will have k square plus k minus 6 is equal to 0. Okay. Now, I hope this step is clear to you. Okay. We have k square plus k minus 6 is equal to 0. Okay. This is a quadratic equation, and Solving a quadratic equation is very, very simple. Okay, here what we have to do is we have to simply find the value of k. There are various methods to find the value of k. Okay, so if we solve this quadratic equation, then we will get a value of k. Okay, so how to solve this quadratic equation? We can factorize this equation. Okay, so we have to use splitting the middle term method. In this method, the middle term will be splitted in such a way that we need two numbers whose sum should be equal to the middle term and whose product should be equal to the product of first and last term. So firstly, let us find the product of first and last term. Here, what is the first term? K square multiplied by last term minus 6. So the product is minus 6k square. Okay. We need the sum as plus k. So the two numbers can be 3k minus 2k because 3k minus 2k is equals to k, and 3k multiplied by minus 2k gives minus 6k square. Okay. So middle term can be splitted as k square plus 3k minus 2k minus 6 is equal to 0. All right. So from first two terms, k is common. What is remaining? K plus 3. Then from the next two terms, minus 2 is common. What is remaining? K plus 3, right? In this method, the main part is you have to think of two numbers whose sum should be equal to the middle term and whose product should be equal to the product of first and last term. In this way, you can easily split the middle term here. So again, K plus 3 is common here. And what is remaining? K minus 2. This will be equals to 0. From here, we will have two different values of k. When k plus 3 will be equals to 0, k will be equals to minus 3. And when k minus 2 will be equals to 0, in this case, k will be equals to plus 2. Okay. But here we cannot accept this negative value. That is why we are accepting k is equal to 2, which is a positive value. All right. So after solving this quadratic equation, we get the value of k, which is 2. Okay. Now, all we have to do is we have to substitute this value of k in the given equation of hyperbola. Okay. So what is the given equation of hyperbola? Kx square minus y square is equal to 6. Okay. This is the given equation of the hyperbola. Okay. Now what we have to do is we have to simply substitute the value of k that we have found just now. Okay. So what is the value of k that we have found? The value of k is 2. So we have to put the value of k in this equation. Okay, this is the equation that is already given in the question, and this is the equation for hyperbola. So we are now substituting the value of k, which is 2 here. Okay, so when we put k is equal to 2, we get an equation which is 2x square minus y square is equal to 6. So this is the equation of hyperbola. Now we need to find that this equation of hyperbola passes through which point. Okay, so now what we have to do is we have to hit and try all the given options, and we have to see that which of these following options will satisfy the equation of parabola. Okay, so when we check all these options, the option that will satisfy the equation of parabola is option C. Let's check it. Option C is root 5 comma minus 2. This is x and this is y. Okay, so let's put it in this equation of hyperbola. We have 2 into x square. What is x? Root 5. Root 5 square is 5 because root 5 into root 5 is 5, right? Minus of y square. What is y? Minus 2. So minus 2 square is 4. This should be equal to 6. Now what is 2 into 5? 10. 10 minus 4 is 6. You can see that left hand side is equal to right hand side. So the point that satisfies this equation of hyperbola is root 5 and minus 2, and since this point satisfies this equation, then it is very obvious that the hyperbola will pass through this point. So we can say that the hyperbola will pass through the point root 5 comma minus 2. And hence the correct option is option C here. Okay, you can check for other options too, but except C, A, B and D will not satisfy the equation of hyperbola. Okay, so the correct option is option C here. Next question is, a vector A vector is parallel to the line of intersection of the plane determined by the vectors I cap and I cap plus j cap, and the plane determined by the vectors I cap minus j cap and I cap plus k cap. The obtuse angle between A vector and the vector B vector, which is equals to I cap minus 2j cap plus 2k cap, is. In this question, we need to find the obtuse angle between A vector and B vector. But in order to find the obtuse angle, we need to find A vector first. Okay. And if we understand this question, we find that there are two different planes. First plane is determined by the vectors I cap and I cap plus j cap. And the second plane is determined by the vectors I cap minus j cap and I cap plus k cap. Since we have two different planes and both the planes are determined by different vectors, then we can easily find the normal for both the planes. So first of all, let us consider n1 as the normal for the first plane and n2 as the normal for the second plane. Now, how to find the normal? It is very simple. First plane is determined by both these vectors. So what we have to do is we have to find the cross product of both these vectors. First vector is I cap cross product. What is the second vector? I cap plus j cap. Okay, when we multiply this, I into I will be 1, then I into j will be k. So it will be k cap. Similarly, let us find the normal for the second plane. It is given that the other plane is determined by the vectors I cap minus j cap and I cap plus k cap. Okay, so let us find the normal for this plane also. So how to find the normal? Again, we have to multiply both these vectors. So here we will have I cap plus k cap cross product I cap minus j cap. Okay, when we multiply this, we get I cap plus j cap minus of k cap. Okay, I into I is 1, then I into j is k, then k into I is j and k into j is I. So in this way, we get I plus j minus k. Now, both these planes have different vectors and it is given that A vector is parallel to the line of intersection of both the planes. Since this line is parallel to both the planes, then line is parallel to the direction ratios of the intersection. Okay, so firstly, we need to find the direction ratios of line of intersection. So the direction ratios of line of intersection will be n1 cross n2. Okay, let's find n1 cross n2. What is n1? K cap cross product n2. n2 is I cap plus j cap minus k cap. Okay, when we find its cross product, then we get minus of I cap plus j cap. All right, this is the direction ratio of line of intersection. Again, focus on the question. It is given that A vector is parallel to the line of intersection. It means that the direction ratios of A vector will be also the same. Okay, this is the direction ratios of line of intersection. But since A vector is parallel to the line of intersection, so we can say that the direction ratios of A vector will be also equal to the direction ratios of line of intersection. So we can say that the direction ratios of A vector is equals to minus I cap plus j cap, which is the same. Okay, I hope this concept is clear to you. This is the most important part of this question. Here we have firstly found the normal for both the planes. Then we have found the direction ratio of line of intersection, which is equal to minus I cap plus j cap. But in the question, it is given that A vector is parallel to the line of intersection. It means that the direction ratios of A vector will be also the same as the direction ratios of the line of intersection. Therefore, we can say that the direction ratios of A vector is equal to minus I cap plus j cap. And in the question, we have direction ratios of B vector. So let's write it. Direction ratios of B vector is equals to I cap minus 2j cap plus 2k cap. You can see it is already given in the question. I cap minus 2j cap plus 2k cap. Now you can see that we have found out A vector. Okay, we have found out the direction ratios of A vector. Now all we have to do is we have to find the obtuse angle between A vector and B vector. To find the obtuse angle, we need to use a formula, and the formula is cos theta is equals to A vector dot product B vector divided by mod of A vector into mod of B vector. Okay, so let's put the values here. Cos theta is equal to A vector dot B vector. Let's find A vector dot B vector. It means minus I cap plus j cap dot product I cap minus 2j cap plus 2k cap. Okay. In dot product, we have to multiply the coefficient of I with I, J with J, and K with K. And we have to add all the values. Okay, here what is the coefficient of I? -1. Here what is the coefficient of I? +1. So -1 into +1 is -1. Then what is the coefficient of J here? 1. And what is the coefficient of J here? -2. 1 into -2 is -2. Here the coefficient of K is not present. It means the coefficient of K is 0. And here the coefficient of K is 2. So 0 into 2 is 0. Okay, so it will be +0. So we can say that A vector dot product B vector is equal to -1 minus 2 is -3. Okay, now let us find mode of A vector. Do you know how to find mode of any vector? It is very simple. What you have to do is you have to take a square root. Then you have to look for all the coefficient of I, J, and K. Here, what is the coefficient of I? -1. You have to square it. Then what is the coefficient of J? 1. Again, you have to square it. It means sum of the squares of all the coefficient, and it should be in the square root. Here, there is no term for K. That is why there is no coefficient for K. So here mod of A vector will be equals to under root of -1 square is 1 plus 1 square is 1. So it is under root of 2. Similarly, let us find mod of B vector. Okay, so mod of B vector will be again in the square root. What is the coefficient of I? 1. So 1 square plus what is the coefficient of J? -2. So -2 square plus what is the coefficient of K? 2. So 2 square. So this will be equals to under root of 1 square is 1 plus -2 square is 4 plus 2 square is 4. 1 plus 4 is under root of 9. And we know that under root of 9 is always equals to 3. So we can say that mod of B vector is equal to 3. We have all the values. So let us put it in the formula. A vector dot product B vector is -3. So -3 divided by mod of A vector. What is mod of A vector? √2 multiplied by mod of B vector. What is mod of B vector? 3. So this 3 and 3 will be cancelled. So we will have cos theta is equal to -1 by √2. You can see in the numerator 1 is remaining and there is a negative sign. So it will be -1 upon √2. But we need theta, which is the obtuse angle. Okay. So if we need theta, theta will be equals to cos inverse of -1 upon √2. Okay. Again, we have to use a value here which is cos 3 pi by 4. Do you know what is the value for cos 3 pi by 4? Cos 3 pi by 4 is equal to -1 upon √2. In this type of steps, all you have to do is you have to think of a value of cos. See here there is cos inverse. So just to remove this cos inverse, we need to think of a value which is equal to -1 upon √2. And we know that cos 3 pi by 4 is equal to -1 upon √2. So theta will be equals to cos inverse. Now we know that -1 upon √2 is actually equals to cos 3 pi by 4. So here we can write cos 3 pi by 4. In the place of -1 by √2, we can write cos 3 pi by 4. Because cos 3 pi by 4 is eventually equal to -1 upon √2. Okay. In this way, this cos and cos inverse will be cancelled and we will have the value of theta, which is 3 pi by 4. This is the value of theta, means this is the obtuse angle that is between both the vectors A vector and B vector. So this is the final answer for this question. Now let's have a look towards the options. Out of all the options, the correct option is option A, which is 3 pi by 4. So I hope this question is clear to you. Next question is, if x lies between 0 and 1 by √2 and sine inverse x upon alpha is equal to cos inverse x upon beta, then the value of sine of 2 pi alpha divided by alpha plus beta is. This question is a very simple question. It seems a little bit tricky, but it is a very simple question. We have an expression which is sine inverse x upon alpha is equals to cos inverse x upon beta. Let this expression be equals to lambda. If this whole expression is equal to lambda, means both these parts are equal to lambda. So let us equate them separately. First of all, when sine inverse x upon alpha will be equals to lambda, then we will have sine inverse x is equal to alpha into lambda. Then similarly, when the second part cos inverse x upon beta will be equals to lambda, then we will have cos inverse x is equal to beta into lambda. Okay, what we have done is we have separately equated both the terms with lambda. Then we obtain two different equations. Consider it as equation number 1 and consider it as equation number 2. Now let us add both these equations. So when we add both these equations, we will have sine inverse x plus cos inverse x, which is the LHS, will be equals to alpha lambda plus beta lambda. Okay. Now we need to know a very, very important identity, which is sine inverse x plus cos inverse x. It is always equals to pi by 2. So you can see that in the left hand side, we have sine inverse x plus cos inverse x. So it will be pi by 2 is equal to. In the right hand side, lambda is common. So taking lambda common, what is remaining? Alpha plus beta. From here, we will have the value of lambda. Lambda will be equals to pi by 2 into alpha plus beta. Now let us substitute this value of lambda in equation number 1. What is equation number 1? Sine inverse x is equal to alpha into lambda. Let us put the value of lambda in this equation. So we will have sine inverse x is equal to alpha into lambda. What is lambda? Pi by 2 into alpha plus beta. Okay. Let us take this 2 to the left hand side. So we will have 2 sine inverse x is equal to alpha into pi divided by alpha plus beta. Okay. Now let us have a look towards the value which we need to find. We need to find sine of 2 pi alpha divided by alpha plus beta. Okay. We need to find sine of 2 pi alpha divided by alpha plus beta. You can see that from this expression, we already have the value for alpha pi divided by alpha plus beta. It is equals to 2 sine inverse x, means value of this expression is equals to 2 sine inverse x. We have already found it. So we can substitute this value here. Sine of 2 into, we know that alpha pi divided by alpha plus beta means this term is equal to 2 sine inverse x. All right. So we have sine 2 into 2 sine inverse x. So it is basically in the form of sine 2 theta. This is 2 and this is theta. Okay. This is basically in the form of sine 2 into theta. Here what is theta? Theta is 2 sine inverse x. So here we can use a formula for sine 2 theta. What is the formula for sine 2 theta? Sine 2 theta is equals to 2 sine theta into cos theta. Okay. Here we have sine 2 into 2 sine inverse x. Okay. It means here the value of theta is 2 sine inverse x. So it will be 2 into sine theta. What is theta here? Theta is 2 sine inverse x, right? Then into cos theta. Again, theta is 2 sine inverse x. You can see that this is in the form of 2 sine theta cos theta. Okay. Now further we have to solve this expression. Okay. So firstly, let us solve the first part. The first part is 2 sine into 2 sine inverse x. Okay. So for this part, 2 sine into 2 sine inverse x. Let us put sine inverse x is equal to theta. If sine inverse x is theta, then this terms changes to 2 sine 2, then sine inverse x is theta. So it will be 2 sine 2 theta. Again, we have to apply the formula for sine 2 theta here. So we will have 2 multiplied by sine 2 theta is 2 sine theta and cos theta, right? Now 2 into 2 is 4. So 4 sine theta into cos theta. Now what is sine theta? See, if sine inverse x is theta, then from here x will be equals to sine theta, right? So it means the value of sine theta is equals to x. So here we have 4 into x into cos theta. Again, we know there is a very basic identity which is sine square theta plus cos square theta is equals to 1. From here we can get the value for cos theta, right? Cos square theta will be equals to 1 minus sine square theta, and cos theta will be equals to under root of 1 minus sine square theta. So here also we have cos theta. Okay. So cos theta will be equals to under root of 1 minus sine square theta. But what is sine square theta? It will be x square, because if x is equal to sine theta, then sine square theta will be equals to x square. Okay. We have sine theta here. Sine theta is equals to x. So sine square theta will be equals to x square. So we can say that cos theta will be equals to under root of 1 minus x square. So the value will be finally equal to 4 into x into what is cos theta under root of 1 minus x square. Okay. So the value of 2 sine into 2 sine inverse x is 4x into under root of 1 minus x square. Now let us solve this part. Okay. We have cos of 2 sine inverse x. Again, let us put sine inverse x is equal to theta. If sine inverse x is equal to theta, then x will be equals to sine theta, right? But before that, this expression changes to cos of 2 theta because sine inverse x is theta, right? This expression has changed to cos of 2 theta. Okay, now what is cos of 2 theta? Cos 2 theta is equals to 1 minus 2 sine square theta. Okay, now what is sine square theta? Sine square theta is again x square because if sine theta is equal to x, then sine square theta will be equal to x square. So here we will have 1 minus 2 into x square. So it is equals to 1 minus 2x square. So the value of cos 2 sine inverse x is 1 minus 2x square. So we can substitute it here multiplied by cos 2 sine inverse x. We have recently found it cos 2 sine inverse x is 1 minus 2x square. So let's substitute it here 1 minus 2x square. So this is the final value which is 4x into under root of 1 minus x square into 1 minus 2x square. Okay. Now let us have a look towards the options. If we look at the options, the correct option is 4x into under root of 1 minus x square into 1 minus 2x square, which is option number B here. I hope this question is clear to you. In this question, we have learned so many basic tricks. Firstly, we have learned how to form an equation. Then by simply substituting the values, we have found out the values for lambda. And then easily we have found out sine of 2 pi alpha upon alpha plus beta. We have also learned some identities here. So I hope the question is clear to you. And the correct option is option B here.
Next question is negation of the Boolean expression P double implies Q implies P is. We have to find the negation of this Boolean expression. We will use direct formula here. So firstly, let us understand the property. Negation of P double implies Q is equals to P and negation of Q or Q and negation of P. Okay, this is the basic property that we have to use here. Here, the expression is also in the form of P double implies Q. Okay, so here we have this as P and this as Q. Okay, so now let us apply the property here. Negation of P double implies Q. See, this part is Q and this part is P. So it will be equals to P and negation of Q. What is Q here? Q implies P. This is the value of Q, right? Or Q means Q implies P and negation of P. What we have done is we have simply substituted the values of P and Q in this property. Okay. So this is the step that is formed here. Okay. That is P and negation of Q implies P or Q implies P and negation of P. Okay. So here again we have to use some basic properties. The properties are if Q then P is given in the negation, means if we have the negation of Q then P, then it is equals to Q and negation of P. And one more property is present, which is if Q then P, it is always equals to negation of Q or P. Okay, so let's apply the values here. These are the direct properties that you should remember. So this will be equals to P and negation of Q implies P is equals to Q and negation of P. So here we have Q and negation of P. This is the direct property. Okay, then we have or Q implies P. See, the value of Q implies P is negation of Q or P. So it will be negation of Q or P. Then we have and negation of P, right?
We have simply substituted the values here. Okay. Let's write this in bracket to avoid the confusion. See, we have substituted the value for this part and this part. Okay. The value for this part is Q and negation of P, and the value for Q implies P is negation of Q or P. So now we have this step, which is P and Q and negation of P, or negation of Q or P and negation of P. Okay. So here, let us do one thing. Let us take this P and negation of P together, because you can see that in both the terms and is present. Okay. So let us write both these terms together. P and negation of P, and then we have and Q. We are solving this part only for now. Okay. Then we have or. Now let us solve this part. Okay. Here we have to open this brackets, means we have to take negation of P with this, then negation of P with this. Okay. So firstly writing negation of P and negation of Q. Then in middle there is or. Now taking negation of P with P. Okay. So negation of P and P. So here P and negation of P is always a false value. We have to remember that P and negation of P is always a false value. Okay. So this value is considered as a false value. And when we have a false value and Q, so in this case, Q will have two different values. Q will be true and Q will be false. Okay. So let us solve it separately. So here, this P and negation of P is a false value. When we do its or with Q, then Q will be true and false. Okay. Now here, when we do the or of true and false, then we get false. Then when false and false comes together with or operation, then also we get false. It means when we do a or between true and false, we get false. And when we do a or between false and false, we get false. It means that this whole value is actually false. Okay. So writing it as false value. Then we have or. Now negation of P and negation of Q. So negation of P and negation of Q, or negation of P and P. Again, we know that negation of P and P is a false value, means this part is actually a false value. Okay. Now, this is the term we have. Let us write it again. F, or negation of P and negation of Q, or F. Okay. So let us take this F and F together. So we will have F or F, and what is remaining, or negation of P and negation of Q. Okay. This is remaining here. You can see that in between these three terms, we have three terms. This is the first term, second term, and third term. In between these three terms, there is or sign. Okay. So we can write it in swapping positions also. Means we can write two F's together, and then at last we can write this value, because all the three terms are in or. Okay. Now we know that when false is with false, then it will give false. Okay. Or when we do the or of false with false, we get a false value. Okay. False. Then what we have is or negation of P and negation of Q. Okay. Now, when this value is in with the or operation with false, then it is always equals to negation of P and negation of Q. Okay. So this is the final negation for the given Boolean statement. Another concept that you should remember is when negation of P and negation of Q is with or and there is a false. Okay. Means when false is with this expression and in middle there is or, then it is always equals to negation of P and negation of Q. So for this question, the correct answer will be negation of P and negation of Q, which is option number D here. Okay, we can also write it separately. So this is the final answer for this question. I hope this question is clear to you. In this question, we have used so many direct properties. So you should remember all those properties. And most important part, don't get confused in substituting the values. You have to be very clear while you are substituting the values. Okay.
So I hope now the question is clear to you. Next question is, let x be a binomially distributed random variable with mean 4 and variance 4 by 3. Then 54 into p of x is less than or equals to 2 is equal to. In this question, it is given that x is a binomially distributed random variable with mean 4 and variance 4 by 3. Firstly, let us understand some basic concepts. Whenever we have a binomial distribution, then in that case, mean is always represented as NP and variance is always represented as NPQ. Here, what is the value of mean? 4. It means NP is 4. And what is the value of variance? 4 by 3. It means NPQ is 4 by 3. Now, one question arises in mind that here, what is P and Q? P is the probability of success and Q is the probability of failure. So there is one more relation between P and Q, which is P plus Q is always equals to 1. Considering it as equation 1, 2 and 3, we can find the values of NP and Q by using all these three equations. Let's see how. First of all, we have the value of NP. So let us put the value of NP in equation number 2. So we will have 4 into Q is equal to 4 by 3. We know that NP is 4. We have substituted the value of NP in equation number 2. So we have 4 into Q is equal to 4 by 3. From here, Q will be equals to 4 by 3 into 1 by 4. When this 4 will go to the right hand side, it will be divided. Okay. So this 4 and 4 will be cancelled. So from here, Q is equals to 1 by 3. Now let us do one thing. Let us put the value of Q in equation number 3. So we have P plus Q is 1 by 3 and this is equals to 1. So from here, P will be equals to 1 minus 1 by 3. So on taking the LCM, LCM is 3 and the numerator will be 3 into 1, 3 minus 1, which is 2 by 3. Now we have the value of P. Let us put it again in equation 1. What is equation 1? NP is equal to 4. So N into P. P is 2 by 3. This is equals to 4. Right? What we have done is we have substituted the values of P in equation number 1. So from here, N will be equals to 4 into 3 by 2. When this term will go to the right hand side, it will be divided. That is why the value is reciprocated. Okay. So from here, 2 into 1 gives 2 and 2 into 2 is 4. So N will be 2 into 3. So N will be 6. Okay. You can see how easily we have found out the values for N, P and Q. Now we have to find 54 into P of X is less than or equals to 2. Okay. Here, this is the probability distribution. So firstly, let us understand the basic formula related to probability distribution. If we have P of X is equal to R, then it is always equals to NCR multiplied by P power R multiplied by Q power N minus R. But in the question, we have to find 54 into P of X is less than or equals to 2. Okay. Means we have three values. 0, 1 and 2 because a condition is given that X is less than or equals to 2. So there can be possible three values of R, 0, 1 and 2. Okay. So this expression will be 54 into, first of all, we will have P of X is equal to 0, right? Then P of X is equal to 1. Then P of X is equals to 2 because a condition is given that P of X is less than or equals to 2. Okay, so the values that are less than or equal to 2 are 0, 1 and 2. Okay, this is a very, very important step. Okay, if you understand this step, then this question is very, very simple. You have to understand that for R, we will have three values because the condition is X is less than or equals to 2. And what are the three values that satisfy this condition? 0, 1 and 2. Okay, so for these three values separately, we have to use the formula and then we have to add all the values. So we have 54 multiplied by, firstly we have P of X is equal to 0. Okay, so here R is 0 and N. What is N? N is 6. Okay, and remember we have all the values. We have the values for P and Q also. Okay, so P of X is equal to 0 will be NCR means 6C0 multiplied by P power R. What is P? P is 2 by 3. So 2 by 3 power R. What is R? R is 0 here multiplied by Q power N minus R. What is Q? Q is 1 by 3 power N minus R. N minus R means 6 minus 0. Okay. Now,
Second is P of X is equal to 1. Now R is 1. Okay. And N is 6. So it will be 6C1 multiplied by P power R. What is P? 2 by 3. Power R means power 1. Multiplied by Q power N minus R. Q is 1 by 3. Power N minus R means 6 minus 1. Okay. Then at last we have P of X is equal to 2. Means R is 2 now. So according to the formula, it will be 6C2 multiplied by P power R means 2 by 3 power 2 multiplied by Q power N minus R means 1 by 3 power 6 minus 2. Okay, now we have to simply solve this. So we have 54 multiplied by 6C0. See, now again we have to understand a very basic concept that whenever we have NCR, it is always equals to N factorial divided by R factorial multiplied by N minus R factorial. Okay, here we have 6C0. Okay, means N is 6 and R is 0. So it will be 6 factorial divided by 0 factorial multiplied by 6 minus 0 factorial. So it is equals to 6 factorial divided by 6 factorial, which gives 1. Okay, so the value of 6C0 is 1. So 1 multiplied by 2 by 3 power 0. We know that anything raised to 0 gives 1. So again 1 multiplied by 1 by 3 power 6 minus 0. 6 minus 0 is 6 only. Okay. So 1 by 3 power 6. So 1 power 6 is 1 only, and 3 power 6 means 3 into 3 into 3 into 3 into 3 into 3. So it gives 729. Then we have 6C1. Let us solve 6C1. 6C1 means 6 factorial divided by 1 factorial into 6 minus 1 factorial. This is N and this is R. Okay, so it will be 6 factorial divided by 1 factorial means 1. 6 minus 1 means 5 factorial. Again, 6 factorial can be written as 6 into 5 factorial, right? Divided by 5 factorial. So this 5 factorial and 5 factorial will be cancelled. So what is remaining here? 6. So the value of 6C1 is 6. Okay, then multiplied by 2 by 3 power 1. So 2 by 3 multiplied by 1 by 3 power 6 minus 1. 6 minus 1 is 5. It means 1 by 3 power 5. 1 power 5 is 1 and 3 power 5 is 243. Okay. Then we have plus 6C2. Let us solve 6C2 also. 6C2 will be equals to 6 factorial divided by 2 factorial into 6 minus 2 factorial. Here N is 6 and R is 2. So according to the formula, N factorial upon R factorial into N minus R factorial. It will be 6 factorial upon 2 factorial into 6 minus 2 factorial. So it gives 6 factorial divided by 2 factorial into 4 factorial. 6 minus 2 is 4, right? Again, 6 factorial can be written as 6 into 5 into 4 factorial divided by 2 factorial means 2 into 1. And then we have 4 factorial. So this 4 factorial and 4 factorial will be cancelled. Again, 2 into 1 is 2 and 2 into 3 is 6. So what is remaining? 3 into 5 means 15. So the value of 6C2 is 15. So it will be 15 multiplied by 2 by 3 whole square. 2 square is 4 and 3 square is 9. Again multiplied by 1 by 3 power 6 minus 2. 6 minus 2 is 4. So it means 1 by 3 power 4. Okay. So 1 power 4 is 1 only, and 3 power 4 means 3 will be multiplied 4 times. Okay. So 3 into 3 into 3 into 3. So it is 81. Okay. When 3 is multiplied 4 times, it gives 81. Okay. Now, further we have to solve this. So here you can see that we have 54 outside multiplied by 1 into 1 into 1 by 729 is 1 by 729. Then plus, here this will be cancelled. 3 into 1 is 3 and 3 into 2 is 6. So 2 into 2 is 4. 4 divided by 243. Okay. Then plus. Here again this will be cancelled. 3 into 3 is 9 and 3 into 5 is 15. Okay. So here we will have 5 into 4 is 20. 20 divided by 3 into 81. 3 into 81 is 243. Okay. Now let us further solve this. So it will be 54 multiplied by. We have to take the LCM. When we take the LCM of these three values, LCM will be 729. And the numerator will be 1 plus. Now, in the second term, we have 243. Okay, so we have to think of a number that will multiply with 243 to give 729. So we know that 243 into 3 is 729.
So the numerator will be also multiplied with 3. So 4 into 3 is 12 plus. Here also we have 243. It means numerator will be multiplied with 3. So 20 into 3 is 60. So this will be 54 multiplied by 1 plus 12 plus 60 is 73, right? Because 60 plus 12 is 72 and 72 plus 1 is 73 divided by 729. Okay. Now we have to further cancel it by the table of 3. It will be easily cancelled. Okay. This will be 243 and this will be 1 and 8. 18 into 3 gives 54 and 243 into 3 gives 729. Again, 3 into 6 is 18 and 3 into 81 is 243. Again, 3 into 2 is 6 and 3 into this will be 27. 3 into 27 is 81. Okay. So in the numerator, see this is the numerator actually. So numerator is 2 into 73 divided by 27. Okay, 27 is the denominator. Now 2 into 73 will be 146. 146 divided by 27. This cannot be cancelled further. So this is the simplified fraction. And this is the final answer to the question. Okay, so let's check the options. If we look at the options, the correct option is option B, which is 146 divided by 27. I hope the question is clear to you. In this question, we have learned the formula for probability distribution, and we have also learned how by substituting the different values, we can find the value of any variable. So I hope the question is clear to you. And the most important part for this question is to understand this formula and to understand that we have 3 values of R. Okay. So I hope now the question is clear to you and the concepts too. Moving on to the next question, the integral of 1 minus 1 by root 3 into cos x minus sin x divided by 1 plus 2 by root 3 into sin 2x dx is equal to. In this question, we have to find the value for the given integral. Firstly, let us write the expression that is given in the integral form. We have integral of 1 minus 1 by root 3 into cos x minus sin x whole divided by 1 plus 2 by root 3 into sine 2x and dx. Let us do one thing. Let us take the LCM on the numerator and on the denominator. When we take the LCM in the numerator part, we will have root 3 minus 1 divided by root 3 into cos x minus sin x whole divided by. Now when we take the LCM in the denominator part, LCM will be root 3. So we will have root 3 plus 2 sine 2x divided by root 3. This root 3 and root 3 will be cancelled and here we have dx. Okay. Now let us do one thing. Let us divide by 2 in the numerator and in the denominator. Okay. So we are dividing by 2 in the numerator part and in the denominator part. So here we will have root 3 minus 1 by 2. We can also split it in this way. We have root 3 minus 1 by 2. It is equal to root 3 by 2 minus 1 by 2, right? So we can split it in this way. So here we have root 3 by 2 minus 1 by 2 into cos x minus sin x whole divided by. In the denominator also we have root 3 plus 2 sine 2x divided by 2. So here also we can split it as root 3 by 2 plus 2 sine 2x by 2. This 2 and 2 will be cancelled. So what is remaining here? Root 3 by 2 plus sine 2x and dx. All right. Now we have to multiply in the numerator part. Okay. Firstly, we have to multiply by root 3 by 2. Then we have to multiply by minus 1 by 2. So when we multiply root 3 by 2 inside this bracket, then we will have integral of root 3 by 2 cos x minus root 3 by 2 sin x, right? Root 3 by 2 into cos x is root 3 by 2 cos x, then root 3 by 2 into minus sin x is minus root 3 by 2 sin x. Similarly, multiplying with minus 1 by 2. Minus 1 by 2 into cos x is minus 1 by 2 cos x. Then minus 1 by 2 into minus of sin x. Minus minus will be plus and 1 by 2 into sin x is 1 by 2 sin x, right? And whole divided by. Here you can see that we have root 3 by 2. And we know that if
we want to change this root 3 by 2 in the terms of sine, then root 3 by 2 is equals to sine 60 degree. All right, why we have changed it, we will come to know now. So in the place of root 3 by 2, we can write sine 60 degree, and then we have plus sine 2x and dx. Okay. Now in the numerator part, you can see that we have 4 terms. Okay. We have to combine 2 terms together. So after combining both these terms and both these terms, we will get integral of cos x minus pi by 6 minus sine x plus pi by 6 and dx. And if we talk about the denominator here, we have to use a formula, which is sine c plus sine d. So firstly, let us understand the formula. If we have this form, sine c plus sine d, then it is always equals to 2 sine c plus d by 2 into cos c minus d by 2. Here you can see that we have sine 60 degree plus sine 2x. Okay. So it is in the form of sine c plus sine d here. Okay. Here, what is the value of c? 60 degree. What is the value of d? 2x. So by using this formula, we will have 2 sine c plus d. What is c? 60 degree. Plus d. What is d? 2x. C plus d divided by 2. All right. Into cos c minus d divided by 2. So 60 degree minus 2x divided by 2. Now let us solve this first part. We have 60 degree plus 2x divided by 2. It means it is equals to 60 degree by 2 plus 2x by 2. This 2 and 2 will be cancelled. Now what is 60 by 2? It is 30. So 30 degree plus x. Now, if we want to change it in the terms of sine, then what is the value for 30 degree? It is basically equals to pi by 6, right? What is pi by 6? Pi by 6 means 180 by 6. So when we cancel it, it is equal to 30 degree. So in the place of 30 degree, we can write pi by 6, right? So it means that the value of first part, which is c plus d by 2, is 30 degree plus x. And what is 30 degree? Pi by 6. So we can write it as pi by 6 plus x, or also we can write it as x plus pi by 6. X plus pi by 6 is equals to pi by 6 plus x, just like 2 plus 3 is equals to 3 plus 2. I hope the concept is clear to you. So in the numerator here, we have cos of x minus pi by 6 minus sine of x plus pi by 6 and dx, and divided by, we know that we have 2 sine, and the value of 60 degree plus 2x by 2 is 30 degree plus x. And again 30 degree plus x means pi by 6 plus x. We can also write it as x plus pi by 6. Then similarly, when we solve this part, then we will get cos of x minus pi by 6. All right. Now what we have to do is we have to separate the terms of numerator. Okay. This is the first term and this is the second term. So when we separate it, we will have cos x minus pi by 6 whole divided by the denominator here, which is 2 sine x plus pi by 6 into cos x minus pi by 6, right? Then with a negative sign, we have the second term, which is sine of x plus pi by 6. We have to separate this term too. So again, here we have to write the denominator, which is 2 sine x plus pi by 6 into cos x minus pi by 6. And here we will have dx. This is the separate part. So don't get confused here. Now you can see that here cos x minus pi by 6 and cos x minus pi by 6 will be cancelled. Similarly, sine x plus pi by 6 and here sine x plus pi by 6 will be cancelled. Again, you can see that 1 by 2 is common here. So let's take 1 by 2 common, and since it is a constant, so it will come out. So 1 by 2 is outside the integral. Then what is remaining? Integral of 1 divided by sine x plus pi by 6. And what is remaining in the second part? Minus of 1 divided by cos x minus pi by 6 and dx. Okay. Now we know that from the very basics of trigonometry, 1 by sine x is always equals to cosec x, and 1 by cos x is always equals to sec x. All right. So here we have the same form, 1 by 2 into integral of 1 by sine x. So 1 by sine x is cosec x. So it will be integral of cosec x. What is x here? The value of x is x plus pi by 6 minus, again, it is 1 by cos x, right? So let us do one thing. Let us separate the integral too. So integral of what is 1 by cos x? It is sec x. So sec x minus pi by 6 and dx. Now, in order to further solve this, we need to understand the basic formulas for integral. Okay, you can see that the integral is splitted into two parts, but firstly, we need to know the integration formula for sec x and cosec x. Okay, so we know that integral of sec x dx is equals to log of tan x by 2 plus pi by 4 plus c, where c is a constant. And integral of cosec x dx is always equals to log of mod of 10x by 2 plus c. All right, we have to use both these formulas here. These are the very basic formulas that you should remember. So first of all, we have integral of cosec x. This is the value of x. What is integral of cosec x? Log 10x by 2 plus c. So here we will have 1 by 2 into log of 10x by 2. What is x? This is the whole value for x. So x by 2 means this whole term divided by 2. Okay, so here we will have x plus pi by 6 divided by 2 and plus c. Then with a negative sign, we have to integrate sec x 2. Okay, so integral of sec x is log 10x by 2 plus pi by 4. So it will be log 10. What is x here? This is x, because this is integral of sec x. Okay, so we have x by 2 means x minus pi by 6 by 2 plus pi by 4. All right, and here we will have a constant, so no need to write it. Then on further solving this, we will have 1 by 2 into log of 10 x plus pi by 6 by 2. Okay, we can also split this here. We have x plus pi by 6 by 2. So both the terms will be divided by 2. So here we will have x by 2 plus pi by 6 by 2. So this 2 will be multiplied here. So we will have pi by 12. All right. So here we can write it as 10 x by 2 minus pi by plus. See, in the first term there is plus. Okay, so plus pi by 12, and then we have plus c. Okay, so in the first term we have tan x by 2 plus pi by 12, right? Yes, this is the term. Then what is the next term here? Minus log of tan of. Again, we have x minus pi by 6 by 2. So it can be splitted as x by 2 minus pi by 6 by 2 is pi by 12 and plus pi by 4 is also. Okay. So this is the value after solving the integral part. Okay. Now again, we have to use a very basic property for log, which is log a minus log b. It is always equals to log a divided by b. Okay, so this is the form that we have to use here. This is a and this is b. Okay, so we will have 1 by 2, which is already outside. Then log a minus log b is log a by b. What is log a? A is mod of 10 x by 2 plus pi by 12. And by b, what is b? B is this whole value. So mod of 10 x by 2 minus pi by 12 plus pi by 4. All right. Remember that whenever we are using this formula, both these values are in the modulus. Okay. The whole value for 10 is in the modulus. So this is the final step. Now we have to further simplify it. We have 1 by 2 log of mod of 10 x by 2 plus pi by 12 and whole divided by tan of. Here we can solve both these terms here. Okay. What are the terms? Minus pi by 12 plus pi by 4. So minus pi by 12 plus pi by 4. When we take the LCM, LCM will be 12 and the numerator will be minus pi plus. Here we have to multiply by 3. So in the numerator also 3 will be multiplied. So 3 pi. So here we have 2 pi divided by 12 because minus pi plus 3 pi is 2 pi. Okay, so this will be cancelled. So we will have pi by 6. So here we can write it as x by 2 plus pi by 6. All right. And remember that this whole value is in the modulus. So this is the final answer for this question. Now let's have a look towards the options. What are the given options? We know that the correct option is 1 by 2 into log 10 x by 2 plus pi by 12 divided by 10 x by 2 plus pi by 6, which is option number A here. So I hope the question is clear to you. In this question, we have used so many basic formulas of integration and some basic concepts related to log. So I hope this question is clear to you. And again, the correct option is option A here. Next question is a very interesting question. The question is area bounded by the curves y is equal to mod of x square minus 1 and y is equal to 1 is. First of all, let us draw a basic diagram to understand this question. So we need the coordinate axis. This is the coordinate axis. Remember that there are two different curves. Y is equal to mod of x square minus 1 and y is equal to 1. All right. So this is the first curve, which is for y is equal to mod of x square minus 1. Then this is the second curve, which is for 1 minus x square. All right. Now let us draw a line just to find all the intersection point of both these curves. You can see that we have 5 different intersection points. This is the first point. Let us name it as A. Then this is the second point, B. This is the third point, C. Similarly, fourth point, D. And fifth point, E. We have to find the area bounded by both this curve. So this is the area. And this part. You can see both the parts are equal. It means if we find the area of one part, we can easily find the area for both the parts by multiplying it with 2. Okay. But before that, let us understand one thing. We have y is equal to x square minus 1 and y is equal to 1. In both these cases, the left hand side is equal. It means the right hand side will be also equal. So x square minus 1 will be equals to 1. From here, x square will be 1 plus 1. So we can say x square is 2. Therefore, x will be under root of 2. Okay. Now, let us put the value of x in this equation. What is the equation? Y is equal to x square minus 1. We have to put x is equal to root 2. So we will have y is equal to root 2 whole square minus 1. So y will be equals to root 2 square is 2 only because we know that root 2 into root 2 is 2. 2 minus 1 is 1. So we can say that when x is root 2, y is 1. Okay, this is a intersection point and this is point E. Here, this value is root 2 comma 1. Okay, similarly, if we put x is equal to 0 in the same equation, then we get y is equal to 1. See, we have y is equal to mod of x square minus 1. Okay, so y will be equals to mod of 0 minus 1 since there is modulus. So positive number will come out. So we will have y is equal to 1. So we can say that when x is 0, y is 1. Similarly, when x is 1, y will be 0. Okay. So we have different points. This is 0, 1. This is 1, 0. And if we talk about the negative part of x-axis, this will be minus 1, 0. And similarly, point A will be minus root 2, 1. Okay. Now, let us do one thing. Let us find the area of one part. You can see there are two parts. So if we find the area of one part and multiply it with 2, then we will get the whole area. What is the whole area? Whole area is A, B, C, D, E, A. Okay. So we are multiplying with 2 because we are only finding the value for one part, which is C, D, E. Both the parts are equal. That is why we can multiply by 2 and we can get the whole area, right? So now we are finding the area for C, D, E. This is the main part which you have to listen very carefully. You can see that if we find the area of C, D, E, here if we draw this line, then the area or the limits is from 0 to 1. Okay, the numbers are going from 0 to 1. So here we will have integral of 0 to 1. Okay, then we will have 1 minus. Remember, when we are finding this area, we have to subtract this portion. And this is the portion for 1 minus x square. So that is why 1 minus x square is subtracted here. And this is dx. Then we also have to add this part, which is the part for another curve. Okay. Here you can see that the limits are going from 1 to root 2, because here, if we talk about this particular curve, okay, the point is root 2 comma 1. So the limits will be 1 to root 2. Here also we have to subtract another part for the curve, which is x square minus 1. Here x square minus 1 will be subtracted. So we have x square minus 1 and whole dx. All right. Now we have to further solve this part. So here we will have 2 multiplied by integral of 0 to 1. Let us open this brackets. 1 minus 1 plus x square. Here this minus and minus will become plus, and dx plus integral of 1 to root 2. Again, after opening the brackets, we will have 1 minus x square. Again, minus minus will be plus. So plus 1 dx. All right. Again, this will be 2 multiplied by integral of 0 to 1. 1 minus 1 will be 0. What is remaining? X square dx plus integral of 1 to root 2. 1 plus 1 is 2 minus x square dx. Before moving on further, we need to understand some basic formulas of integration. And the formulas are integral of x power n dx is always equals to x power n plus 1 divided by n plus 1. Here you can see in the first part we have integral of x square dx. It means the value of n is 2. So it will be x power 2 plus 1 divided by 2 plus 1. What is 2 plus 1? 3. So x power 3 divided by 3. So in the first part we will have 2 multiplied by. What is integral of x square dx? It is x cube upon 3. And what are the limits here? The limits are from 0 to 1. Then again here you can see we have 2 parts. So let's split it. Integral of 1 to root 2, 2 dx minus integral of 1 to root 2 x square dx. All right. Here 2 is a constant, so it will come out. So here we have 2 multiplied by x cube upon 3 and the limits are 0 to 1 plus 2 will come out. Then what will remain? Integral of 1 to root 2 dx minus integral of 1 to root 2 x square dx. Again, integral of dx is always equals to x. So here we will have 2 multiplied by x cube by 3 and here the limits are 0 to 1 plus 2 into integral of dx. What is integral of dx? X. All right. And here what are the limits? 1 to root 2. Okay. I hope this part is clear to you. Here we have 2, then multiplied with x and the limits are 1 to root. Okay. Then minus integral of x square dx is x cube upon 3 and here again what are the limits? 1 to root 2. You can see in both these parts the limits are same. So we can combine the limits. So this will be 2 multiplied by x cube upon 3 and here the limits are 0 to 1 plus 2x minus x cube by 3 and the whole limit will be 1 to root 2 because for both these parts the limit are from 1 to root 2. So we have combined it and then we have written it. Okay. Now all we have to do is we have to apply the limits here. Okay. So we have 2 multiplied by. First we will apply the upper limit, which is 1. Applying the limit means in the place of x, you simply have to put this limit. So when we put 1 in the place of x, we have 1 by 3. Then when we put 0 in the place of x, it will be 0, right? Then plus. This is the first part. Now we have to solve this part. We have to put root 2 in the place of x. So when we put root 2, we have 2 root 2 minus root 2 cube. Root 2 into root 2 into root 2. Root 2 into 2 is 2. Then again multiplying it with root 2, so it will be 2 root. Okay. So it will be 2 root 2 divided by 3. Now again we have to apply the lower limit. In the previous part the lower limit was 0. That is why we have not applied it, because whenever we put 0 the value is always 0. But here we have to put the limit which is 1. Okay. So again minus, when we put 1 it will be 2 minus 1 by 3. All right. Now further we have to solve this. Here we will have 2 multiplied by 1 by 3 plus. Let us take the LCM for this part. Okay. This is the part when we put the limit root 2. And this is the part when we substituted the limit as 1. Okay. So here we have to take the LCM separately. The LCM will be 3. Right. Then this part will be 3 into 2 root 2. 6 root 2 minus 2 root 2. divided by 3 minus 2 minus 1 by 3. What is 2 minus 1 by 3? Here the LCM is 3. So 3 into 2 is 6. 6 minus 1 means 5 by 3. So here we have minus 5 by 3. Okay. Now again, let us solve this part. So this is equals to 2 multiplied by 1 by 3 plus 6 root 2 minus 4 root 2. 6 root 2 minus 2 root 2 gives 4 root 2, right? Don't get confused here. We have 6 root 2 in this way. Let us understand it in some different way. Okay, you can see there are 6 root 2's. Okay, if we subtract 2 root 2's from here, how many are remaining? 1, 2, 3 and 4. So we can write it as 4 root 2 divided by 3 minus 5 divided by 3. Now you can see the LCM or the denominator is same here. So we can easily add or subtract the values that are on numerator. Whenever the denominator is same, then all we have to do is we have to directly add or subtract the values that are present on the numerator. So here we have 2 multiplied by, what are the values? 1 plus 4 root 2 minus 5 whole divided by 3. Here we have combined the denominator. Okay. So here 2 multiplied by 1 minus 5 is minus of 4. So 4 root 2 minus of 4 divided by 3. All right. Here you can see that in the numerator, 2 is common. Okay. And we can also take 4 common directly. Okay. So when we take 4 common, then we have 2 multiplied by 4. And what is remaining? Root 2 minus 1 divided by 3. We have taken 4 common from this part. 4 root 2 minus 4. You can see in both the terms 4 is common. So when we take 4 common, what will remain here? Root 2 minus 1. And this 2 was already outside. So it will be multiplied by 4. So here we have 8 multiplied by root 2 minus 1 divided by 3. It can be also written as 8 by 3 multiplied by root 2 minus 1. It is same. So this is the final answer for this question. Now let's have a look towards the options. If we look at the options, the correct option is option D, which is 8 by 3 multiplied by root 2 minus 1. So the correct option is option D here. In this question, the main part is to understand the basics, that how we find out the point of intersection. Okay, it is very simple. You just have to use the equations that are given in the question. Then you have to also apply a trick. Since both these parts are equal, then you can just find the area for one part and you can multiply it with 2 to get the whole area. So I hope the concepts, the steps and all the basic formulas are clear to you. Next question is, let set A is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and set B is equal to 3, 6, 7, 9. Then the number of elements in the set where C is a subset of A such that C intersection B is not equals to 5 is. In this question, we have two different sets, set A and set B. Set A consists of 7 elements and set B consists of 4 elements. And it is given that C is a subset of A. What do you understand by the word subset here? Subset is basically a set of which all the elements are contained in another set. Let us consider a set E. Let the elements in set E be 5, 7, 9, 3 and 1. Now, if we say that F is a subset of E, then let us suppose the elements of F is 7, 9 and 1. So if F is the subset of E, we can say that F is contained in E. Okay. F is basically contained inside the set E, because you can see that every element of F is present in E. Okay. So this is a way to represent a subset. Okay. You can say that a subset is a small set that is made from the large number of set, or the large set which consists of so many elements. Okay. Now coming to the question here, it is given that C is a subset of E. It means that C will be formed from all these elements. Okay. So for now, let us consider this as C, because set C will be formed from these elements only, because it is given that C is a subset of A. So if this is considered as C and we have set B, then we can find C intersection B, right? So firstly, let us find C intersection B. So C intersection B is 3, 6 and 7. See, what is intersection? Intersection means the elements
which are common in both the set. We are considering this as set C for now, okay? Because C is a subset of A, it means that set C will be made from this elements only, okay? Here we have 7 elements and in set B we have 4 elements. So what are the common elements in both the sets? 3, 6 and 7. Now, if we talk about set A, there are total 7 elements. So the possible subsets can be 2 power 7. Okay, this is the formula to find the subsets. Subset is always equals to 2 power n. Okay, so the possible number of subset that can be made from set A is 2 power 7, which is 128. Okay, so for C, there are possibilities that there are 128 chances for making a subset. Okay. Now we know that C intersection B is 3, 6 and 7 and it is given that C intersection B cannot be equals to 5. 5 means null. Okay. It means that except this elements, all the elements will be removed. Okay. So we have the elements 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Firstly, let us remove this from set A. So if we remove 3, 6 and 7 from set A, then what is remaining? We have 1, 2, 4 and 5. Means we have total 4 elements. So the possibilities of subsets will be 2 power 4, but we do not have to take this part, okay? Because it is given that C intersection B cannot be equals to 5. Means 3, 6 and 7 cannot be equals to 5. Means this elements should be present in the subset, okay? So what we have to do is from the total number of subsets, we have to subtract this 4 elements because 3, 6 and 7 cannot be equals to 5. Okay. So 2 power 7 minus 2 power 4. So it will be 128 minus 2 power 4 is 16. 128 minus 16 is 112. So the correct answer for this question is 112. I hope this question is clear to you. The main part is you have to understand the basics of this question. Okay. Firstly, it is given that C is a subset of A. In set A, we have total 7 elements. So the total subsets will be 2 power 7, which is 128. Then, if C is a subset of A, then C will be made from all the elements that are present in A. So we consider this as set C. Then we find C intersection B, which is 3, 6 and 7. And it is given that C intersection B cannot be equals to 5. Means 3, 6 and 7 will not be equals to 5. Okay. It means that except all these 3 elements, we have to remove the other elements. So what are the other elements? 1, 2, 4 and 5. So from the total number of subsets, we have to remove this elements. Okay. These elements will form 2 power 4 subsets. Okay. So we have done here 2 power 7 minus 2 power 4. From the total subsets, we have to subtract the subsets that will be made by these 4 elements. And the subsets that will be made by these 4 elements is 2 power 4. So that is why 2 power 7 minus 2 power 4 is done here. Okay. So at last we get the final answer, which is 112. I hope the concept is clear to you. Next question is the largest value of A for which the perpendicular distance of the plane containing the lines r vector is equal to I cap plus j cap plus lambda into I cap plus aj cap minus k cap and r vector is equal to I cap plus j cap plus mu into minus I cap plus j cap minus ak cap from the point 214 is under root 3 is. In this question, we have a perpendicular distance of the plane and the plane contains 2 different lines. So first of all, we need to understand the concept here. Consider this as the required plane. According to the question, this plane consists of 2 different lines and the lines are intersecting lines. So these are the intersecting lines which are present inside this planes. So this is the plane and this plane contains 2 intersecting lines. Now, since both these lines are intersecting, then we can easily find the normal here because this line is parallel to the points 1, A and minus 1 and this line is parallel to the points minus 1, 1 and minus of A. Now, how to find these points? It is very simple. Here we have an equation. We have to focus on this part. All we have to do is we have to write the coefficient of I, J and K. Here you can see that the coefficient of I is 1. So the first point is 1 here
And similarly, coefficient of j is a. So the next point is a. And coefficient of k is -1. So the third point is -1. Similarly, we have to focus on this part. Here the coefficient of I is -1. So you can see that the first point is -1. Then coefficient of j is 1 and coefficient of k is -a. So we have 1 and -a. Now we can easily find n vector. How to find n vector? It is very simple. Firstly, we have to form a determinant which consists of I cap, j cap and k cap. This determinant will consist of the coefficient of I, j and k, which we have already written here. Okay. Since we know that this line is parallel to the point 1a minus 1. So all we have to do is we have to write here 1a minus 1. Then this line is perpendicular to this points. What are the points? -1, 1 and -a. We have already written these points. Now we have to solve this determinant. Do you know how to solve a determinant? We have to expand this determinant along row 1. So the basic rules are, firstly, we have to write the first element of first row because we are expanding it along row 1. Now we have to eliminate the first row and first column. See, this is the first row and this is the first column. So we have to eliminate first row and first column. After eliminating first row and first column, what are the remaining terms? We have a, -1, 1 and -a. Then with a negative sign, we have to write the second term of the first row, which is j cap. Now we have to eliminate the first row and second column. So after eliminating the first row and second column, the remaining terms are 1, -1, -1 and -a. Then with a positive sign, we have to write the third term of the first row, which is k cap. And now at last we have to eliminate first row and third column. After eliminating first row and third column, the remaining terms are 1, a, -1 and 1. Okay. Now we have to simply solve it. We have I cap multiplied by. Now what we have to do is this multiplied by this minus this multiplied by this. So a into -a is -a square. -1 into -1 will be -1. So minus of -1 will be +1. Okay. So we have I cap into -a square plus 1. Then with a negative sign, we have j cap. Again, 1 into -a is -a. -1 into -1 will be +1, right? So we have -a minus 1. Then plus of k cap. Then 1 into 1 is 1 minus. -1 into a will be -a. So minus of -a will be +a. So here we will have 1 plus a. All right. We can further solve it. Here we will have I cap multiplied by -a square plus 1. Then when this minus will be multiplied inside, so we will have plus j cap multiplied by a plus 1 and plus k cap multiplied by 1 plus a. All right. Now we have to use a very basic form here. You need to understand the form. The form is r vector dot n vector is equal to a vector dot n vector. What is the value of n vector? This is the value of n vector. You can see that we are solving it for n vector. Okay. So this is the value for n vector. Now what is a vector? A vector is this value, which is I cap plus j cap. Okay. So let us write the values. A vector is I cap plus j cap. And since there is no element for k cap, so we can write it as 0 k cap. Right. Now, if we talk about r vector is basically written as xi cap plus yj cap plus zk cap. We have all the values. Now all we have to do is we have to put these values. Okay, we have to put the value for r vector, n vector and a vector here. Okay, so what is r vector? R vector is xi cap plus yj cap plus zk cap dot product n vector. What is n vector? N vector is, you can see here we have -a square plus 1. We can also write it as 1 minus a square into I cap. Then plus a plus 1 into j cap, right? Plus 1 plus a or a plus 1 is same. So we can write it as a plus 1 into k cap, right? What we have done is we have simply swapped the values. It's just like 2 plus 3 is equals to 3 plus 2. In the same way, 1 plus a is equals to a plus 1. Now, this is the left hand side. Now, what about the right hand side? Right hand side is a vector. What is a vector? A vector is I cap plus j cap plus 0 k cap. Okay. and its dot product with again n vector, means we have to write n vector again. So what is n vector here? You can see that n vector is 1 minus a square into I cap plus a plus 1 into j cap plus a plus 1 into k cap. We have to do the dot product in both the sides. Okay. How to do the dot product? You just have to multiply the elements or the coefficients of I with I, j with j, and k with k. Okay. First of all, let us focus on the left hand side. We have first part and second part. We have to do the dot product of both these parts. Okay, this is the first part and this is the second part. So dot product means coefficient of I will be multiplied with coefficient of I. So x into 1 minus a square. Then coefficient of j will be multiplied with coefficient of j. So plus y into a plus 1. Then coefficient of k will be multiplied with coefficient of k. Okay, so plus z into a plus 1. Now about the right hand side. Here you can see that when I vector or I cap will be multiplied with I cap, then it will be 1. I into I is 1. Similarly, j into j is 1 and k into k is 1. That is why we directly multiply the coefficients. Okay, now about the right hand side. Here again we have to multiply the coefficient of I with I, j with j, and k with k. This is the first part and this is the second part. So here what is the coefficient of I? The coefficient of I is 1. 1 into 1 minus a square is 1 minus a square, right? Then plus. Here also the coefficient of j is 1. So 1 into a plus 1 is a plus 1. Here you can see that the coefficient of k is 0. So 0 into a plus 1 is 0. So no need to write it. All right. Now here we have x into 1 minus a square plus y into a plus 1 plus z into a plus 1 is equals to 1 minus a square plus a plus 1. All right. Now let us do one thing. Let us take these terms on the left hand side. All right. So we have x into 1 minus a square plus y into a plus 1 plus z into a plus 1. Then when we take both these terms on the left hand side, it will be negative. So minus of 1 minus a square and minus of a plus 1. And this is equals to 0. Okay, now you can see that some terms are common. If we take 1 minus a square common, then what is remaining? So let us first take 1 minus a square common. Now what is remaining? Here x is remaining and here we have minus of 1. So x minus 1. Similarly, a plus 1 is also common here. Okay, you can see that a plus 1 is common. Okay, so here first of all we have a plus 1 as a common value. Okay, or we can also write it as 1 plus a. So what is remaining? Y minus 1. And similarly, again, when we take a plus 1 common, then z is remaining. And this is equals to 0. Okay. So this is the equation which is formed now. Okay. We have minus a square plus 1 into x minus 1, right? Then plus a plus 1 into y minus 1 plus a plus 1 into z. And this is equals to 0. This is the equation which is formed. Okay. Here we can write this term as 1 minus a square or minus a square plus 1. It is same only. Okay. Now what we have to do is we have to find the perpendicular distance. It is given in the question that the perpendicular distance is equal to under root of 3. But firstly, we need to understand the formula for the perpendicular distance. So the formula for perpendicular distance is mod of ax1 plus by1 plus cz1 plus d divided by under root of a square plus b square plus c square. And here this a, b and c are same values that will be present here. All right. So for the formula, I have written capital A and small a, but it is same only. Okay. You can write capital A also here. It makes no difference. Okay. So this is the formula for perpendicular distance. Now, what is the value of A, B, and C? So here, the value of A is minus of A square plus 1. The value of B is A plus 1 and the value of C is A plus 1. You can see all the values comes from this part. All right. So I hope now this concept is clear to you. All we have to do is we have to substitute the values here. And remember that the value of the perpendicular distance is already given in the question. It is given that the perpendicular distance for which this plane contains this line is under root of 3. So what is the value of perpendicular distance? It is under root of 3. Okay. So here, first of all, let us put the values in this formula. So we will have mod of minus of a square plus 1 plus 4 into a plus 1 divided by under root of a square. What is a? A is minus of a square plus 1. A square means it's square, plus b square means a plus 1 whole square, plus c square means a plus 1 whole square. Okay, this is the formula, and we know that this is the formula for the perpendicular distance, and the perpendicular distance is already given in the question, which is equal to under root of 3, means this whole value is equal to under root of 3. Now let us do one thing. Let us square on both the sides. Okay. But first of all, let us solve the numerator part. What is the numerator part here? Minus a square plus 1 plus 4a plus 4. 4 into a is 4a and 4 into 1 is 4. Divided by the denominator. Denominator will be the same, which is minus a square plus 1 whole square plus a plus 1 whole square plus a plus 1 whole square. And this is equals to under root of 3. Okay. Now let us square on both the sides. So first of all, in numerator, we will have minus of a square plus 4a plus 4 plus 1 is 5. Okay. We are squaring on both the sides. So here we will have square divided by, when we square the denominator, this under root will be cancelled. Okay. So here we will have minus a square plus 1 whole square plus a plus 1 whole square plus a plus 1 whole square. And what is the right hand side? Under root of 3. So when we square on the right hand side, under root of 3 whole square means root 3 into root 3, which is equals to 3. So on the right hand side, we will have 3. Just to remove this under root, we have squared on both the sides. Now we have to simply solve this, and we have to find the values for a. Okay. And remember that we need to find the largest value of a. So first of all, let us take this term which is present on the denominator to the right hand side. So we will have minus of a square plus 4a plus 5 whole square is equals to 3 multiplied by minus of a square plus 1 whole square plus a plus 1 whole square plus a plus 1 whole square. Before moving on further, we need to understand two basic formulas that we need to use here. So there is an identity which is x plus y plus z whole square. It is always equals to x square plus y square plus z square plus 2xy plus 2yz plus 2zx. And there is another identity which is a plus b whole square. It is equals to a square plus b square plus 2ab. You can see that the left hand side is in the form of x plus y plus z whole square. Here x is minus of a square, y is 4a, and z is 5. So let us use this formula for the left hand side. What is the formula? The formula is x square plus y square plus z square plus 2xy plus 2yz plus 2zx. Okay. So x square means minus a square whole square. So it will be a power 4. Then y square means 4a whole square. So 4 square is 16, and the square of a will be a square. Then 5 square is 25. This is x square plus y square plus z square. But we also have to do plus 2xy plus 2yz plus 2zx. So 2xy means 2 into x into y. This is x, this is y, and this is z. So 2 into minus a square is minus 2a square. Okay. Into 4a will be minus 8a cube. We can do it. See. Minus 2 into, plus 2 into minus of a square into 4a. This is 2, this is x, and this is y. Okay. So here we have 2 into 4, 8. Then minus of a square into a is minus a cube. So minus a cube. So here we have minus of 8a cube. All right. So minus 8a cube. Then we have to do 2yz, means 2 into y into z. What is y? 4a into z. What is z? 5. Okay. So here we will have 2 into 4 is 8. 8 into 5 is 40. So 40a. Remember that a is also present here. So we have plus 40a. Then 2zx means 2 into z into x. What is z? 5. What is x? Minus a square. 5 into 2 is 10. 10 into minus a square will be minus of 10a square. So we have here minus of 10a square. All right. Now, this is the left hand side. Okay. We have to solve the right hand side. So right hand side is 3 multiplied by. Here you can see that this is in the form of a plus b whole square. This is the value of a and this is the value of b. So what is a plus b whole square? It is a square plus b square plus 2ab. Okay. So here we know that the value of a is minus of a square and b is 1. So first of all, a square means the square of this term minus a square whole square. So it will be a power 4 plus 1 square is 1 plus 2 into a into b. So 2 into minus of a square is minus of 2a square and minus of 2a square into 1. See, we have 2 into minus of a square into 1. This is a and this is b. So we will have minus of 2a square, right? So here we will have minus of 2a square. Similarly, we have to use the same formula for both these terms. This is also in the form of a plus b whole square. Here a is a and b is 1. So it will be a square plus 1 plus 2a. Similarly, it will be also same a square plus 1 plus 2a. All right. Now we have to further solve this. Here we have a power 4. All right. Then minus 8a cube. These two terms are already written. Now let us solve the terms of a square. 16a square minus 10a square is 6a square. So 6a square, 16 minus 10 is 6. Okay. And we have a square. So 6a square. Then we have plus 40a. And we have plus 20. 5. This is the left hand side. Now let us solve the right hand side. 3 multiplied by. Here we have a power 4. There is a single term for a power 4. Now let us solve the terms for a square. Here we have minus 2a square plus a square plus a square. So let us solve it. Minus 2a square plus a square plus a square. So we will have minus 2a square is plus 2a square. Minus 2a square plus 2a square is 0. It means the terms of a square will be 0. So again, let us focus on the terms of a. 2a plus 2a is 4a. Okay, so here we have plus 4a. Then what is remaining? 1 plus 1 plus 1. So plus 3. Okay. Now again solving this, we have a power 4 minus 8a cube plus 6a square plus 40a plus 25 is equal to. Now we have to multiply 3 inside the bracket. 3 into a power 4 is 3a power 4 plus 3 into 4a is 12a. Then 3 into 3 is 9. All right. Now we have to take all the terms on one side. So let us do one thing. Let us take all the terms on the right hand side. So in the right hand side, we have 3 terms that are already present. 3a power 4 plus 12a plus 9. Now we have to take all these elements to the right hand side. Remember that whenever we transfer the numbers or elements from one side to another, then its sign is changed. For example, here there is plus a power 4. So when it will go to the right hand side, it will be minus of a power 4. Similarly, we have plus 8a cube minus 6a square minus 40a minus 25 is equal to 0. All right. Now again, we have to solve it. You can see that the terms that were on the left hand side are now on the right hand side. Okay. And their sign is changed. So again, we have to solve it. 3a power 4 minus a power 4 is 2a power 4. Then we have plus 8a cube. For cube, we have a single term. Okay. Then what about a square? We have minus of 6a square. Then terms of a are 12a minus 40a. What is 12a minus 40a? It is equals to minus 28a. Okay. 40 minus 12 is 28. And since 40 is the bigger number here or the larger number here, so answer will have a sign of the larger number. So we will have minus 28a. Now the numbers are remaining. 9 minus 25 will be minus of 16. And this is equals to 0. You can see that in all these terms, 2 is common. Okay, so let us take 2 common. After taking 2 common, what is remaining here? A power 4 plus 4a cube minus 3a square minus 14a minus 8 is equals to 0. Now this 2 will go to the right hand side. So it will be 0 because on the right hand side there is 0. So 0 divided by 2 will be 0. So we will have a power 4 plus 4a cube minus 3a square minus 14a minus 8 is equal to 0. Okay. Now all we have to do is we have to solve this equation and we have to find the values for a, or we need to find the factors here. Okay. So here, this is the main part where you have to do some brainstorming and think of some factors. Okay. So here the first factor will be a minus 2. Because if a minus 2 is equals to 0, a is equals to 2, right? And when we put a is equal to 2, this equation will be satisfied. Means left hand side will be equal to right hand side. Let us check it. So we have to put a is equal to 2. So 2 power 4 plus 4 into 2 cube minus 3 into 2 square minus 14 into 2 minus 8 is equal to 0. What is 2 power 4? 2 power 4 means 2 into 2 into 2 into 2. It is 16 plus 4 into 2 cube. So 4 into 2 cube. What is 2 cube? 8 means 4 into 8. 4 into 8 is 32. Minus of 3 into 2 square. 2 square is 4. 3 into 4 is 12. So minus of 12. Minus of 14 into 2. 14 into 2 is 28. And minus of 8. This should be equals to 0. Okay. So here you can see that when we add all these values, here we will have 16 plus 32. What is 16 plus 32? It is 48. All right. Then minus 12 minus 8 is minus 20. And then we have minus 28. This is equals to 0. So 48. Now minus 20 minus 28 is minus 48. We know that 48 minus 48 will be 0. So here left hand side is equals to right hand side. So we can say that a minus 2 is a factor of this equation. Similarly, we have two different factors. A plus 1 is equal to 0. If a plus 1 is equal to 0, then a will be minus 1. Okay, we have to check it for a is equal to minus 1. So let us put a is equal to minus 1 in this equation. So we have minus 1 power 4 plus 4 into minus 1 cube minus 3 into minus 1 square minus 14 into minus 1 minus 8 is equal to 0. Okay, we have substituted a is equal to minus 1. All right. So minus 1 power 4. Since the power is even, it will be 1 plus 4 into minus 1 cube. It will be negative because the power is odd. So we will have 4 into minus 1. Then minus 3 into minus 1 square. This value will be positive because minus 1 into minus 1 is 1. So 1. Then minus 14 into minus 1 is plus 14 minus 8 is equal to 0. So here we have 1. 4 into minus 1 is minus 4. Minus 3 into 1 is minus 3. Then plus 14 minus 8 is equal to 0. Okay. So here minus 4 minus 3 is minus 7. 1 minus 7 is minus 6. Plus 14 minus 8 is equal to 0. Now minus 6 minus 8 is minus 14. And what is remaining? Plus 14. Minus 14 plus 14 is 0. So here also left hand side is equals to right hand side. So we can say that a plus 1 is the second factor of this equation. Similarly, we have one more factor which is a plus 4 is equal to 0. Okay. If a plus 4 is 0, then a will be equals to minus 4. Let us check it for a is equal to minus 4. We have to substitute the value of a in this equation. First term is a power 4 means minus 4 power 4 plus 4 into a cube means minus 4 cube. Remember that we are putting a is equals to minus 4 now. Okay. Then we have minus 3 into a square. What is a? Minus 4. So minus 4 square. Then minus of 14 into minus 4 minus 8 is equal to 0. Now minus 4 power 4 is 256. All right. Here since the power is odd, so the value will be negative. Means minus 4 into minus 4 into minus 4 will be minus of 64. And minus of 64 into 4 is minus of 256. Again, here we have minus 3 into minus 4 whole square. Minus 4 whole square will be 16. 16 into 3 is 48. Then again we have a negative sign. Then 14 into minus 4 will be 56, which is negative. Okay, 14 into minus 4 will be minus 56. But again, we have one more minus here. So minus minus will be plus. So plus 56 and at last we have minus 8 and it is equals to 0. Okay, 256 minus 256, 0. Minus 48 plus 56 minus 8 is equal to 0. Now minus 48 minus 8 is minus 56. What is remaining? Plus 56. We know that minus 56 plus 56 is 0. So again, left hand side is equals to right hand side. Okay. So let us write the equation again. The equation is a power 4 plus 4a cube minus 3a square minus 14a minus 8 is equal to 0. The factors for this equation is a minus 2, a plus 1 and a plus 4. Okay. If all these three are the factors, it means all these three are separately equal to 0. We have already checked it. Okay. So when a minus 2 is equals to 0, then a is 2. When a plus 1 is equals to 0, a is minus 1. And when a plus 4 is equals to 0, a is minus 4. So we have three different values of a. A is equals to 2, minus 1 and minus 4. Okay, we have already checked all the values by substituting it in the equation. Okay, when we put a is equal to 2 or minus 1 or minus 4, then the equation is satisfied. But for this question, we have to find the largest possible value of a. Okay, it is clearly given that we have to find the largest value of a. Okay, so let's have a look towards all the values of a again. We have a is equal to 2, minus 1 and minus 4. Here, what is the largest number? The largest number is 2. Okay, both these numbers are smaller than 2. So we have to accept the largest value. Since in the question, we have to find the largest value of a. So the largest value of a is 2. And hence the correct answer for this question is 2. I hope this question is clear to you. It was a little bit lengthy question, but this question consists of basic concepts only. And in this question, we have learned some identities. So I hope the question is clear to you. We have also learned how to find the n vector for a plane. Okay. So once again, the answer for this question is 2. The largest value of a is 2 here. Next question is, numbers are to be formed between 1000 and 3000, which are divisible by 4 using the digits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 without repetition of digits. Then the total number of such numbers is. First of all, we need to understand the question. We need to form a number which should lie between 1000 and 3000, and the number should be also divisible by 4. And we have to form a number using this 6 digits. One more condition is given, that we cannot repeat any digits. Then in this case, we have to find the total number of such numbers that lie between 1000 and 3000, and those are divisible by 4. First of all, if a number lies between 1000 and 3000, then one thing is clear, that the starting digit will be 1 or 2, and we will have a 4-digit number because the number lies between 1000 and 3000. Okay, so the starting number can be 1 or the starting number can be 2. These are the two possible cases here, because the number here lies between 1000 and 3000. So the starting number can be 1 or 2. Now, the number should be also divisible by 4. Okay. So for its divisibility by 4, the third and fourth digit can be 1, 2, 1, 6, 2, 4, 3, 2, 3, 6, 5, 2, 5, 6, and 6, 4. How we have written these numbers? We have to use this 6 digits and we have to write the multiples of 4. Okay. But one thing is very clear, that we cannot repeat any digit. It is clearly written here without repetition of digits. You can see that 1 is already fixed at the first place. So we cannot repeat 1. It means this case and this case will be cancelled. Now, how many are the remaining case? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Okay. Consider the first case where we have 2 and 4. So in the first case, we have used 1, 2 and 4. So what are the remaining digits? We have used 1, 2 and 4. The remaining digits are 3, 5 and 6. It means that 3 digits are remaining. Okay, so possibility of this place to be filled is 3 digits. Any 3 digits can be filled here when we have 1, 2 and 4. Similarly, for 1, 3 and 2, also there will be a possibility of 3, right? So for each case, from here, we will have a possibility of 3 chances. Okay. 3 numbers can be filled in these places. Okay. And how many are the cases? Here there are 6 cases. So 6 cases have 3 possible chances. Okay. So 6 multiplied by 3 is 18. So for the first case, we have 18 numbers. Okay. Now coming to the second case. Here you can see that the first digit is 2. Okay. So again, looking for the third and fourth digit. Here the digits can be 1, 2, 1, 6, 2, 4, 3, 2, 3, 6, 5, 2, 5, 6, and 6 and 4. But you can see that in the first place, 2 is already used. So we cannot repeat 2. It means this case will be cancelled, this case will be cancelled, and this both cases will be cancelled because all these cases consist of 2 and we cannot repeat 2. So how many are the remaining cases? 1, 2, 3, and 4. But as we have done in the first case, each pair here, okay, for the first pair 2, 1, and 6, there will be 3 remaining numbers because we have the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. For the first part, here there is 2, here there is 1, and here there is 6. So we have used 2, 1, and 6. How many are the remaining numbers? 3 remaining numbers are present here. It means that this place can be filled in 3 possible ways. Similarly, for this pair, and for this pair, means each of this pair have 3 possible chances. So 4 into 3 is 12. Now we have to find the total numbers. See, in the first case, the total numbers are 18. In the second case, the total numbers are 12. So the total number in both the cases will be 18 plus 12, which is equals to 30. So for this question, the correct answer is 30. I hope the question is clear to you. The main part here is to understand that if the digit or the number is divisible by 4, then the last 2 digits should be a multiple of 4. And these are the multiples that you have to form using this 6 digits only. Okay. So I hope now the question and the concept is clear to you. Next question is, if summation of k is equal to 1 to 10, k divided by k power 4 plus k square plus 1 is equals to m by n, where m and n are co-prime, then m plus n is equal to. In this question, we have a summation. Let's write it first. Summation of k is equals to 1 to 10, k divided by k power 4 plus k square plus 1. Its value is equals to m by n. And at last, we have to find m plus n. It means firstly, we need to solve this summation. First of all, let us do one thing. Let us factorize this denominator. What is the denominator here? K power 4 plus k square plus 1. Okay, now how to factorize it? Let us do one thing. Let us add one k square here. If we are adding one k square, we also have to subtract it just to balance it out. Okay, now let us write these terms as k power 4 plus k square plus 1 minus k square. What we have done is we have added this k square. Okay, so it will be k power 4 plus k square is 2k square. Then plus 1 minus k square. Now these 3 terms are basically the expansion of k square plus 1 whole square. Let's see how. This is in the form of a plus b whole square. A plus b whole square is a square plus b square plus 2ab. All right. Now, if we are talking about this first 3 terms, then these terms are expansion of k square plus 1 whole square. When we compare it with the identity, we find that here a is k square and b is 1. Okay. So according to the formula, a square means k square whole square. So it will be k power 4 plus b square means 1 square. So 1 plus 2 into a into b means 2 into k square into 1. So it will be 2k square. You can see that these 3 terms are exactly the 3 terms that are present here, which is k power 4 plus 2k square plus 1. So in the place of these 3 terms, we can write k square plus 1 whole square. Okay. So now we have a step which is k square plus 1 whole square, and what is remaining after it? Minus of k square. Again here, identity will be used. Okay. And the identity will be a square minus b square. You can see that this step is in the form of a square minus b square. This is a and this is b. All right. So what is the identity? A square minus B square is A plus B into A minus B. Similarly, K square plus 1 whole square minus K square will be equals to A plus B. See, this is A and this is B. So A plus B means K square plus 1 plus K into A minus B. A minus B means K square plus 1 minus K. Okay. So this is basically the factorization of the denominator. So now we can write it. We can just substitute the value. So we have summation of K is equals to 1 to 10. K divided by. Now, what is the factorization of the denominator? K square plus 1 plus K multiplied by K square plus 1 minus K. Okay, now there is a very short trick. So listen very carefully. In this type of questions, what we have to do is we have to create a difference in the numerator. Now a question arises in mind that what is the difference that will be created in the numerator? So it is very simple. We just have to create the difference of the terms of denominator. But remember that we have to create the difference in numerator. Okay, so let's see it. Summation of K is equals to 1 to 10. Remember that in numerator, we are creating a difference of the terms that are present in the denominator. Okay, so K square plus 1 plus K minus of K square plus 1 minus K. You can see that we have created a difference of both the terms that are present in the denominator. And this difference is on the numerator. Now, divided by the denominator, which is K square plus 1 plus K, multiplied by K square plus 1 minus K. Okay. It is a very, very simple steps. The terms that are present on the denominator, by using those terms, we have to create a difference in the numerator. You can see that we have created the difference of both these terms in the numerator and the denominator is as it is. Now let us separate the values. So we will have summation of K is equals to 1 to 10. Then let us separate the first part. K square plus 1 plus K divided by the denominator K square plus 1 plus K multiplied by K square plus 1 minus K. Then we have minus. Then second term is K square plus 1 minus K whole divided by the denominator, which is K square plus 1 plus K multiplied by K square plus 1 minus K. Okay. So you can see that in the first part, K square plus 1 plus K and K square plus 1 plus K will be cancelled. And in the second part, K square plus 1 minus K and K square plus 1 minus K will be cancelled. Okay. So what is remaining here? We have summation of K is equals to 1 to 10. And also we have to use the compensation factor here, which will be 1 by 2. So 1 by 2 multiplied by. Now what is remaining in the first term? 1 divided by K square plus 1 minus K, right? Then minus. What is remaining in the second part? 1 divided by K square plus 1 plus K. Now all we have to do is we have to put the values of K. And the values of K lies between 1 to 10. Okay, means we have to put K is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, so on up to 10. Okay, so firstly, let us open this summation. So we have 1 by 2. First of all, we have to focus on the values of K. Okay, you can see that the values are K is equal to 1 to 10. So first of all, we are keeping K is equal to 1 in this whole part. Okay, so when we will keep K is equal to 1 here, we will have 1 divided by K square means 1 square. 1 square means 1. So 1 plus 1 is 2. 2 minus K. K is 1. Okay, so 2 minus 1 will be also 1 again. Okay, let us check it. We have 1 upon K square plus 1 minus K minus 1 upon K square plus 1 plus K. We have to substitute the value of K here. So firstly, we are putting K is equal to 1 here. So it will be 1 upon 1 square is 1 plus 1 minus K means 1. Then minus 1 divided by K square. Again 1 square is 1 plus 1 plus K. K is 1. So we will get 1 divided by 1. Okay, because this 1 minus 1 will be 0. So 1 by 1 is remaining minus 1 divided by 3. So on putting K is equal to 1, we get 1 divided by 1 minus 1 divided by 3. Okay, similarly, if we put K is equal to 2 here, then let's see what we get. We get 1 divided by K square means 2 square. So it is 4 plus 1 minus K. K is 2 minus 1 divided by K square. Again 2 square is 4 plus 1 plus 2. So it will be 1 divided by 4 plus 1 is 5. 5 minus 2 is 3. Then minus 1 divided by 4 plus 1 plus 2. 4 plus 1 is 5. 5 plus 2 is 7. So 1 by 7. So on putting k is equal to 2 in this bracket, we get plus 1 by 3 minus 1 by 7. Okay, now let us do one thing. Let us put k is equal to 3 here. So remember that we are putting the values in this expression. Okay, so let's put k is equal to 3. So we will get 1 upon k square means 3 square. So 9 plus 1 minus k. K is 3. All right. Again, minus of 1 divided by k square means 3 square. 3 square is 9 plus 1 plus 3. All right. So here we will have 1 divided by 9 plus 1 is 10. 10 minus 3 is 7. Minus 1 divided by 9 plus 1 is 10. 10 plus 3 is 13. Okay. So on putting k is equal to 3, we get plus 1 by 7 minus 1 by 13 and so on. This will continue up to k is equal to 10. Okay. So at last, let us keep k is equal to 10. What is the expression? Let us write the expression again. 1 upon k square minus k plus 1 minus 1 upon k square plus k plus 1. At last, we have to put k is equal to 10 here. So we will get 1 upon k square means 10 square. 10 square is 100 minus k. K is 10 plus 1 minus 1 divided by k square. Again, 10 square will be 100 plus k. K is 10 and plus 1. So this will be equals to 1 divided by 100 minus 10 is 90. 90 plus 1 is 91. Minus 1 divided by 100 plus 10 is 110. And 110 plus 1 is 111. So the last terms will be 1 upon 91 minus 1 upon 111. Okay, now you can see that all the terms will be cancelled. Minus 1 by 3 plus 1 by 3 will be 0. Minus 1 by 7 plus 1 by 7 will be 0. Similarly, minus 1 by 13 and here next term will be plus 1 by 13. So like this, all the terms will be cancelled except the first and last term. Okay, the terms that are remaining here is first and last term. So we will have 1 by 2 multiplied by 1 by 1 is 1 minus what is the last term? 1 by 111. Okay. The concept is clear that all the terms will be cancelled. The terms that will remain here is the first and last term. Okay. So here we have to take the LCM. So 1 by 2 multiplied by LCM will be 111, right? And the numerator will be 111 into 1 is 111 minus 1. So it will be 1 by 2 multiplied by 111 minus 1 is 110 divided by 111, right? Now this 2 and 110 will be cancelled 55 times because 2 into 55 gives 110. So what is remaining here? 55 divided by 111. Okay, this is the value of the summation. And remember that the value of the summation is equals to m by n, where m and n are co-prime. So we can say that this value is equals to m by n. You can see that here both m and n are co-prime. Now it means that m is 55 and n is 111. Okay. So at last we have to add both these values. So m plus n will be equals to 55 plus 111. So it will be equals to 166. So this is the final answer for this question. Let's write it. So we can say that m plus n is equal to 166. In this question, we have used so many small concepts. The first concept was we have learned how to factorize the denominator part in this kind of questions. Then we have learned how to create a difference of the terms that are present on the denominator and the difference is created in the numerator. Then by simply separating out the values and putting all the values of k from 1 to 10, we have simplified this expression. And also remember that we have learned some basic identities in this question. Okay, so I hope now this question is clear to you. Next question is, if the sum of solutions of the system of equations 2 sin square theta minus cos 2 theta is equal to 0 and 2 cos square theta plus 3 sin theta is equal to 0 in the interval 0, 2 pi is k pi, then k is equal to. We have two different equations. We have to find the sum of solutions of both these equations. So firstly, we need to simplify both the equations. What is the first equation? First equation is 2 sin square theta minus of cos 2 theta is equal to 0. And what is the second equation? 2 cos square theta plus 3 sine theta is equal to 0. All right. So firstly, here we have to use a formula for cos 2 theta. Let's understand the formula. Cos 2 theta is equals to 1 minus 2 sine square theta. So let's substitute the value here. We have 2 sine square theta minus of cos 2 theta. What is cos 2 theta? 1 minus 2 sine square theta. This is equals to 0. When we will open the brackets, then we will have 2 sine square theta minus of 1, and this minus minus will be plus. So plus 2 sine square theta is equals to 0. Now, let us take some terms on the right hand side. Okay, here we have 2 sine square theta plus 2 sine square theta means 4 sine square theta, and there is a minus 1. So minus 1 is equal to 0. Therefore, 4 sine square theta will be equals to plus 1. When this 1 will go to the right hand side, it will be positive. From here, we can say that sine square theta is equals to 1 by 4. But we need the value for sine theta. So sine theta will be equals to plus minus under root of 1 by 4. Okay. So from here, we will have the value for sine theta. Sine theta will be equals to plus minus 1 by 2. Because we know that under root of 1 is always equals to 1. And under root of 4 is 2. So here we have sine theta is equal to plus minus 1 by 2. Means there are again two values for sine theta. Sine theta is plus 1 by 2 and sine theta is minus 1 by 2. Now we have to think of the value for theta where sine theta will be 1 by 2 or minus 1 by 2. So let's understand the values first. The values of theta will be pi by 6, 5 pi by 6, 7 pi by 6 and 11 pi by 6. We have four values of theta. The first value is pi by 6. So sine pi by 6 is equals to 1 by 2. Okay. Then sine 5 pi by 6 is also equals to 1 by 2. Then next value is sine 7 pi by 6. Sine 7 pi by 6 is minus of 1 by 2. And sine 11 pi by 6 is also minus of 1 by 2. That is why we have four values of theta at which sine theta will be 1 by 2 or minus 1 by 2. So here we have four different values. All right. Now let us solve the second equation. We have solved the first equation and we found that there are four solutions of this equations. Okay. Now here we have to use the formula for cos square theta. Let's understand the formula. Cos square theta is always equals to 1 minus sine square theta, because we know there is an identity which is sine square theta plus cos square theta is always equals to 1. So from this identity, we can say that cos square theta will be equals to 1 minus sine square theta. Now let us substitute the value in the equation. We have 2 into cos square theta. What is cos square theta? 1 minus sine square theta. And then we have plus 3 sine theta. This is equals to 0. Okay. Now, when we multiply it, inside we will have 2 into 1 is 2 minus 2 into sine square theta is 2 sine square theta plus 3 sine theta is equal to 0. Here you can see that the term with the highest power is negative. So let us do one thing. Let us take minus common. So when we take minus common, we will have 2 sine square theta minus 3 sine theta minus 2 is equal to 0. This negative sign will go to the right hand side. So it will be 0. Okay. So we will have 2 sine square theta minus 3 sine theta minus 2 is equal to 0. Now we have to find the value of sine theta from this part. So let us do one thing. Just to simplify this equation, let us put sine square theta is equal to t square. Or in simple words, let us put sine theta is equals to t. If sine theta is t, then sine square theta will be equals to t square, right? So here we have 2 into sine square theta. What is sine square theta? T square. So 2t square minus 3 into sine theta means 3t minus 2 is equal to 0. All right. Now here we have to use factorization method or splitting the middle term method to find the values of sine theta here. Okay, remember that this t is basically sine theta. But just to simplify this equation, we have substituted the value as t. Now let's understand what is splitting the middle term method. In this method, we have to split this middle term in such a way that we need two numbers whose product should be equal to the product of first and last number and whose sum should be equal to the middle term. Okay. So firstly, let us find the product of first and last terms. We have 2t square and minus 2. So the product is minus 4t square. We need two numbers whose product should be equal to minus 4t square and whose sum should be equal to minus of 3t. So the two numbers can be minus 4t plus t. Okay, because when we add both these numbers, we get minus 3t. And when we multiply both these numbers, which is minus 4t into t, it gives minus 4t square. All right. So therefore, we can say that the middle term will be splitted as minus 4t plus t. See here, this is the main part where you have to do some brainstorming and you have to think of two numbers which will satisfy the condition. Okay. So we will have 2t square. Now this minus 3t can be written as minus 4t plus t, right? And then we have minus 2, which is equals to 0. You can see that now the middle term is splitted as minus 4t plus t. That is why this method is known as splitting the middle term method. Now from the first two terms, what is common? 2t is common. What is remaining? After taking 2t common from the first two terms, t minus 2. Okay. Then from the next two terms, plus 1 is common. Then what is remaining? T minus 2. And this is equals to 0. Again, t minus 2 is common. So let us take t minus 2 common. What is remaining? 2t plus 1. So 2t plus 1 is equals to 0. From here, again, we will have two different values for t. Firstly, when t minus 2 will be equals to 0, then t will be equals to 2. And when 2t plus 1 will be equals to 0, 2t will be equals to minus 1 and t will be equals to minus 1 by 2. Okay. What is t? T is sine theta. Remember that we have substituted sine theta is equals to t. So the values of t are 2 and minus 1 by 2. It means the values of sine theta is 2 and minus 1 by 2. We know that there is no value for sine theta to be 2. Okay. And we also need the combined values. You can see that in the first equation, we have sine theta is equal to plus minus 1 by 2. We need a common value if we need to find the addition of solution of both this equation. Okay, so here the common value can be minus 1 by 2. Okay, you can see that here we have plus 1 by 2 and minus 1 by 2. And here we have 2 and minus 1 by 2. So what is the common value? Minus 1 by 2. That is why this 2 will be rejected. Okay, so we are accepting the value which is sine theta is equals to minus 1 by 2. We know that sine 7 pi by 6 and sine 11 pi by 6 is equals to minus 1 by 2. So here the values of theta will be 7 pi by 6 and 11 pi by 6 because we know that sine 7 pi by 6 is equal to minus 1 by 2 and sine 11 pi by 6 is also equals to minus 1 by 2. In the first part, you can see that we have four different values of theta. But again, what are the common values? 7 pi by 6 and 11 pi by 6. You can see 7 pi by 6 and 11 pi by 6 are present in solution of both the equations. Okay. So we can say that the common values of theta are 7 pi by 6 and 11 pi by 6. Okay. But remember at last we need to find the sum of these solutions. Okay. So we need to find the sum of both this solution. So sum will be 7 pi by 6 plus 11 pi by 6, right? This is the sum of the solutions. You can see that the denominator is same, so we can directly add the numerator. 7 pi plus 11 pi. What is 7 pi plus 11 pi? It is 18 pi divided by 6. This will be cancelled, right? 3 times. So we will have 3 pi. So the sum of the solutions is equals to 3 pi. But again, we have to look at the questions. It is given that the sum of the solutions of this equation in the interval 0 to 2 pi is k pi. Okay, the value of the sum is equal to k pi. And what is the sum that we have found here? 3 pi. It means that 3 pi is equals to k pi. Because we know that the sum of solutions is 3 pi. But in the question, it is already given that the sum is equals to k pi. Okay, so when we compare both these values, here pi and pi will be cancelled. Okay, So here the value of k will be 3. This is the final value of the k. And here one more thing is very important. You need to understand this interval. The interval is from 0 to 2 pi. Okay. The values of theta depends on the interval. All these values of theta lies in the interval 0 to 2 pi. Means we need to think of all the values of theta that lies between 0 to 2 pi. In this way only we will write the values for theta. So for this question, the value of k is 3. Therefore, the correct answer is 3. I hope the question is clear to you. In this question, we have used two different formulas, which are cos 2 theta is equal to 1 minus 2 sine square theta, and cos square theta is equal to 1 minus sine square theta. These are some basics of trigonometry. It was a very, very simple question. I hope it is clear to you.
Next question is, the mean and standard deviation of 40 observations are 30 and 5 respectively. It was noticed that two of these observations, 12 and 10, were wrongly recorded. If sigma is the standard deviation of the data after omitting the two wrong observations from the data, then 38 sigma square is equal to, we have to find the value for 38 sigma square. But firstly, we need to understand the basics here. We have 40 observations. So let the 40 observations be x1 plus x2 plus x3 plus so on up to x40. This is the sum of the 40 observations. Okay. The mean of the 40 observations is equal to 30. Therefore, sum of the 40 observations will be 40 into 30, which is 1200, right? This is the value for sum of the observations, means summation of xi. So summation of xi will be 40 into 30, which is 1200. Because the mean of 40 observations is equal to 30. Therefore, the summation will be 40 into 30. That is 1200. Okay. But again, one more thing is given here, that out of all these observations, two observations are wrongly recorded. And we have to eliminate those two observations. What are the observations? 12 and 10. So 12 plus 10 is 22. Means we have to subtract this 22 from the given observations. Okay. So we will have a new value for mean now. Okay. The first value for mean is 30. But after removing two observations, let's see what will be the mean. Okay. So let us take the new mean as x bar new. Mean is always denoted as x bar. Okay. So here we have x bar is equal to 30, which is already given in the question. But after removing this two observations, the new mean will be x bar new. So it will be equals to summation of xi minus sum of incorrect observations. See, what are the incorrect observations? 12 and 10. Okay, and we have taken the sum of the incorrect observations. 12 plus 10 is 22. So summation of xi minus sum of incorrect observations divided by the total number of observations. See, before we have the total number of observations as 40, but out of 40, two observations are removed, which is 12 and 10. So 40 minus 2 is 38. So now the total number of observations is 38. So x bar new means the new mean will be equals to summation of xi. Summation of xi is 1200 minus sum of incorrect observations. What is the sum of incorrect observations? First of all, the incorrect observations are 12 and 10. 12 plus 10 is 22. This is the sum of incorrect observations. So 22 divided by 38. We need to further solve this. Okay. So 1200 minus 22 is 1178 divided by 38. When this number is divided by 38, it gives 31. Means 38 multiplied by 31 gives 1178. So the new mean is 31. Okay. Now let us focus on the standard deviation. Do you know what is standard deviation? Standard deviation is denoted as SD. It is always equals to under root of variance. All right. The value of the first 40 observation is already given here. Means the value for standard deviations of 40 observation is 5. Means the standard deviation is 5. So 5 is equals to under root of variance. Okay. If standard deviation is 5, then variance will be 25. Let's see how. Here we have standard deviation is equal to under root of variance. And what is standard deviation? 5. So 5 is equal to under root of variance. Okay. So
Here we have to think of a number whose under root is equal to 5, because you can see that variance is present in the under root. We know that under root of 25 is 5, right? It means that if we write it in this way, 5 is equal to under root of 25. And when we compare both the steps, then we find that variance is equals to 25. Okay, it is very simple. So the value of variance is 25. I hope the concept is clear to you. We know that standard deviation is under root of variance. So let's check it. Standard deviation should be under root of 25. Under root of 25 is 5. And we know that the standard deviation is 5 only, because it is already mentioned in the question that the standard deviation of 40 observations is 5. So from here we get the value of variance. But now we need to use the formula for variance. Do you know what is the formula for variance? Variance is equals to summation of xi square divided by n minus x bar whole square. All right. What is the value of variance? Variance is 25. So 25 will be equals to summation of xi square means sum of squares of all the observations. Okay. Firstly, we have 40 observations. So sum of squares of 40 observations will be x1 square plus x2 square plus so on up to x40 square divided by n. See, now we have 40 observations, so n is 40. Minus x bar square. X bar square means mean square. Mean of 40 observations is 30. So 30 square is 900. Okay. Now we have to take the LCM here. So LCM will be 40 and the numerator will be x1 square plus x2 square plus so on up to x40 square minus 900 into 40 is 36,000. All right. Now this 40 will go to the left hand side. So it will be 25 into 40 is equals to x1 square plus x2 square plus so on up to x40 square minus 36,000. From here, 25 into 40 is 1000. 1000 will be equals to x1 square plus x2 square plus so on up to x40 square and minus 36,000. Okay, now let us take both the numbers on one side. So we will have x1 square plus x2 square plus so on up to x40 square is equal to 1000 plus 36,000. Here you can see that this number was negative, but when it will go to the other side, it will be positive. So from here we have x1 square plus x2 square plus so on up to x40 square is equal to 1000 plus 36,000, 37,000. Okay. And this is basically equals to summation of xi square. You can see that it is the sum of square of all the observations. So summation of xi square is 37,000. But this is the value for summation of xi square when we have total 40 observations. Okay, but again we need to remove 2 observations because it is given that 2 observations were wrongly recorded. It means we have to omit or we have to eliminate the 2 wrong observations from the data. Okay, what are the wrong observations? 12 and 10. Okay, so the wrong observations are 12 and 10. But since here there is summation of xi square, means we have to eliminate 12 square plus 10 square from this whole value. Okay, means we have to subtract here. Okay, so let's take the new summation as summation of xi square new. Okay, this is the new value for summation of xi square. What will be the new value? 37,000 minus 12 square plus 10 square. Okay, this is summation of xi square minus sum of squares of incorrect observations. All right. So here we will have 37,000 minus 12 square is 144 plus 10 square is 100. Okay. So it will be 36756. So this is the value for summation of xi square new when we have 38 observations, because the sum of squares of 2 observations is eliminated here. All right. Now at last we have to find 38 sigma square. Okay, it means firstly we need to find the new variance. Okay, so new variance will be sigma square new is equal to summation of xi square new divided by the total number of observations n minus x bar new whole square. This is the formula for variance. Okay. Variance is the square of standard deviation. All right. So sigma square nu will be equals to summation of xi square nu. What is xi square nu? 36756 divided by n. Now we have 38 observations because this is the new variance where we have 38 observations. Okay, minus x bar new whole square. What is new mean? Let us check it. See, x bar new is 31, means the new mean is 31. Remember that mean is always denoted as x bar. So 31 square. All right. So from here we will have sigma square new, which is the new variance, is equal to 36756 divided by 38 minus 31 square. Okay. So what is 31 square? 31 square means 31 into 31. So 961. Okay. But we need the value for 38 into sigma square. Okay. So let us take this 38 to the left hand side. Okay. But before that, we need to take the LCM. Okay. So when we take the LCM, sigma square nu will be equals to, LCM will be 38 and numerator will be 36756 minus 961 into 38. 961 into 38 is 36518. So sigma nu square will be equals to, now we have to subtract this value. Okay. 36756 means 36,756 minus 36,518. Okay. So it will be 238 divided by 38. Now let's take 38 to the left hand side. So we will have 38 into sigma square nu is equal to 238. And remember that we have to find this value only. We have to find 38 into sigma square. Okay. 38 into sigma square is the value of the new variance multiplied by 38. You can see that if sigma is the standard deviation of the data after omitting the two wrong observations, then variance will be sigma square, right? If sigma is standard deviation, then sigma square will be the variance. All right. Now we have to find 38 into sigma square. And what is 38 into sigma square? It is the new variance multiplied by 38. So 38 into sigma square nu is 238. So for this question, the correct answer is 238. I hope this question is clear to you. Next question is, the plane passing through the line L such that Lx minus y plus 3 into 1 minus L into z is equal to 1 plus 2y minus z is equal to 2 and perpendicular to the plane 3x plus 2y plus z is equal to 6 is 3x minus 8y plus 7z is equal to 4. If theta is the acute angle between the line L and the y-axis, then 415 into cos square theta is equal to. In this question, we have two different equations of plane. This is the first equation of plane and this is the second equation of plane. So let us consider them as P1 and P2. Now let us write the equations. For plane P1, we have the equation which is Lx minus y plus 3 into 1 minus L into z is equal to 1. We can further simplify it. So the equation for plane P1 will be Lx minus y plus 3 into 1 is 3. Then minus 3 into L is 3L multiplied by Z. And we can also take this 1 to the left hand side. So it will be minus 1. And this is equals to 0. Similarly, for plane P2, our equation is given which is x plus 2y minus z is equal to 2. For this equation also, we can take all the terms on the left hand side. So the equation for P2 will be x plus 2y minus z minus 2 is equal to 0. Now we have to understand the basic concept of this question. We have two different planes and another plane is passing through both the planes. So consider this as the plane P1. Similarly, consider this as the plane P2. Now one more plane is passing through both these planes. So consider this as the another plane which is passing through both these planes. if this plane is plane P1 and this plane is P2, then this plane will be satisfying the condition which is P1 plus lambda P2 is equal to 0. This is a very important condition that you should remember. Now, we have to satisfy this condition only. Okay, what is the condition? P1 plus lambda P2 is equal to 0. And remember that the values that will be getting from this equation will be in the form of a equation, and that will be equals to this equation, because in the question it is clearly given that the plane passing through this line and perpendicular to the plane is this. So this is the plane that is passing through this lines and that is passing through both these planes. Okay, so here first of all let us satisfy this condition. What is P1? P1 is Lx minus y plus 3 minus 3l into z minus 1 plus lambda into P2. What is P2? X plus 2y minus z minus 2 is equal to 0. All right, now let us further simplify it. We have Lx minus y plus 3 minus 3l into z minus 1 plus lambda into x is lambda x, then lambda into 2y is 2 lambda y, then lambda into minus z is minus lambda z, and lambda into minus 2 is minus 2 lambda, and this is equals to 0. Now you can see that there are variables present here in this equations which are common. You can see that in both these terms x is common. So let us take x common. What is remaining? L plus lambda. Then if we take y common from both these terms, this is the first term of y and this is the second term of y. So we have 2 lambda minus 1. Similarly, when we take z common, then the remaining terms will be 2 minus 3l. And then what are the remaining terms? Minus 2 lambda minus 1. So both these terms will be as it is. All right. Now, this is basically the equation of a plane. And the equation of plane is also given in the question, which is 3x minus 8y plus 7z is equal to 4. It is clearly given that the plane which is passing through the line and which is perpendicular to the plane is this 3x minus 8y plus 7z is equal to 4. So this plane is equals to 3x minus 8y plus 7z minus 4 is equal to 0. We have to compare the coefficients of both this equation. Here, what is the coefficient of x? L plus lambda. Here, what is the coefficient of x? 3. Similarly, we have to compare the coefficient of y. Then we have to compare the coefficients of z, and then we have to compare the constants. So when we compare the values here, we have L plus lambda divided by 3. Both are the coefficients of x. This is equals to 2 lambda minus 1 divided by minus 8. This is equals to 2 minus 3l divided by 7. This is the coefficient of z. And now the remaining constants, minus 2 lambda minus 1 divided by minus of 4. Okay. So what we can do here is we can take minus common from this last part. We have minus 2 lambda minus 1 divided by minus 4. When we take minus common, we will have 2 lambda plus 1 divided by minus 4. So this minus and minus will be cancelled. So we can write it as L plus lambda divided by 3 is equals to 2 lambda minus 1 divided by minus 8 is equals to 2 minus 3l divided by 7 is equals to 2 lambda plus 1 divided by 4. Now by using these conditions, we have to find the value for lambda and L. So let's use second and fourth part. Okay, let us equate both these parts. So we have 2 lambda minus 1 divided by minus 8 is equals to 2 lambda plus 1 divided by 4. All right, now we have to cross multiply here. So when we cross multiply, we will have 4 into 2 lambda minus 1 is equals to minus 8 into 2 lambda plus 1. Cross multiplying means this multiplied by this and this multiplied by this, and both the values are equal. So here 4 into 2 lambda is 8 lambda. Then 4 into minus 1 is minus 4 is equals to minus 8 into 2 lambda is minus 16 lambda. Then minus 8 into 1 is minus 8. Now let us take all the terms on one side. So let us take the terms on left hand side. We have 8 lambda minus 4 already on the left hand side. Now when these terms will be transferred to the left hand side, their sign will be changed. So it will be plus 16 lambda and plus 8. and this is equals to 4. So 8 lambda plus 16 lambda is 24 lambda minus 4 plus 8 is plus 4. This is equals to 0. From here we can write 24 lambda is equals to minus 4. Again, when this 4 will go to the right hand side, it will be negative. So from here we have the value of lambda, which will be minus 4 upon 24. On further simplifying it, it will be minus 1 upon 6. Now we have the value for lambda. When we will put this value of lambda here and when we will further solve the remaining two parts, then we will get the value of L. L will be equals to 2 by 3. All right. Now we have the value of L. All we have to do is we have to put this value of L in the given equation here. Okay. When we put the value of L here in the given equation, we get the direction ratios of the line. So after putting the value of L, which is 2 by 3 in the given equation, we get the direction ratios. And the direction ratios of line is always denoted as A comma B comma C. Okay. And after putting the value of L in the given equations, we get the direction ratios as minus 1 comma 5 by 3 comma 7 by 3. Now, this is the main part of the equation. You can see that we have found the value for lambda, then we have found the value for L. And after putting the value of L in the equation, we simply get the direction ratios of line. So now we can easily find the angle. Okay. It is given that theta is the acute angle between the line L and the y-axis. It means we have to find cos theta. Then only we can find 415 into cos square theta, right? So firstly, we need to find the value for cos theta. So understand it very carefully. Cos theta will be equals to 5 by 3 divided by under root of a square plus b square plus c square. What is the value of a, b and c? A is minus 1, b is 5 by 3 and c is 7 by 3. All these three terms are the direction ratios of line. Okay. So here we have to substitute the value further. 5 by 3 divided by under root of minus 1 square. See, a square means minus 1 square is 1 plus b square means 5 by 3 whole square plus c square means 7 by 3 whole square. Now we need to further simplify this. So we have 5 by 3 divided by under root of 1 plus 5 square is 25 divided by 3 square is 9. Again, 7 square is 49 divided by 3 square is 9. Now we have to take the LCM in the denominator part here. Okay. So we have 5 by 3 divided by under root of LCM will be 9 and the numerator will be 9 plus 25 plus 49. So we have 5 by 3 divided by under root of 9 plus 25 plus 49 is 83 divided by 9. We know that under root of 9 is equals to 3. So we can take this under root 9 outside. So we will have 5 by 3 divided by under root of 83 divided by under root of 9. Right? We can write it in this way. So this will be further equals to 5 by 3 divided by under root of 83 divided by 3. Because we know that under root of 9 is equals to 3. So this 3 and 3 will be cancelled. So what is the value? 5 divided by under root of 83. This is the value for cos theta. So we can say that cos theta is equals to 5 divided by under root of 83. Now let us find cos square theta. If cos theta is 5 divided by under root of 83, then its square will be cos square theta is equal to 5 by under root of 83 whole square. Okay. Now what is 5 square? 25 divided by what is under root 83 square? It will be under root 83 into under root 83. So it will be 83. Remember that whenever we multiply two numbers which are same and if they are in under root, then it will give the number. For example, root 2 into root 2 is always equals to 2. Similarly, root 83 into root 83 gives 83. Okay. This is only for the case when both the numbers are same. If we have different numbers, then we have to actually do the product. For example, root 2 into root 3, it will be equals to root 6, which is 3 into 2. All right. So I hope now the concept is clear to you. So here we have the value for cos square theta. What is cos square theta? 25 divided by 83. But we have to find 415 into cos square theta. Okay, so 415 into cos square theta. What is cos square theta? 25 divided by 83. Okay, now when we further cancel this, here we can also simplify this term. Okay, and after simplifying this term, we will get the final answer for this question. Okay, so I hope this question is clear to you. Now, when we further simplify it, it will be cancelled. 83 into 1 gives 83 and 83 into 5 gives 415. So again, what are the remaining terms? 5 into 25. So what is 5 into 25? 5 into 25 is 125. This is the value for 415 into cos square theta. So we can say that the correct answer for this question is 125. I hope the question is clear to you. In this question, we have understood so many basic concepts, and the very important part of this question is you have to understand the basics of this question, that there are two different planes, P1 and P2, and there is another plane which is passing through both these planes. Okay, so I hope now the question is clear to you. Next question is, suppose y is equal to y of x be the solution curve to the differential equation dy by dx minus y is equal to 2 minus e power minus x, such that limit extends to infinity, y of x is finite. If a and b are respectively the x and y intercepts of the tangent to the curve at x is equal to 0, then the value of a minus 4b is equal to. In this question, we have a differential equation, and y is equal to y of x is the solution curve to this differential equation. First of all, let us write the given differential equation, which is dy by dx minus y is equal to 2 minus e power minus x. If we look at this differential equation carefully, then we find that it is a linear differential equation. Do you know what is the standard form of a linear differential equation? The standard form of a linear differential equation is dy by dx plus py is equal to q. Whenever we have a linear differential equation, the first thing we do is we find the integrating factor. Integrating factor is always equals to e power integral of p dx. And then we find its solution. So its solution is always equals to y into integrating factor is equals to integral of q into integrating factor. This is the way to find its solution. I hope this step is clear to you. Now, these are some basics. We have to look at the differential equations that is given in the question. Okay, when we compare the given differential equation with the standard form, we find that here p is the coefficient of y. So here what is the coefficient of y? Coefficient of y is minus 1. So we can say that the value of p is minus 1. And similarly, what is q? Q is present on the right hand side. So q is 2 minus e power minus x. So first of all, since it is a linear differential equation, we need to find its integrating factor. What is integrating factor? Integrating factor is equals to e power integral of p dx. Here what is the value of p? P is minus 1. So integrating factor will be e power integral of minus 1 dx. All right. So here when we find its integral, we know that integral of minus 1 dx will be minus x, because integral of dx is always equals to x. Integral of minus 1 into dx means it is integral of minus dx. Okay. So here minus will come out, and what will remain? Integral of dx. So it will be minus of x. So here the integrating factor will be e power minus of x, because integral of minus 1 dx will be equals to minus of x. So the integrating factor is e power minus x. Now we have to find the solution. So what is the formula to find the solution? Y into integrating factor. You have to focus on this formula. Okay. So y into integrating factor. What is the integrating factor? E power minus x is equal to integral of q into integrating factor. What is q? 2 minus e power minus x. So 2 minus e power minus x multiplied by integrating factor. Integrating factor is e power minus x and dx. Okay. This is the step to find the solution. So now y into e power minus x will be written as this way. This is y into e power minus x is equal to integral of this part. Firstly, we have to multiply e power minus x inside this bracket. So we will have 2 into e power minus x minus e power minus x into e power minus x. Okay. So here you can see that when we multiply both these terms, since the base is same, then the powers will be added. Whenever we have a form x power a into x power b, then if the base is same here, then power is added. So it is equals to x power a plus b. Similarly, e power minus x into e power minus x. You can see that the base is same here. So base will be written once and the powers will be added. Minus x plus minus x. So it will be e power minus 2x. Minus x is minus of 2x. So we will have y into e power minus x is equal to integral of 2 into e power minus x. Okay, and then we will have minus of e power minus 2x and dx. All right. I hope this part is clear to you. Now we have to integrate this value. Okay, so for that we need to understand the basic formula for integral. Integral of e power x is always equals to e power x. Similarly, integral of e power minus x is equal to e power minus x. But after that, we also have to integrate this x part. Okay, so here we have y into e power minus x is equal to, first of all, we need to integrate this value. Okay, so let us separate the integral. Integral of 2 into e power minus x dx minus integral of e power minus 2x dx. So we will have y into e power minus x is equal to, here 2 is a constant, so it will come out. Integral of e power minus x is the remaining term here. So what is integral of e power minus x? It is e power minus x. Again, we have to integrate minus x. So integral of minus x will be minus 1. Okay, so minus 1 will be multiplied here. Then again, minus of, here we have integral of e power minus 2x. So in the same way, integral of e power minus 2x will be e power minus 2x. Okay, and again we have to differentiate, sorry, we have to integrate minus 2x here. Okay, so when we integrate minus 2x, it will be divided by 2 and this minus minus will be plus. Okay, so here we have this as the integration form and there is a constant which will be c. I hope this step is clear to you. We have just used the formula which is integral of e power x is always equals to e power x. Similarly, in that way, integral of e power minus x will be e power minus x. And similarly, integral of e power minus 2x will be equals to e power minus 2x. Again, we have to solve for minus 2x. So minus minus will be plus and 2 will be divided here. All right. So here we have y into e power minus x is equal to 2 into e power minus x into 1 will be minus 2 into e power minus x, right? Plus e power minus 2x divided by 2 plus c. Okay, this is the value now. Now let us take this e power minus x to the right hand side. Here this value is in multiplication with y. So when it will go to the right hand side, it will be divided. So we have y is equals to, we are taking this term to the right hand side. So it will be divided. So minus 2 into e power minus x divided by e power minus x plus e power minus 2x divided by 2 into e power minus x plus, here we have c. So c divided by e power minus x. Whenever a term is taken in the division, then it is divided with all the elements. Okay, here you can see that we have 3 different terms or 3 different parts. So this e power minus x will be divided with all the parts. So here this e power minus x and e power minus x will be cancelled in the first term. Okay, now we know that 1 upon e power minus x is equal to e power x, right? Whenever we have a power in the negative form and if the term is present in the denominator, then it is always equals to e power x. Okay, the value is reciprocated. Okay, for example, we have 1 upon x power minus 1, that is always equals to x power 1. In the same way, 1 upon e power minus x will be equal to e power x.
So here we have y is equals to minus 2. Here 1 is remaining, so minus 2 into 1 is minus 2 plus. Here we have to use another form. If we have x power a upon x power b, then it is always equals to x power a minus b. Similarly, we have e power minus 2x divided by e power minus x. So it will be e power minus 2x minus of x. This is a and this is b. So it will be e power minus 2x minus will be plus. So it will be minus 2x plus x. Now what is minus 2x plus x? It is minus x. So here we will have e power minus x. And this 2 is also there in the denominator. So it will be e power minus x divided by 2 plus. Now we know that c upon e power minus x can be written as c into 1 upon e power minus x, right? And we know that 1 upon e power minus x is equals to e power x. So it is c into e power x. Okay, we have transformed this part. We know that 1 upon e power minus x is equal to e power x. So here we will have c into e power x. All right. So this is the solution. Now it is given in the question that limit extending to infinity y of x is equal to finite. We can also have a look towards the question. The condition is limit extends to infinity y of x is finite. Now we have to think of a condition that when this part which is given in the question will be possible. So this part which is limit extend to infinity y of x will be finite. It is possible only when the value of c will be 0. So what we have to do is we have to put the value of c is equal to 0 in this equation. Okay, because a condition is given in the question and this condition is possible only when c will be equals to 0. So if here c is 0, then this term becomes 0 because 0 into e power x will be 0. So when we put c is equal to 0, we get y is equals to minus 2 plus e power minus x divided by 2 because this term will be 0. Okay, if the value of c is 0. Now, we have to find the slope of the tangent. So for finding the slope of the tangent, we need dy by dx because we know that dy by dx is the slope for tangent. Okay, so let us find its differentiation. So here dy by dx will be equals to differentiation of minus 2 will be 0 because it is a constant, and here differentiation of e power minus x is e power minus x, and 1 by 2 will be a constant, so it will come out. So divided by 2. Okay, now let us find this at x is equal to 0. So dy by dx at x is equal to 0 means in the place of x we have to put 0 here. So it will be e power minus 0 divided by 2. We know that anything raised to 0 is always equals to 1. Okay, but since here there is a negative sign, so it will be equals to minus 1. So this value will be equals to minus 1 by 2 because 2 is already present on the denominator. Okay, so we can say that dy by dx at x is equal to 0 is minus 1 by 2 means this is the slope of the tangent because dy by dx is always the slope of a tangent. Okay, now we have an equation. Consider this as equation number 1. If we put x is equal to 0 in this equation, then we get a value of y. Okay, and this is basically the solution of the given differential equation, right? And it is given in the question that y of x is equal to y is a solution of the given differential equation. All right. So this condition is already mentioned in the question. We can also check it. Y of x is equal to y. Okay. So now what we have to do is in this solution curve, we have to put x is equal to 0. Okay. So y of 0 will be what? See, when we put x is equal to 0 here, the equation is y is equal to minus 2 plus e power minus x divided by 2. It is given that y of x will be equals to y. Then y of x means when x will be 0, in that case, we have to find the value of y. Okay. So let us put x is equal to 0 here. Y will be equals to minus 2 plus e power minus 0 divided by 2. So y will be equals to minus 2 plus 1 by 2. Okay, now when we take the LCM, y will be equals to, here LCM will be 2 and the numerator will be minus 4 plus 1. So y will be equals to minus 3 by 2. So we can say that
y of 0 will be equals to minus 3 by 2. It means when x is 0, then y is minus 3 by 2 in the solution curve. Okay. So we have the value of y, which is minus 3 by 2. Okay. Now we can easily find the equation of tangent. Do you know how to find the equation of tangent? For that, we need the slope of tangent. Okay. We already have the slope of tangent, which is dy by dx. What is the value of dy by dx? The value of dy by dx at x is equal to 0 is minus 1 by 2. This is the slope of the tangent, means it is m. Okay. Now let us understand the basic form to find the equation of a tangent. The basic form is y minus y1 is equal to m into x minus x1. Okay. Here, what is the value of x1 and y1? This is x1 and this is y1. We have 0 comma minus 3 by 2. When x is 0, y is minus 3 by 2. Okay. So these are the values for x1 and y1. So let us substitute it. Y minus y1. What is y1? Minus of 3 by 2. This is equals to m. What is m? M is the slope of the tangent. So what is the slope of the tangent here? Slope of the tangent is minus 1 by 2. So minus 1 by 2 into x minus x1. x1 is 0. Now we have to further solve this. So y, this minus minus will be plus 3 by 2 is equals to minus 1 by 2 into x minus 0. X minus 0 is x. So we have y plus 3 by 2 is equal to minus x by 2. All right. Now let us take the LCM on the left hand side. LCM will be 2 here. And the numerator will be 2y plus 3. And the right hand side is minus x by 2. This 2 and 2 will be cancelled. So we have 2y plus 3 is equal to minus x. Let us take all the terms to the left hand side. So this minus of x will be plus of x when it will come to the left hand side. So we have x plus 2y plus 3 is equal to 0. What we have done in this step is we have taken all the terms to the left hand side. Okay. So the right hand side will be 0. Now we have the equation of tangent. Okay. Now we can easily find the values of a and b from here. A is directly equal to minus 3 and b is equals to minus 3 by 2. Okay. The main part in this question is you have to form the equation of tangent. Once the equation of tangent is formed, we can easily get the value of a and b. Here you can see that a is minus 3 and b is minus 3 by 2. Now let us look for the value that we need to find. We need to find a minus 4b. Okay. So let us simplify this value. We have the value for a and b. We need to find a minus 4b. So let us put the value of a and b here. A is minus 3 minus 4 into b. B is minus 3 by 2. So it is minus 3 minus 4 into minus 3 is plus 12 divided by 2. Now let us take the LCM. LCM will be 2 here and the numerator will be minus 6 plus 12. So minus 6 plus 12 is again 6 divided by 2 and 6 by 2 is 3. So the value of a minus 4b is equal to 3. This is the answer for this question. Therefore, we can write it that a minus 4b is equals to 3. The correct answer for this question is 3. I hope this question is clear to you. In this question, a very important thing is given that the differential equation is a linear differential equation. So we have learned how to identify a linear differential equation. And also there are two important points that you have to remember. Whenever we have a linear differential equation, then we have to do two most important things. First thing is to find the integrating factor and second thing is to find the solution. So the main part which you have to remember in order to solve this kind of question is this concept. I hope this question is clear to you. And once again, the answer for this question is 3. Next question is, different APs are constructed with the first term 100, the last term 199 and integral common differences. The sum of the common differences of all such APs having at least 3 terms and at most 33 terms is. So in this question, it is given that a number of different APs are constructed, all with the first term 100. In AP, the first term is denoted as A. So here A is equals to 100 and the last term 199. Last term is denoted as AN. So AN is equals to 199. And the APs are constructed with integral common differences. Means the common difference which is denoted as D have the values
which are integral values. Means the value of the common difference will be a integer. It cannot be a decimal or fraction. It will be a integral value. We have to find the sum of all the values of common differences of the APs having at least 3 terms and at most 33 terms. Means all the APs that are constructed consist of the terms starting from 3 and maximum up to 33. Okay, means the values of n goes from 3 to 33. Okay, now in this question we have to use a formula for the last term here. The formula for last term is an is equals to a plus n minus 1 into d. Let us put the values. What is an? 199 is equals to a. A is the first term, 100 plus n minus 1 into d. So 199 minus 100 will be equals to n minus 1 into d. What we have done is we have taken this 100 to the left hand side. So 199 minus 100 gives 99. 99 is equals to n minus 1 into d. So from here we have the value of d, which will be 99 divided by n minus 1. Okay. Now using this value of d, we have to put the values of n here and we have to get the exact integral value of the common difference. Okay. So what is d here? D is 99 upon n minus 1. We have the values of n from 3 to 33. So let's begin with 3. Let us put n is equal to 3 here. So we have d is equal to 99 divided by 3 minus 1. So the value of d will be 99 divided by 2. When we divide 99 by 2, then we get a decimal value. Okay, but the value for common difference should be integral value. Means d should be a integer. But here you can see that d cannot be an integer. Here we will get some decimal value. Okay, so we can say that we cannot take n is equal to 3. Now this is the part where we have to do some brainstorming and think of all the values of n that satisfy the condition here. It means that all the values of n which will be substituted here gives the common difference as an integer. Okay, so the possible values of n are 4, 10 and 12. Let's check it. Let us put n is equal to 4 here in this expression. So d will be equals to 99 divided by 4 minus 1, which is equals to 99 divided by 3. 4 minus 1 is 3. Now this is easily divisible. 3 into 33 gives 99. So you can see that when we put n is equal to 4, then we get d is equal to 33. Similarly, let us check for n is equal to 10. When we put n is equals to 10 here, we will have d is equal to 99 divided by 10 minus 1. So d will be equals to 99 divided by 9. 10 minus 1 is 9. Again, this will be cancelled 11 times. Okay. So when we put n is equals to 4, we get d is equal to 11. Let us check for n is equals to 12. Okay. So d will be equals to 99 divided by 12 minus 1. So d will be equals to 99 divided by 11. And again, this will be cancelled because 11 into 9 gives 99. So when we put n is equal to 12, we get d is equal to 9. Okay. So these are the possible 3 values of d, which are integral values. And these are the only 3 values of n which will give the integral values for d, which is the common difference. And remember that it is very important that the values of common difference should be an integer, because in the question it is very clear that there is integral common differences. Okay. So for only these 3 values of n, we have the integral values for d. Except these 3 values of n, if we keep any other number from 3 to 33, we will not get an integral value for the common difference. So the possible values for n are 4, 10 and 12. And when we put n is equal to 4, we get the common difference 33. When we put n is equal to 10, we get the common difference 11. And when we put n is equals to 12, we get the common difference 9. So we have 3 possible values of common differences: 33, 11 and 9. Okay. Now we have to find the sum of the common differences, which are integral values. Okay. So let's add all these values. 33 plus 11 plus 9. This is the sum of the common differences of all the APs having at least 3 terms and at most 33 terms. Okay. So when we add all these terms, we get 53. 53. So the correct answer for this question is 53. The most important part of this question is understanding this condition that we cannot take all the values of n from 3 to 33 because we need a integral value of common difference. Okay, so when we put n is equal to 4, 10 and 12, in this case only we get the integral value for common difference, and we have to add or we have to find the sum of only those values of common differences which are integers. Okay, so I hope now the concept is clear to you. And again, the correct answer for this question is 53. Moving on to the last question of this paper, the number of matrices A is equal to A, B, C, D, where A, B, C, and D belongs to a set -1, 0, 1, 2, 3, so on up to 10, such that A is equal to A inverse is. In this question, we have to find the total number of matrices A, where matrix A have 4 elements, A, B, C, and D. And the values for A, B, C, and D belongs in a set. You can see that here A, B, C, and D belongs in a set which consists of the numbers from -1 to 10. So here the elements in the set will be -1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So you can see that the total numbers in this set are 12. Okay, so A, B, C, and D belongs to this set which consists of 12 numbers. Okay, so basically we need to find the total pairs of A, B, C, D, means the total pairs in which the values for A, B, C, and D can be arranged to form matrix A. Okay, one more condition is given here, which is A is equal to A inverse. If we multiply A on both the sides here, we get A into A is equal to A inverse into A. So A into A is A square and A inverse into A is I, which is an identity matrix. Again, this is a concept that whenever a matrix is multiplied with its inverse, it is always equals to identity matrix. Okay, here you can see that matrix A is multiplied with its inverse. So it is equals to identity matrix, and identity matrix is always 1, 0, 0, and 1. Here there is a matrix A which is 2 cross 2. That is why the identity matrix will be also 2 cross 2. What do you mean by 2 cross 2? 2 cross 2 matrix means a matrix which have 2 columns and 2 rows. Here you can see these are the 2 columns and these are the 2 rows. Okay. So here we have to substitute the value now. A square means A into A. What is A? A, B, C, D. Into A. Again A, B, C, D. This is equals to I. What is I? 1, 0, 0, and 1. Okay. Now we have to find the product of the matrices on the left hand side. Do you know how to find the product of the matrices? It is very simple. Firstly, we have to take the first row. Now we have to multiply first row with first column, then first row with second column. So when we multiply first row with first column, A into A is A square plus B into C is BC. Okay. Similarly, we have to multiply this first row with second column. So A into B is AB. Then B into D is BD. All right. Then we have to take the second row now. Okay. Because we have multiplied first row with every column. Then we have to take the next row, which is the second row. Now we have to multiply the second row with first column. So A into C is AC. Then C into D is CD. All right. Now we have to multiply this second row with second column. So B into C is BC. Then D into D is D square. And this is equals to 1, 0, 0, and 1. All right. Now, whenever two matrices are equal, then their corresponding elements are also equal. Means A square plus BC will be equals to 1. AB plus BD will be equals to 0. AC plus CD will be equals to 0. And BC plus D square will be equals to 1. So from here, we will have 4 different equations. What are the equations? A square plus BC is equal to 1, right? Then AB plus BD is equal to 0. Then AC plus CD is equal to 0. And at last, BC plus D square will be equals to 1. Consider it as equation number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now we have to use all these 4 equations and we have to find the total number of pairs in which matrix A can be arranged. Okay. So firstly, let us do a step here, which is equation 1 minus equation 4. Okay. So whenever we subtract any equation, firstly, we have to subtract the left-hand side. So what is the left-hand side in equation 1? A square plus BC minus the left-hand side on equation 4. BC plus D square. Okay. This will be equals to right-hand side. Now we have to subtract the right-hand side. In the right-hand side of first equation, we have 1. In the right-hand side of fourth equation, we have 1. So 1 minus 1. So from here, we have A square plus BC. When we open the brackets, it will be minus BC minus D square is equal to 0. BC minus BC will be 0 and 1 minus 1 will be also 0. So we have A square minus D square is equal to 0. Here we have to use a very basic identity, which is A square minus B square. A square minus B square is always equals to A plus B into A minus B. Similarly, A square minus D square will be equals to A plus D into A minus D, right? So let us substitute the value here. A square minus D square is A plus D into A minus D, and this is equals to 0. You can also check it. A into A is A square. Then A into minus D is minus AD. Then D into A is plus AD, and D into minus D is minus D square. So minus AD plus AD will be 0. So it is eventually equals to A square minus D square. So we can say that A square minus D square is equals to A plus D into A minus D. Now from here we will have two different cases. First is when A plus D will be equals to 0. And second is when A minus D will be equals to 0. Okay. So we have these two possible cases. So let's talk about the first case. What is the first case here? First case is when A plus D is equal to 0. Now we have to think of some values of A and D which will satisfy this condition. Okay. So the values of A and D can be minus 1 comma 1, 0 comma 0 and 1 comma minus 1. Let us substitute it here. If we put A is equal to minus 1 and D is equal to 1. See, these are the values for A and D. All these values are the values for A and D. So when we put minus 1 plus 1, it will be 0 here. Okay. Then when we put 0 plus 0, it will be 0. Similarly, when we will put 1 plus minus 1. So 1 minus 1 is again 0. So the possible pairs of A and D are 3 pairs. Okay. Now let's talk about the first pair. First pair is when A and D is equals to minus 1 comma 1. It means A is minus 1 and D is 1. We have an equation which is equation number 1. So let's write equation number 1 again. A square plus BC is equal to 1. If the value of A is minus 1, then it will be minus 1 square plus BC is equal to 1. So minus 1 square is 1. 1 plus BC will be equals to 1 and BC will be equals to 1 minus 1. So we can say that from here BC will be equals to 0. Now we have to think of the possible conditions when BC will be equals to 0. What is BC? B into C. So when B into C will be 0, we have to think of some numbers here. Okay. So B into C will be 0 whenever either B will be 0 or C will be 0. Or we can say that both B and C will be 0. But first of all, think about when B will be 0. Then for C, there are 12 possible chances because we know that in the set there are 12 different numbers. So if we put B is equal to 0, then in the place of C we can put any number from those 12 numbers. So there are possible 12 chances. Okay. Or there are 12 possible ways to put the number in place of C. So when B will be equals to 0, C will have 12 possible chances. Similarly, when C will be equals to 0, in the place of B, we can put any number from those 12 numbers. Okay. But there will be a case where B and C both will be 0, right? So first of all, we have 12 cases here and 12 cases here. So 24 cases means there are total 24 possibilities. But you can see that 0 and 0 is repeated 2 times. So we have to subtract 1 possibilities. Okay. First of all, we have 24 pairs. But you can see that this 0 and 0 is repeated. Okay. So we have to subtract 1 pair from it. So for this case, we have 23 pairs. Now let's talk about the second pair of A and D. What is the second pair of A and D? Second pair of A and D is 0, 0. It means A is also 0 and D is also 0. Okay. In this case, Again, take this equation. If A is 0, this is the first equation. Okay. So if A is 0 here, we will have 0 plus BC is equal to 1. So BC will be equals to 1. Okay. Now we have to think of some pairs where B into C will be equals to 1. Okay. So B into C can be equals to 1 when we have the pairs BCS 1 comma 1 and minus 1 comma minus 1. Okay, we can substitute it here. B into C should be equal to 1. So 1 into 1. When we put 1 in the place of B, see we have BC is equal to 1. When we put 1 in the place of B, it will be this way, multiplied by when we put 1 in the place of C. So it will be this. 1 into 1 is 1. Similarly, when we put B and C as minus 1. So minus 1 into minus 1 is also plus 1. So we can say that these are the two possible pairs when both A and D will be equals to 0. Okay. Because when A and D is 0, we get a condition BC is equal to 1. Now BC is equal to 1 is satisfied only by these 2 points, 1 comma 1 and minus 1 comma minus 1. So here we have two possible pairs. So for this case, we have two pairs. All right. Now let's talk about the third pair, 1 comma minus 1. Okay. You can see that the third pair is for A and D, and the pair is 1 comma minus 1, means A is 1 and D is minus 1. We have another equation. Let's have a look towards the equation. BC plus D square is equal to 1. Now we will use this equation. Okay. BC plus D square is equal to 1. Okay. We have the value of D as minus 1 now. So BC plus minus 1 square is equal to 1. In this case also BC plus 1 is equal to 1 and BC will be equals to 1 minus 1. So we can say that BC will be equals to 0. We already know that when BC is 0, we have total 24 pairs. Okay. Because BC will be 0 in two possible cases. Either B will be 0 or C will be 0 or both B and C will be 0. Okay. So we know that from the first part, if B is 0, for C there are 12 possible ways. If C is 0, for B there is 12 possibilities. And you can see that in this way, we have 24 pairs first, but 0 and 0 is repeated 2 times. So we have to subtract a pair here. Means we have to subtract this 0 and 0 because 0 and 0 comes twice. So we have to subtract one pair. So here also we will have 23 possible pairs. Now this was case first. We also have to solve case second. See, this is case first. We have solved it. Now what is case second? A minus D is equal to 0. Okay. So let's have a look towards case second. So case second is when A minus D will be equals to 0. If A minus D is 0, it means A is equal to D. If we take D on the right hand side, then we get A is equals to D, right? This is case second. So if A is equal to D, means the value of A is equal to the value of D. Now we have to use the second and third equation. So let us write it again. What is the second equation? Second equation is AB plus BD is equal to 0. And third equation is AC plus CD is equal to 0. If A is equal to D, in the place of D, we can put A here. So we have AB plus BA is equal to 0. Now AB plus BA, we know that AB is equals to BA, right? Like 2 into 3 is equal to 3 into 2. Okay. So AB is equals to BA means from here we will have 2AB is equal to 0, right? And similarly, if here again A is equals to D, means in the place of D we can write A. So AC plus CA is equal to 0. So from here also we will have 2AC is equal to 0. We have two conditions, 2AB is equal to 0 and 2AC is equals to 0. But here if A is not equals to 0 in this case, then surely B and C will be equals to 0. Just to make it equal to 0, you can see that we have 2 into A into B is 0. If the value of A is not 0, then B should be equals to 0, just to make this value equals to 0. And in this case, if A is not equals to 0, then the value of C should be equals to 0. So one thing is clear that if A is not equals to 0, then B and C is equal to 0, right? Now, if B and C is equal to 0, again we have the first equation. What is the first equation? The first equation is A square plus BC is equal to 1.
If A is not 0, we know that B and C is 0. So if B and C is 0, and if we substitute the value of B and C here, so we have A square plus 0 into 0 is equal to 1, right? So from here we have A square is equal to 1 because A square plus 0 is A square. So if A square is 1, then A will be equals to plus minus 1. Okay, it means there are two values of A. A is plus 1 and A is minus 1. Since A is equals to D, it means when A is 1, D is also 1. And when A is minus 1, D is also minus 1. Okay, so here the possible pairs for A and D is 1 comma 1 and minus 1 comma minus 1, because you can see that we have two values of A, and since A is equals to D, we have this equation that A is equals to D. It means when A is 1, D is also 1, and when A is minus 1, D is also minus 1. So here we have two possible pairs. Okay, now we have to add all the pairs. You can see that in the first case, for the first part, we have 23 pairs. Then again, we have two pairs. Then again, we have 23 pairs. And at last, we have two pairs. Okay, so the total number of pairs are 23 plus 23 plus 2 plus 2. This is the total number of pairs. 23 plus 23 plus 2 plus 2 is 50 pairs. All right. So for this question, we can say that the total number of matrices A will be 50. Okay. So for this question, the correct answer is 50. I hope this question is clear to you. This was a very, very simple and basic question. All you have to do is you have to remember the basics. I hope all the questions of this paper are clear to you, and keep learning more and keep scoring high.